Every man dreamed of becoming a martial arts master, all for the sake of justice and loyalty. Everyone dreamed of the life of a hero wandering the world who knew and saw a lot with his own eyes. Of course, it was a very difficult and even dangerous path, but it was definitely worth it because a martial arts master always enjoyed great respect from others and could even keep someone in fear. Everyone knew what the masters were capable of, and few wanted to cross their path, knowing that it was difficult to stand up to such a person. The sound they created was completely different from that of an ordinary person. Everyone dreamed of living such a life, but not everyone could experience it. Not everyone was given the talent and willpower to achieve greatness. The sound of the hammer hitting the anvil in the forge could be heard in many places in the city. Even on those days when the city was quiet and residents rarely showed up on the streets, the sound from the forge kept life going. The young man was diligently beating off a piece of the said metal with a huge hammer, and this took a lot of his strength. The fire from the blacksmith's furnace almost never died down, and sparks from its chimney could be seen from almost anywhere in the city. Two small children ran quickly down one of the streets, briskly brushing aside other passers-by. They were two boys pretending to be warriors or masters and fighting with sticks. Life was varied, but the blacksmith's work was always the same. He worked daily on smelting and tempering metal. Two children ran past the forge and didn't even pay attention to it because their dreams were to become martial arts masters, and working with metal held little interest for them. Soon the young man completed his task of making needles for the doctor's work under the supervision of an important gentleman. He laid out all the needles on a special tray and took them to the master for approval. It was obvious that the young man was simply falling off his feet, but nevertheless he tried not to show it, and only his legs, which kept giving way, gave him away. The young man thanked the gentleman for being able to wait and pointed out that he had managed to make the puncture needles he had ordered. The young man's name was Tang Munjin. He was 20 years old. He was actually a doctor, though he was also an accomplished blacksmith. It was a sound that could awaken a dreaming boy and transform him into a hero. That was destined to happen to Tang Munjin. The gentleman took one needle and, holding it tightly between his fingers, brought it closer to himself, examining it carefully. The needle Tang Munjin had made appeared to be very strong and quite sharp. Just looking at it, the gentleman was very surprised. For a moment, the gentleman wondered how the young man could have made such a beautiful needle. Putting the needle back, the gentleman noted that the young man said that he was a doctor, and Tang Munjin confirmed this with a smile. The gentleman immediately offered the young man to become his disciple, which made Tang Munjin completely taken aback, not knowing how to react to this. It was that very day that Tang Munjin heard how his life was changing. A few months ago, everything was completely different. The doctor's morning was as calm as usual. The doctor was copying medical scrolls until the morning, forgot about the time, and wanted to finish his plans as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Tang Munjin was busy with his duties. He was gathering the necessary medicines and tidying up the ingredient shelves. Afterwards, he began cleaning the yard. A lot of fallen leaves had accumulated on the paths, and the young man began sweeping them, keeping them clean. After cleaning the yard, he should have paid attention to the needles and prepared them for work by polishing them with a soft cloth until they shine. All preparations for receiving patients were completed before breakfast, and after eating it was worth devoting a lot of time to helping sick people. The doctor had a quiet life, repeating itself over and over again. Every day was exactly the same, barely deviating from the schedule he'd created. After breakfast, the doctor would begin work. He always explained what he was going to do and what might be felt when inserting the needles. The doctor treated both adults and children. Inserting acupuncture needles into children was difficult, but he handled it brilliantly, and the children left him completely healthy without a single tear. At the end of his appointment, the doctor gave the child a treat for tolerating the treatment so well and behaving calmly. Parents took their children away and were very grateful to the doctor for his help. Others never made noise or tried to argue while waiting for their appointment. It was precisely this silence that Tang Munjin's father's skill created. The young man was convinced that his father's acupuncture skills were astonishing, and that he was as gentle as a butterfly landing on his skin, and he doubted he could ever be as capable. Between seeing patients, Tang Munjin called out to his father and told him to go look for herbs. All the way, Tang Munjin wondered whether he would ever be able to become a doctor of the same level as his father. Well, even despite his doubts, Tang Munjin always tried to fulfill all of his father's requests and never lazily studied medicine. Tang Munjin was very attentive to both his work and the patients who came to him and his father. Whenever he saw someone undergoing treatment, he always inquired about their health. People also treated Tang Munjin very well, and always tried to treat him to something, although the young man almost always refused. Many people in the city knew Tang Munjin, and as soon as they saw him they tried to say hello, and wish him a good day, to which Munjin reciprocated. One day, on the very day when Munjin went to get herbs, he ran down the city street and tried to greet everyone, forgetting about caution. So he ran down the street, and looking back to say hello to another of his father's patients, the young man did not notice that he was running straight towards an important gentleman and crashed into him. He himself was surprised to see an obstacle appear in his path right in the middle of the road. Munjin looked up and realized he was in trouble. The gentleman was red with anger and began to complain that the boy seemed to be walking with his eyes closed. Munjin immediately began to tremble with excitement and began to apologize to the master for making such a mistake. The gentleman was quite rude. He grinned, noting that perhaps in this case the boy needed to be taught a lesson. At that very moment the gentleman hit Tang Munjin very hard, not even thinking of forgiving the boy and letting him go. Despite various difficulties, Tang Munjin continued to dream of becoming a hero. And even after his beating, as he walked to the hut in the forest, he fantasized about the time when no one would dare to harm him. The sight of Tang Munjin made his comrade laugh very hard, and for a long time he could not calm down and stop laughing. Zhang Guak was 20 years old and a herbalist. He couldn't believe his friend had been beaten up and joked that the man who did it should have been asked to hit him in the other eye too, so the color would match. Zhang Guak was so inspired by what happened that he even performed a short scene, as if Tang Munjin was begging the master to beat him again. Tang Munjin had a hard time enduring this ridicule, although he understood perfectly well that everything that happened was entirely his fault. But his comrade's behavior was absolutely humiliating towards him, and Tang Munjin, unable to bear it, hit him in the eye. They had a small argument, but Munjin emphasized that he had already asked his friend more than once to calm down and stop joking. Soon they were both sitting there with black eyes in silence, until Zhang Guak suddenly turned to Munjin after letting out a heavy sigh. He asked Munjin if he was hungry, and if he wanted to eat something tasty, which Munjin of course did not refuse. When Zhang Guak heard that Munjin was not averse to having a snack, he took out a large beautiful mushroom from somewhere in his bosom. Munjin looked at his smiling friend in surprise. He hadn't expected any special treats, and he certainly hadn't expected to be given the flu. Munjin became indignant, thinking his friend was continuing to mock him, and remarked that he really should have known when to stop. He was about to attack him, but Zhang Guak stopped him, noting that the mushroom was actually very expensive. He explained that this mushroom was supposed to allow one to experience special dreams. This intrigued Munjin, and he froze, never starting a fight. Zhang Guak broke off a small piece from the mushroom cap and assured that it would indeed allow one to see special dreams. He forcibly put this piece of mushroom into Tang Munjin's mouth, explaining that it could make him a king of kings or an exalted sage. He said that last time he dreamed that he was a top-level martial arts master, which greatly surprised Munjin. Zhang Guak tells with a smile how he dealt with 100 masters of the Qingchang sect in his dream, and he felt all his movements very well, and all this was thanks to the mushroom poison, which did not harm the body. At that very moment Munjin snatched the mushroom from his friend's hands and swallowed it whole, licking his lips deliciously. Zhang Guak screamed. He started cursing at his friend, pointing out that he couldn't eat it all at once, to which Munjin asked what was stopping him. He thought that if even one bite made Zhang Guak feel like a master of the highest order, then he himself could become one with his sword and body. For some reason he decided that, by eating the entire mushroom, he would definitely become a master swordsman. Watching Tang Munjin, Zhang Guak realized that the mushroom had already begun to work, although the effect should not have appeared so quickly. Zhang Guak sat back down on the floor, and with a very dissatisfied look emphasized that Munder's body was only his, and if something went wrong he himself would be responsible for it. Munjin took his friend by the shoulder, reminding him that he was a doctor, and even if something went wrong he could help himself. Zhang Guak exhaled, and not wanting to continue the argument any longer, noted that the mushroom's real effect should have begun soon and suggested simply sitting down and waiting. But after just a few seconds Munjin's speech slowed down significantly. Large bruises appeared under his eyes, and the drool could no longer be contained in his slightly open mouth. Zhang Guak looked at his comrade with horror, quickly realizing that the mushroom was already taking effect, and that Munjin was unlikely to feel well. At that very moment Zhang Guak himself felt the effects of the mushroom's poison. His comrade's face began to visibly blur. The minds of the two guys became clouded, and they became lost somewhere in their consciousness, only catching each other's image from afar. Everything turned into a dream that would be difficult for anyone to even describe. Each of the boys saw what they truly desired. Their dream was a dream that seemed incomprehensible. One of them suddenly saw before him a skilled blacksmith surrounded by fire. He mastered this element. He himself was fire. The blacksmith held a huge hammer in his hands, and when he struck the metal with it, real lightning bolts flew in all directions. Sparks tickled the blacksmith's skin like butterflies. The sparks that came from the first hammer strike were always astonishing. Tang Munjin transformed into this blacksmith. He had forged iron all his life, but the joyful moment of the first hammer strike never ceased to amaze him. Having firmly grasped this thought, the blacksmith stopped and looked around. The blacksmith was very surprised that he called himself by the name Tang Munjin, because in fact his name was Yezi, and he was a master blacksmith who had no equal under the heavens. The blacksmith continued his work. He firmly clamped his pliers onto the piece of metal and continued chipping away at it, but the incident continued to swirl around in his head. He even thought he'd fallen asleep standing up and had some strange dream about being a doctor. This made him think he was just really tired. The blacksmith shouted to himself that he shouldn't be tired and that, on the contrary, he should pull himself together, and with these words he began to work much more actively. He kept telling himself that he had to forge the 5 master swords that King Yu had commissioned from him. He wanted it to be the best work of his life, and that meant he had to put everything he had into it. Soon one of the balls was ready. He lifted it above his head, and after examining it carefully admitted that the smaller one had indeed turned out very good. This work took a great deal of effort from the blacksmith, but the result was truly astonishing. Even the mountains shook from the sound of the blacksmith's hammer. The blacksmith forged 5 swords. He gave them names such as Zhonglu Juk Shinshi Yuchang and Chunjun. These 5 master swords forged by heaven and man over more than 20 years were truly legendary, and everyone had to praise their glory. Yezi achieved the almost impossible and became a master blacksmith who could not be surpassed. The blacksmith was recognized as king. He fulfilled the dreams of people and screamers. He was promised to pour heavenly peach wine and meet a new immortal. The day these 5 legendary swords were created was truly a great day for the blacksmith himself. He could walk through the royal palace in fine robes and feel the respect of everyone he encountered. Before him were the same greats who greeted the blacksmith with respect in their circles. He was served peach wine, and then he was on par with the immortals. He was great in the eyes of all people. He had many privileges that an ordinary person or even a simple good blacksmith could not even dream of. That day of sword making was the very moment when Yezi reached heaven. The heavens loved him and showed their respect, as was due, presenting him with food and drink. A multitude of delicate cherry blossoms floated through the air. The atmosphere of this place was simply unrealistically beautiful. One of the girls flying toward the great blacksmith with a drink suddenly screamed. A flying sakura blossom blocked her vision, and she knocked over her tray. The vessel with peach wine fell, and all the contents spilled. The blacksmith closed his eyes tightly, slightly agitated by the embarrassment that had occurred. Tang Munjin lay sprawled on the ground. A bag of collected herbs lay beside him. The young man himself, his eyes rolled back in his head, gazed off into the sky. He was brought back to reality by a shout coming from very close by. Someone was cursing, and I note that he considered the man the best doctor in Chengdu. Raising his head slightly, Munjin saw a sign that indicated a doctor's office. The man continued shouting. He was indignant at having trusted the governor's aide's recommendation, and would now ensure that such an inexperienced doctor, who couldn't even properly perform acupuncture, was fired. The man, huffing with anger, turned and walked out of the doctor's office and passed by Tang Munjin. Tang Munjin immediately rose to his feet, but he felt terrible. His head was spinning and he felt extremely tired. Zhang Guak appeared out of nowhere next to him. He had a rather displeased expression on his face, and he noted that the gentleman who had passed by was truly a bad man like most officials. Tang Munjin felt a terrible headache in addition to dizziness and carefully decided to ask his friend what had just happened, but Zhang Guak jumped up on the spot upon hearing the question. He pointed to the sky and asked his comrade to notice that the sun was already setting and that Tang Munjin had definitely not lain on the ground for only a few minutes as he thought. Zhang Guak said that Munjin was mumbling nonsense while high on mushrooms, and then suddenly said that they needed to go back to the clinic and dragged them both there, and only by a miracle did they even make it home without any problems. Tang Munjin sat down on the ground again, stunned by what was happening to him. although Zhang Guak suggested that he calm down since everything was over. Zhang Guak decided that he should go home, and before leaving he asked Moonjin not to tell his father that he had eaten the mushroom. Zhang Guak hurried to his home, thinking about what a fool his comrade was. Tang Munjin felt terrible, and once his friend went home all the symptoms worsened even more. Looking at his father's sign, Munjin was even upset that he was not a majestic blacksmith who reached heaven, and that it was all a dream. Munjin entered the house and informed his father, who was holding a thin acupuncture needle at the time that he had arrived home. Munjin apologized for being late and emphasized once again that he had gone to get some herbs and wanted to tell at least briefly the story that had happened to him, of course without mentioning the mushrooms, but he stopped abruptly. He approached his father, who showed no sign of his son's return. Munjin grew a little nervous and called out to him again. The second time the father already paid attention to him, and it seemed that the doctor did not even notice that his son had been missing for a whole day. Tan Munjin felt strange but still decided to ask his father who the man was who came out of the office cursing loudly. But just asking that question made his head grow even more confused. The young man's gaze froze on the needle his father held. The moments he had experienced in his dream flashed before his eyes. At that very moment his head began to hurt even more, and it felt like someone was hitting it like an anvil. Tang Munjin's headache was so severe that it felt like his head was shaking, and between the wave-like attacks of this pain there was another feeling very similar to irritation. The father noticed that his son was acting strangely and immediately assumed that he must have had a headache, but Munjin began to deny it and again returned the topic to the man who had left the office. The father explained that the man was the governor's military aide, but he said his acupuncture was too painful. The doctor noted that his new needles were now old and asked his son to look where his old ones had been. He took out another needle and showed two to his son, so that he would look at them carefully while explaining that he had received new needles 2 weeks ago because the old ones had bent. Tan Munjin felt a jolt of electricity at that moment. He couldn't tear his eyes away from the needles, sensing something strange about them. He covered his eyes with his hand and bowed his head slightly, trying to relieve the headache and thinking about how he hadn't felt such a feeling this morning. Father Tan Munjin watched his son tremble, and having already confirmed that his head hurt, suggested that he might simply have a cold. The father wanted to get up and prepare medicine for his son, but Tang Munjin suddenly approached him and grabbed his hand. He picked up one of the needles and seemed to hear a ringing sound inside his head. It was the kind of sound that awakened heroes. The father took a couple of steps back, not understanding what was happening to his son. Terror was evident in his eyes. Tang Munjin was completely different from his usual self, and was almost hissing with anger which had arisen within him for some unknown reason. Tang Munjin was literally seething with anger and cursed the game he held tightly between his fingers. The doctor expressed outrage at his son's behavior, failing to point out that he was of course holding a needle. He asked why he was so angry about that. Munjin replied that he thought he could have done better. Tan Munjin caught himself thinking that whenever he saw something of poor quality it greatly irritated him. This was the case with the needles his father held. He was especially irritated by the needle which had managed to bend while he was working with it. It was unbearable to watch. Until yesterday Tang Munjin couldn't even tell the difference between what was done poorly and what wasn't. But somehow after the mushroom's effects everything changed. It seemed that he had acquired some new ability and now noticed many things that he would not have even glanced at before. It was especially difficult for him to walk through the market where so many goods were on display. His gaze immediately fell on the very well-made items, but also on those that were very poorly made. His attention was getting stuck on certain things, and even the most ordinary walk was now difficult for him. Tan Munjin felt unbearable from the feelings he was experiencing, and no matter how hard he tried to suppress these sensations he could not do it. Everything on the market looked cheap and useless, and it drove him completely crazy. But still, when he looked at the crooked needle, for some reason he felt much more cheerful. All these sensations were intertwined with memories of how he felt like the best blacksmith in the entire universe. Tang Munjin stopped in the middle of the market and loudly said, showing the curved needle, that it was the pride of Sichuan, and noted that it was forged by the blacksmith Sok. After saying this, Tang Munjin stared at the needle, unable to understand how he'd even known this information. Besides, it was a new needle, so blacksmith Sok must have been able to make it too. Tan Munjin felt uneasy at his own thoughts. Much had changed within him, and quite drastically. Having collected his thoughts a little, he continued on his way with the hope that nothing serious was happening to him. He went straight to the blacksmith Sok. The fire from the blacksmith's furnace was visible from all over the city. Tang Munjin approached the forge but didn't go inside right away. He carefully examined all the wares displayed by the blacksmith himself near his workbench. Numerous swords hung in the display case, but one in particular struck Tang Munjin as particularly attractive. It stood out from the hundreds of similar swords. Seeing this sword, Tang Munjin immediately felt a surge of energy. All the unpleasant sensations immediately disappeared. He took the sword and immediately felt all the irritation that had been boiling within him disappear. He considered this sword a true piece of elegance. Right on the street near the forge, Tang Munjin sat down on the ground and clutched the sword tightly to himself, despite the fact that to passers-by it looked like a pervert. The young man couldn't believe how much the blacksmith's sock's work had changed. Munjin looked closely at the sword, twirled it in his hands, and froze for a moment. Munjin suggested that perhaps it was because of the dream about Oyezi's forge, which could allow him to recognize the work of a true master. The more Munjin thought about it, the more convinced he became that this was indeed the truth. In his dream, he literally became a different person, the most skilled blacksmith. Oyezi was the most talented and had an excellent understanding of all crafts. Munjin did not understand why he felt the work of the blacksmith's sock and could accurately determine what product was made by his hands. Tan Munjin sat for a while longer and became convinced that it was probably because of the dream he had seen that he now gained an understanding that was previously inaccessible to him. For him, it was something incredibly wonderful, magical. For others, it might have seemed completely strange, even crazy. He was terrified of his own thoughts. Munjin tried to see that it all made no sense and the dream was just a dream. Having calmed down a bit, he decided to go into the forge. I feel that he can do a lot, although it was strange that he learned blacksmithing in his sleep. Munjin understood that this was impossible, but if it could still be true, then it turned out that thanks to his friend Zhongguak, who gave him the mushroom, he managed to learn a craft of the highest level. Munjin carefully stepped into the forge. He was terrified, but there was no other way to test his suspicions. Munjin wanted to confirm this. He knew he had to go to the blacksmith's sock himself and find out what had happened to him so he could test his skills. He approached the blacksmith, noting that the needle he had made was inferior. This caused great surprise and even indignation in the blacksmith. He was extremely upset to hear some boy complain about his shoddy work. Tang Munjin himself felt rather uneasy, worried the blacksmith would simply fire him. Blacksmith Sock noted that he might not be as good as his father, but he'd been working in the forge for 20 years and shouldn't be treated like an amateur. He was considered a master and didn't want his work belittled. Tang Munjin trembled with fear when she saw the angry look of the blacksmith Suk Chizan and tried to convince him that he did not mean that he lacked skill. Well, thanks to this short dialogue, Tan Munjin learned that the senior blacksmith Sock had retired and he felt very sorry for him. Tan Munjin looked around the forge, noting that it was not surprising that there were so few good works left, which meant that the new needle was made by Junior Sock. The blacksmith stopped swearing and let out a heavy sigh, and Tan Munjin, just in case, moved a little to the side, worried that the blacksmith might start fighting with him. But Sock Chizan admitted that it was difficult for him to live up to his father, and noted that now even people from the clinic dared to belittle him, and this was very offensive. The blacksmith decided to test the boy and asked him to find his father's work among all the others since he had such a keen eye. The blacksmith didn't believe the boy would be able to hit the target even once. He pointed to the rack of swords, noting that the young man needed to be taught what he lacked compared to his father. Kuznets Juice was sure that the young doctor would not even be able to understand the difference in these products. But Tang Munjin very quickly took one of the balls and carefully presented it to the blacksmith, pointing out that it was his father's work. Blacksmith Sock was very surprised when he saw that the young man had actually chosen the right sword. What was even more surprising was that it didn't take the boy long to choose the job of the senior blacksmith Sock in an instant. The blacksmith even thought that the difference was probably that great, and noting that most people did not notice the difference due to the simple design, he admitted that the boy really did have an impressive eye. Tan Munjin understood that the blacksmith must have been trying to make fun of him and would simply kick him out if he failed. Now the young doctor was certain the dream had been more than just a dream. The blacksmith turned and walked into the depths of the forge, noting that at first he thought the young man was simply a picky customer, but now he understood why he didn't like the needle. The blacksmith said that although he himself had asked the young man to find his father's job, he had managed to choose every job of the elder Sock, and this was definitely not just a coincidence. Looking at the fire from the furnace, the blacksmith Sok said that the young doctor's eye was perhaps even better than his. He assumed that even if he forged it endlessly, he could only produce mediocre things. It was clear the blacksmith was very upset. I understood that his work was terrible. The blacksmith walked around the room and picked up the hammer he used to beat the hot metal in his furnace. The blacksmith handed the hammer to Tang Munjin, telling him he had to make something with his own hands. He smiled at the blacksmith, still hoping the young man wouldn't be able to surpass him. Tan Munjin was a little taken aback by such a request and was afraid to agree to it, worried that he would fail and would be disgraced. He looked at the hammer and the furnace, which was scorching him with its heat. He moved closer, not at all sure, preparing to begin work, but he wasn't sure he should agree to this at all. The blacksmith leaned towards him and noted that if the young man thought it was impossible, he could make another needle himself. But the blacksmith insisted that the boy should at least try, and yet Tang Munjin agreed, noting that in the end, he might not have the opportunity to be a blacksmith again in his life. He quickly threw his doctor's coat aside so as not to get it dirty and got to work. He added more wood and coal to the stove, increasing the heat. Next, he blew on the fire in the furnace. The blacksmith was already surprised that the doctor knew how to operate the furnace. Tan Munjin confidently completed stage after stage and was already ready to begin working directly with the metal itself. He shouted with confidence, relying on the knowledge from that dream, but even despite his self-confident appearance, he doubted whether it would work. The metal in the furnace heated up to the required temperature, and Munjin took it out and placed it on the anvil. Hold the metal with pliers. Munjin swung his hammer. He kept in mind that this work was like asking a patient to make complex medical instruments himself. Even if he did all the work correctly and step by step, he doubted that he would be able to surprise the blacksmith. But Munjin didn't stop. He convinced himself that he had to try forging anyway. Blacksmith Sok stood nearby, watching the self-confident boy at work. He was stunned from the first seconds the doctor began working in his forge. For a moment Kuznets Sok even thought he was dreaming, so good was the doctor's work. Tang Munjin's movements were precise and confident. It seemed as if he'd been working in a forge for years, and it was hard to believe he was doing it for the first time. Tang Munjin continued to hit the metal again and again with his hammer. Sparks flew in all directions from the hammer blows on the red-hot piece of metal, but Munjin continued working without flinching. At some point Munjin saw that everything was working out for him, and the knowledge he received in his dream was really working. This gave him more confidence in his own actions, and he began to work even more actively and with a smile on his face. The blacksmith was perplexed. At first he thought he'd laugh at what the boy could do, but now he saw that his hammer blows were flawless. Blacksmith Sok was now sure that the young man was a natural-born craftsman like his father, who had forged metal all his life. The sound that accompanied the work of the young doctor rang like a pure musical note. For a moment the blacksmith thought he saw the reincarnation of Oyezi himself. Although she did not deny that it could simply be such an incredible talent for blacksmithing, although it was obvious that it surpassed any talent. Blacksmith Sok was beside himself. He was delighted with the boy's skill, but he was deeply offended that his own work was now worthless. Soon in Munjin's hands the piece of metal took the shape of a blade. Much work remained, but the shape was already beautiful. Blacksmith Sok watched the young man with delight and longed to track his every movement and hammer blow. He watched as Munjin struck, tempered, released, and sharpened his blade. The blacksmith also wanted to see how the boy would make a handle and a sheath for this blade. He was eager to see the finished weapon, which existed only in his mind. Suddenly Munjin stopped and threw the unfinished blade towards the blacksmith and asked him to melt it down. The blacksmith took the blade in his hands in surprise and asked again whether it really needed to be remelted, seeing the perfectly forged blade. Tang Munjin smiled slightly and confirmed that this blade was worth melting down, and it only served as a warm-up for his hands. Now he could make a real needle. The blacksmith looked at the boy as if he were real gold and did not even dare to argue with him. Tang Munjin immediately began making the needles he needed for his father's work. He made needles with great attention to every millimeter of his product. The tip of the needle was incredibly thin and sharp, but Tang Munjin decided to test it by poking himself in the arm. Soon Tang Munjin's father tried the same needles. He asked his client if it hurt. He was surprised to learn that the procedure didn't hurt at all. The doctor tried these needles on another patient who also felt no pain and immediately noted that the pain in his back had instantly disappeared. The doctor then inserted needles into another patient who didn't even believe that the needle had actually been inserted, and another gentleman suggested that the doctor had simply had an unlucky day the day before. Very quickly, there was a very long line to see the doctor, and it was clear that the doctor would soon become rich. Everyone was saying that this doctor was performing a real miracle and that his work was completely painless. The whole town was talking about the doctor's skill and his miraculous needles, which were not even felt in the body. People came from all over the city and even from neighboring villages. There were so many people that the line even stretched out into the street. News of such a wonderful doctor spread throughout the city. Everyone wanted to see this doctor. Rumors about the doctor who possessed high skill in acupuncture spread not only within the city limits but also far beyond its borders. Many people traveled long distances to see a doctor coming from distant settlements. Some walked alone while others got together with a friend and overcame narrow paths between the mountains just to solve their health problems. Also, the path to the city where this doctor lived lay through wide rivers that had to be crossed by boat. Two men were making their way through this area. Their journey must have been long as they were carrying a lot of things. After walking many kilometers, they came to an inn that stood right at a crossroads. As they approached the tavern, the men started talking about the journey they had made and the difficulties they had experienced. One of them complained of back pain, and the other advised him to stop by the Tang family clinic before leaving the city. But he noted that he tried, but the line was too long and he was unable to get an appointment. Their conversation was overheard by a gentleman sitting at the threshold of the tavern. He heard that the man hadn't even been able to enter the clinic because of the number of people waiting there. As soon as the two men passed by, the gentleman immediately stood up as if he had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. He immediately headed in the direction from which these men came, and most likely the reason was that conversation about the doctor. There was indeed a huge crowd outside Tan's clinic at the time. Many were arguing with each other, worried they might not be able to get an appointment. The queue was so long that it moved for a very long time, and the wait for an appointment seemed eternal. Many tried to get into the reception by tricking and slipping through the queue, but they were immediately noticed and put in their place. One such argument escalated into a loud commotion. Many of the waiting patients were shocked by what was happening. Tang Munjin came running at the noise. The screams were so loud that he couldn't ignore them. As soon as he peered out of the warehouse, he saw that the patient's argument had escalated. One of them drew his sword and threatened to kill the other. The same gentleman who overheard the conversation between two passers-by tried to win his place in line in a rather terrible way, but no one knew whether he really came for this very reason. The man whom the master had pinned to the ground tried not to move and trembled with fear. The one holding the sword to the other's throat smiled slyly. It was clear the master was confident of his victory. Tang Munjin was surprised that there was a quarrel between martial artists in his father's office, and those two were indeed martial artists. When Tang Munjin made his way through the crowd closer to the conflict, one of the gentlemen said that if the other was so interested in finding out, he would definitely show him personally, and waved his sword. Tang Munjin hid among the crowd, not daring to intervene in what was happening. Immediately splashes of blood gushed out, screams of people waiting to be received were heard, and panic began. The injured man screamed loudly in pain, and Tang Munjin immediately rushed to his aid. Tang Munjin immediately began administering first aid, and stuffed a large piece of cloth into the huge wound on the victim's chest, stopping the bleeding. Everything happened very quickly, and Tang Munjin did not immediately notice the strangeness of what was happening, but very soon he was shocked. The victim's chest wasn't just a wound. The gentleman had carved hieroglyphs into it. It wasn't just a scratch. Blood in the form of these hieroglyphs was imprinted on the white cloth that Tang Munjin used to cover the wound. The strange thing was that the gentleman cut only the skin with just one blow without damaging the bone or muscle, and at the same time he also left a message. There was no doubt that this gentleman was a martial arts master. Tang Munjin became extremely nervous and couldn't hold back his tears. The gentleman, seeing the boy crying, was indignant. He spat to the side, saying that the doctor was a grown man, yet he cried like a child. The gentleman laughed that a person could faint from such a small cut. I think he barely scratched it, and it was enough to just apply ointment for a couple of days. Tang Munjin was very angry with the gentleman. He behaved disgustingly, especially considering he was in a clinic. Tang Munjin looked closely at this gentleman's face and realized he didn't just seem familiar. Everyone knew this gentleman. He was the doctor killer. This man was also called the eccentric doctor, and his name was Yu Chun. Tang Munjin always loved watching his father at work. He then observed how his father interacted with his patients and how he performed treatments. Tang Munjin had been watching his father work since he was a child and always looked at him with a smile. He understood that perhaps his father was not the best doctor in these parts, but at the same time he was like a strong tree that stood in his place. His father was a doctor who could be unassuming, but he was resilient and very kind to his patients. Tang Munjin realized he had learned a great deal from watching his father. He was grateful to his father for such a good example and for the knowledge he received thanks to him. This man, a killer of doctors, was the complete opposite of what Tang Munjin's father had taught him. The eccentric doctor was a high-level martial artist who wandered the lands. He was one of the 3 greatest physicians under heaven, an eccentric man who decided the fates of others with his sword and medical skills. It was said that his fickle murders did not distinguish between good and evil. For this reason, many disrespected and feared him. Moreover, this man was a serial killer who had murdered dozens of innocent doctors throughout Jianghu. His appearance at Tang's clinic left Munjin terribly worried about his father's life as well as the lives of the patients there. It was hard to deny that Tang Munjin's father was in danger. The appearance of a doctor-killer never boded well even for ordinary people. Tang Munjin felt very confused, but he knew for sure that he had to stop this man with all his might. Tang Munjin was no warrior at all and lacked even the most basic combat skills. Therefore, the young man couldn't act very quickly and simply froze in stupor upon realizing who stood before him. Meanwhile, the doctor-killer strode confidently deeper into the clinic. Tang Munjin immediately realized he was heading for his father's training room. Tang Munjin jumped up and called out loudly to his father, warning him of the impending danger. He wanted to rush after the killer of doctors, but he felt someone's hand tightly squeeze his shoulder, not allowing him to take a step. His name was called. The man's voice was stern, but there was also a hint of deep regret in it. Jin Song, the instructor of the Qingqing sect, looked Tang Munjin straight in the eyes and noted that what was about to happen was completely inevitable. Tang Munjin tore himself from his grasp and screamed. He asked the head instructor what he meant by this, hoping the branch manager would be able to stop the doctor-killer, but Jin Song gave him no answer. The head instructor, looking down at the floor, noted that even his teacher would refuse to confront the eccentric doctor. Tang Munjin couldn't understand why everyone was refusing to help, considering the man was a criminal. The head instructor explained that his teacher owed his life to an eccentric doctor, which came as a shock to Tang Munjin. He had never heard of this before and couldn't even imagine how an eccentric doctor could save the life of the branch head of the Qingqing sect. Tang Munjin, motionless, fell to his knees in utter despair. His entire world collapsed in that moment. He could not hold back his tears and burst into loud sobs, regretting that he could not help his father and save his life. The head instructor took the young man by the shoulder and said that if Munjin was suddenly worried about his bad reputation, then he shouldn't worry about it. He explained this by the fact that he saw that the eccentric doctor could be quite strange, but at the same time he was not an evil person. Soon the doors of Father Munjin's training hall swung open and an eccentric doctor came out. Tang Munjin waited. He had already mourned his father and understood what he was about to witness. The eccentric doctor walked past with a slight grin and looked into Tang Munjin's eyes without saying a word. Tang Munjin glanced at the eccentric doctor and focused on the hilt of his sword. Tang Munjin was very surprised that this criminal's clothes were completely clean, and even his sword was not stained with blood. Tang Munjin breathed a sigh of relief, hoping that his father was okay. At that very moment, the huge and very heavy hand of the eccentric doctor fell on his shoulder. He leaned towards the young man and noted that after talking with Dr. Tang, he heard that there was a very skilled blacksmith nearby. The man hugged Tang Munjin, who had turned white and was trembling with fear, and asked if he knew where the blacksmith was. The young man, with great difficulty, replied that he did. The eccentric doctor pushed Tang Munjin forward, not letting go of him. "I suggest we take him to the blacksmith." Tang Munjin knew he couldn't refuse, so he didn't head toward the forge. But after they'd taken just a few steps, our gaze fell on the hilt of the criminal's sword. Tang Munjin continued to shake, his entire body covered in cold sweat. The eccentric doctor was outraged that the young man simply froze in place and slightly pulled him back. The man smiled broadly and asked if the young man was going to move, noting that he was actually quite busy and didn't have time. Tang Munjin apologized with stuttering fear and sped up his pace as much as possible. Soon the two of them reached the forge where not long ago Tang Munjin had first created magnificent needles for his father. The blacksmith immediately told the eccentric doctor about Tang Munjin's work and pointed out his products, which greatly surprised the man. The eccentric doctor couldn't believe it, but the blacksmith assured him that it was indeed the work of this boy, and Tang Munjin smiled modestly. The eccentric doctor laughed out loud, noting that he had heard that all the strangest things in the world happened in the city of Sichuan. He couldn't stop laughing, saying that who would have thought a doctor's son could forge. While he was laughing, the blacksmith asked the young man who the old man was, and he explained that a martial arts master stood before them. However, the eccentric doctor stopped laughing and noted that it made no difference who did it, and after asking for Tang Munjin's name, he asked him to make about 30 acupuncture needles. He immediately pulled a piece of gold from his pocket, presenting it as payment in advance for the work. Both the blacksmith and Tang Munjin himself widened their eyes upon seeing the real gold. Such payment was rare. Tang Munjin accepted the payment and bowed low, thanking the eccentric doctor and offering him something to eat, while he waited, also promising to have everything ready before sunset. The eccentric doctor heard this and was very surprised that the young man promised to complete the work before sunset that same day. He assumed that the work could take several months, since even the most famous blacksmiths spent that much time on it. Tang Munjin, without even looking at the piece of gold he received as payment for his work, emphasized that he could manage until the evening. The eccentric doctor stared at the young man in bewilderment, noting that it wasn't a low-quality product and that he hadn't prepared these needles in advance, so it was odd that the young man had promised to finish the job that day. He thought the boy was lying out of greed. Tang Munjin replied that he would start right away, explained that the quality was superior to his father's, and asked him not to worry, assuring him that he could indeed do it. The blacksmith smiled and confirmed the boy's words. The eccentric doctor looked closely at the young man, trying to decide for himself whether he was worth believing. With one sharp movement, the eccentric doctor threw back his cloak. The blacksmith and the young doctor froze in fear. The eccentric doctor pointed to the hilt of his huge sword, subtly hinting that he should not be deceived. Tang Munjin stared at the sword in horror, realizing that he had completely forgotten how dangerous this man was. The eccentric doctor sat silently on a chair in the corner of the forge. He decided to stay put and oversee the needle-making process. He grinned broadly at the young man. He was very curious to see if the boy was truly so good and could really handle such a job. Tang Munjin, so as not to further anger such a dangerous man, immediately set to work. The work was so intense that the fire from the furnace burst out through the chimney. Sparks flew in all directions and smoke billowed. The oven was heated to the limit. Logs and coal were constantly added to maintain the extremely high temperature. The eccentric doctor watched as the boy worked diligently, while the blacksmith served more as his assistant. The martial artist knew that making acupuncture needles was a grueling process, requiring the creation of large quantities of material, selecting only the best and then sharpening them to the point of perfection. The needles belonging to the Tang doctor weren't the kind of needles that could simply be explained away as a lucky batch. The master saw this with his own eyes. Well, during the process of the young man's work, the master decided that in any case he had something strong enough for a doctor. The young man's appearance and health made the master believe at least a little that he was not being deceived. Tang Munjin continued to work diligently all day long without taking a moment to rest. The forge was incredibly hot. The hammer's blows sent scorching sparks flying. The eccentric doctor was very tense, but not because he still believed he was being deceived. He was deeply impressed by such perfect work. He kept his eyes on Tang Munjin, afraid of missing even the smallest detail of his well-coordinated work. Tang Munjin, all red and wet from working near the fire for a long time, worked with metal very skillfully. In his hands, metal took perfect shape. Even the best blacksmiths, of whom many spoke, did not possess such skill. Tang Munjin's movements were precise and precise. His face had a look of intense concentration. The young man saw nothing around him except the metal. The eccentric doctor stood in awe of the results of such mastery. He had traveled all over the world, but this was the first time he had encountered such a talented blacksmith. Soon, closer to the evening, as promised, Tang Munjin finished work and thanked the eccentric doctor for being able to wait. Tang Munjin provided him with the games he'd requested. His face showed signs of weariness, but it was also clear he was pleased with his work. When the eccentric doctor asked the young man to be his apprentice, he was very surprised. He never expected to hear such a request from this man. Tang Munjin asked directly why the eccentric doctor wanted to make him his apprentice, to which he replied that the young man should not rot in this small town as a doctor for the rest of his life. The eccentric doctor smiled slyly and asked the young man if he didn't like the idea. Tang Munjin was taken aback. He replied that it wasn't that he wasn't interested in the offer, but that he had responsibilities at the clinic and was just getting used to working in the forge. After thinking a little more, the young man replied that he was not at all sure that the eccentric doctor could teach him anything. The eccentric doctor, hearing this, laughed, surprised at how the young man reasoned, and did not believe that he could learn anything useful. The eccentric doctor gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. The sound of metal scraping against the sheath could be heard. Sparks literally flew from the finger at the eccentric doctor. He looked at the young man very seriously and said that he could teach him 2 things. Tan Munjin felt uneasy and even a little afraid. He took a step back and asked what those things were. A hissing sound was heard in the room. A drop of water hit the stove and immediately evaporated. Much changed in that split second. Suddenly, Blacksmith Sock screamed. He didn't even notice how 3 acupuncture needles had appeared in his shoulder. These needles were placed in such a way that the blacksmith immediately began to fall asleep and collapse. Tan Munjin himself didn't have time to notice when the eccentric doctor managed to insert the needles, when suddenly a crash was heard behind him, which was also the work of the doctor. The eccentric doctor stood and smiled broadly, asking the young man if he was still not interested in becoming his student. Tang Munjin couldn't believe that a top-level martial artist and one of the 3 great doctors could be his teacher. It was an opportunity to learn both martial arts and medicine at the same time, and also perhaps because of his notoriety, if he suddenly became his disciple, even the Qing Chung sect would not be able to oppress his family clinic. However, Tan Munjin was still confused by many things about this proposal. He looked at the doctor again and asked why he was making this offer to him, to which the eccentric doctor hugged him and replied that it would be convenient for him to travel with a fast and skilled blacksmith. In exchange, the eccentric doctor offered to teach the young man martial arts and medicine, but to Tang Munjin this seemed more like a contractual relationship than training. And the eccentric doctor didn't care what the boy called it. The eccentric doctor asked what Tang Munjin would do for a patient with weak qi, whether his extremities were cold and he was starting to shiver. He wanted to know if the young man could cure this man. Tan Munjin replied that the fluid imbalance needed to be treated first, and he would prescribe him a medicine made from poria and licorice root. And hearing this, the eccentric doctor noted that the boy had passed the test. He explained that if a young man was smart enough to learn Shanghanluan and Neijing, he could also study martial arts, although Munjin did not understand how these 2 things were interconnected. The eccentric doctor laughed slightly at Munjin's belief that only strength was important in martial arts and explained that he would have definitely understood this if he had ever tried to teach an idiot. The eccentric doctor said that you could serve such people the teaching on a golden platter, but they still wouldn't understand what it was, and such people spent their whole lives just swinging a sword and getting stuck at the 3rd or 2nd level, and such fools also couldn't understand the superiority of these acupuncture needles. Tang Munjin looked at the doctor and the needle he was holding in his hands and thought about everything she had heard. He asked the doctor if he could become a 1st-level martial arts master, which left the eccentric doctor a little perplexed. He replied that a student who surpassed a teacher owed more to the teacher's skill than to his own talent, and he hoped that the young man understood what they were telling him, but he had already left the forge. Tang Munjin was deeply puzzled by the eccentric doctor's words and suggestions. He had many doubts, but this proposal gave him enormous hope. Many dreamed of becoming 1st-level masters, but for Munjin, the realization that he could ultimately reach the highest levels gave him enormous hope. Only after realizing this did he feel an incredible strength within his body. His confidence soared. He wanted to dance and jump with joy, realizing he could achieve so much. He danced with joy as he approached his home, already imagining how much his life could change for the better. He was overflowing with joy. He was so carried away by his dancing that he didn't look where he was going and tripped. Well, even the rough fall did not knock down his wonderful emotions, and he continued to laugh loudly and almost squeal with joy. Suddenly, he heard someone's unobtrusive cough and saw that his father was standing in front of him. He immediately rose to his feet and bowed, apologizing for being late. Tang Munjin smiled and lingered in his bow, showing his respect and extending his apologies for being late. When his father hugged him by the shoulders with trembling hands, Tang Munjin was very scared. Looking at his father, he saw that his face was completely gone. The old man could barely stand and was shaking violently. Tan Munjin grabbed him by the arms and asked what had happened. The father, with tears in his eyes and horror on his face, looked at his son and explained that he was mortally frightened when he heard that the eccentric doctor had taken him away. He said that when he entered his training room, he thought that he was just a curious guy, but then, having learned what was happening, he could not find a place for himself, worrying whether everything was okay with his son. Munjin, seeing his father into the house, assured him that the eccentric doctor was not as dangerous as the dry ones said, and his father noted that Jin's son had also assured him of this. Father inquired why Munjin had been absent for so long when he was only supposed to escort the doctor to the forge. Munjin, without hiding anything, explained that the eccentric doctor wanted to make him his apprentice and had until the following night. Munjin smiled, noting that it seemed the doctor was truly eccentric, because who would have thought that he would suggest such a thing out of the blue. The trembling returned and his voice disappeared completely. Tang Munjin began to worry again. He held his father's hand and felt completely perplexed as to why his father was still silent, and plucking up his courage asked about it. Well, completely unexpectedly for him, his father jumped up and ran into the house as if he were young and full of energy. The same father returned. Tang Munjin didn't even know how to react. He was terrified for his father's safety, and his behavior was incomprehensible to him. The father brought many silver plates and balls and handed them all to his son. Tang Munjin was completely taken aback upon receiving this and asked why father had given him all the silver. But the old man, without explaining anything, emphasized that it was time for Munjin to go. The young man asked him again, not understanding what he was getting at. He was about to say he hadn't decided anything yet, but the old man interrupted him, noting that they'd been short-handed lately. Tang Munjin laughed and, after catching his breath, reminded him that this man's nickname was Eccentric Doctor, and that he was most likely just joking. But the old man gestured for the boy to be quiet and said that everything would be fine with the clinic and he shouldn't worry about it. The father leaned towards Munjin and, looking into his eyes, emphasized that the only moment had come when his son could leave. These words were imprinted directly on Tang Munjin's mind. All the recent events had been completely unexpected, and his father's words were hard to wrap his head around. He thought his father had always been a sturdy tree guarding their city. His words made Tang Munjin realize something very important. The boy was not at all ready for such changes in his life, but he understood that he had to accept it and take a step forward. He understood that his father too was once just an ordinary boy with his own dreams which perhaps could not come true. It was the second day since Tang Munjin began studying martial arts. He had succeeded in circulating qi throughout his body for the first time. A new sensation appeared in his body, one he had never experienced before. And so it went day after day. It was barely noticeable to him yet, but the qi was definitely relaxing inside his body just a little bit. He had difficulty determining his condition, but he felt stronger and was confident that he was taking a step forward. Tang Munjin sat in the forest near a large tree and meditated for a long time. He finished by reflecting on his father's words. He was truly grateful for his father's release. Suddenly, from somewhere above, a small acorn flew into Tang Munjin, and immediately a voice was heard asking if the young man already missed his home. Tang Munjin turned around with a surprised expression on his face and assured that at the moment he was not bored and felt calm. The eccentric doctor sat on an oak branch and looked down at the young man with an approving smile. When the eccentric doctor jumped to the ground, Tang Munjin shared with him that his qi had most likely already increased since yesterday, to which the doctor replied that in that case martial arts would be the most interesting. Tang Munjin said that she now probably agreed that he had some talent, to which the intense doctor emphasized that the young man was not so bad, although the speed with which he gained qi was approximately average. Tang Munjin laughed, noting that he had learned to circulate his son's energy. What usually took about 10 days turned into only 2, and this did not seem like anything average to him. He was sure that his dream of Oyezi had given him martial talent, although the eccentric doctor had said nothing about it. Instead of any conversation, the eccentric doctor threw a sword to Tang Munjin. Tang Munjin managed to catch it, but was completely perplexed as to why the eccentric doctor, now his teacher, had given him this blade. The eccentric doctor himself took into his hands a long straight stick which served as his weapon. The eccentric doctor held out his weapon and offered to see how the young man would handle the sword, since he was so confident in his abilities. The eccentric doctor promised to give Tang Munjin a few lessons and promised that if he even scratched his hem, he would ride on his teacher's back until they left Sichuan province. Tang Munjin drew his sword from its sheath and looked at his frightened reflection in the polished blade. Tang Munjin was very surprised that the teacher gave him a real blade and asked how sharp it was and whether he would die from it if he was wounded. Tang Munjin wondered if he could even slightly offend his teacher and dreamed that perhaps with the skills he had been honing for the past 10 days he could do it. The thought even crept into his mind to attack the eccentric doctor from behind when he least expected it. With this idea in mind, Tang Munjin immediately rushed towards the eccentric doctor with a wide smile, convinced that he would succeed the first time. But the young man was too self-confident, not appreciating the great skill of his teacher. The eccentric doctor was very surprised that the young man decided to strike the first blow, but for him it seemed like just nonsense. On the contrary, his student's behavior amused the eccentric doctor. He was surprised that the young man thought he'd acquired some skills and talent in just 10 days. Tang Munjin was confident until the very end that he would at least be able to catch his teacher, and that he would immediately receive his reward. The eccentric doctor, without even straining himself, took a half step forward and extended his wooden weapon, defending himself from the boy's blow. Even though the sword was truly sharp, Tang Munjin was unable to cut through the club or leave even a scratch on his teacher's clothes. Tang Munjin was shocked that his sword did not leave a scratch even on some ordinary stick picked up from the ground in the forest. The eccentric doctor then asked the young man to clench his jaw tighter. These words gave Tang Munjin a serious fright. The young man felt strong resistance. The eccentric doctor began to fend off the young man's attack. Tang Munjin quickly realized that he could not resist the power of the eccentric doctor. He felt that the energy of the eccentric doctor was like a kind of flow that never stopped. This flow of energy was so sudden and strong that the young man had no chance to resist it. The eccentric doctor, seemingly without any particular effort, threw the boy back with one light jerk. Tang Munjin flew to the side with a scream, realizing how much he had made a mistake by attacking his teacher without preparation. Tang Munjin fell to the ground with a crash. Even the forest birds rose from the trees and scattered, screaming. Tang Munjin immediately vomited. The young man was covered in sweat. He felt very ill. An eccentric doctor approached him and asked what it felt like to receive a chi blast for the first time. Tang Munjin couldn't immediately find the words or the strength to respond. The boy shouted that it was unfair, thinking that the one with the most chi should have won. The eccentric doctor just laughed loudly. The teacher explained that he himself didn't have much chi, and therefore tried to avoid pure chi-based combat, as martial arts weren't all that simple. The teacher couldn't understand why the young man was so upset, considering he was already a doctor. The eccentric doctor asked if Tang Munjin had ever held a grudge. The young man ignored the question, reminding him that his teacher had promised to make him a master of the highest level of martial arts. But if strength was determined by the amount of chi, he thought he'd never achieve that. For such words, Tang Munjin immediately received a blow to the head with a stick. It was clear he had said something wrong. The eccentric doctor smiled lightly and explained to the young man that even if his chi was weak and his movements were not bright, there were many ways to become a martial arts master, and reminded him that as soon as the young man received his chi, someone tried to put his chi into a sword and then gave up. The eccentric doctor pointed to his weapon and noted that the young man had still chosen the good path, offered him to attack, and again promised that he would no longer use his chi. Tang Munjin felt so bad that he was already doubting whether he should repeat the same mistake again. But he had nowhere to go, and he grabbed his sword tighter and took the first position. He focused on his teacher and thought about what he should have done to avoid being rebuffed so quickly. Tang Munjin carefully took the first step towards his teacher. With the same sudden movement as before, Tang Munjin rushed forward towards the eccentric doctor. The young man shouted that he would attack him again and swung his sword over his head, attacking his teacher at his request. The eccentric doctor blocked his student's blow again. But this time the boy managed to damage his wooden weapon. Tang Munjin, seeing the scratch on the eccentric doctor's weapon, was immediately overjoyed that everything had worked out for him. But his joy was short-lived. The eccentric doctor realized he should have taught the boy, not encouraged his small successes. Tang Munjin didn't even have time to notice what happened, but she felt pain in several parts of her body, and the teacher was no longer in front of him. The blows were very light and fast, so accurate that the young man could not stay on his feet and immediately fell to the ground. An eccentric doctor approached your student and noted that even without chi he would have died 3 times over. The eccentric doctor sat down next to the young man and noted that his speed of collecting chi was not very high. He gently hit him on the head again and added that he did not have a special gift for releasing more chi than usual. But that wasn't all the eccentric doctor had to say. The exception he mentioned greatly intrigued the boy. The teacher noted that he certainly had his strengths and his sense of chi was quite accurate, and he could use it very quickly, although his skills and handling of the sword were barely up to the 3rd rank, but it filled his chi very quickly. The doctor believed that Tang Munjin was worthy of a second-class master, and that he only needed to search for a long time for his own path that could become an independent road to the top. The eccentric doctor smiled broadly and emphasized that all the successes that Tang Munjin had achieved were excellent for only 10 days of work. Tang Munjin struggled to his feet, barely containing the trembling that ran through his body. He dried his teacher and bowed his head, lost in thought. After pondering for a moment, Tang Munjin suddenly stood up and joyfully exclaimed that he was a genius and already a second-class martial artist. The eccentric doctor in town hit him again with his stick and thought he shouldn't have praised the boy at all. Suddenly behind them both a crunching sound was heard in the forest, which immediately attracted their attention. Tang Munjin assumed that it could be an animal, but the eccentric doctor, looking closely, saw that the silhouette of a man was hiding among the trees and told the young man about it. Tang Munjin and the eccentric doctor stood up very quietly and carefully to get closer to this man. As they approached closer, hiding in the bushes, they were able to see a young man who at first glance did not pose any particular danger. Well, the eccentric doctor saw that there was a rope with 3 knots on his belt. The eccentric doctor was displeased and outraged by what this young man was doing on this mountain. Tang Munjin suggested that he might be the head of the department and therefore a top-level master. This guy from the village of Jewel. They called him the Red Beggar, but his real name was Hong Juzhen. He said there had been a series of deaths in his village, so he was trying to get to the neighboring village for a doctor. The eccentric doctor, having agreed to help the young man, was surprised that he apparently had a poor sense of direction, since it had taken him a day and a half to walk a journey that took 4 hours at most. Hong Juzhen explained that he had never left the village before. Tang Munjin noted that the young man was lucky not to get infected, which he agreed with, and noted that his teacher also did not get sick, and said that about a month ago all the villagers began to get sick and they thought it was a common spring cough. But time passed and more people fell ill. According to the young man, half the village was sick and 20 people had already passed away. He also admitted that he thought about leaving with the residents to escape the disease, but he simply could not abandon the village and the people with whom he had lived his entire life. Hong Juzhen decided to help the sick together with his teacher and stayed in the village of Jewel. He said that initially their village doctor helped care for the sick, but when he ran out of medicine he asked them to take care of the people while he brought more herbs from the mountain, promising to return in a few days. With great regret, Hong Juzhen said that since then there had been no news from his teacher, and according to his assumptions these herbs were therefore difficult to obtain. He thanked the eccentric doctor and Tang Munjin for their help and for showing him the way back. They emerged from behind the cliff and were met by a view of a village nestled in the lowlands. The 3 of them went down and Hong Juzhen led them to a hut from which the guardian of the village of Jewel, the beggar of the hemp harvest named Janbei Hongyun, came out and invited everyone to enter. All the villagers were grim-faced, overcome with grief at the immense loss that had befallen them all. The eccentric Dr. Tang Munjin and Hong Juzhen followed the old man into the hut, trying to guess what they might teach there. The old man led the doctors to the boy's bed. The boy had a high fever, was drenched in sweat, and his entire body was covered in blisters. Tang Munjin approached the young man and, taking his hand, felt his pulse. The eccentric doctor watched his actions. After feeling the young man's pulse and placing his hand back on the bed, Tang Munjin immediately noticed that his own hand was completely wet. Tang Munjin could see how much the boy was sweating and noted that his pulse was weak but rapid. He looked at the boy more closely and also noticed that his ears were hot and his hands were cold and warm chi was rising to his head. He asked if the boy had recently felt sick, and one of the residents confirmed this, noting that the young man had also complained of a headache and dizziness. The eccentric doctor, looking at the boy and hearing what the residents who were caring for him were saying, became thoughtful but did not interfere with Munjin's work. The villager noted all the symptoms the boy had, namely a damp fever, a rapid pulse, irregular circulation, difficulty breathing, and vomiting, and concluded that it looked like the plague. While he was also interested in the opinion of the doctor who came to them, to which Tang Munjin said that it was similar to summer fever but still different because there was no characteristic smell. Tang Munjin immediately emphasized that if the boy were left like this, the heat in his head would lead to dementia or blindness, and therefore it was worth using acupuncture on the foot, forehead, eyebrows, and crown of the head, and for medicine he would need Ophiopagon, Trichosanthe, Paticodon, and Fertilaria. The eccentric doctor didn't utter a single word the entire time. He listened intently to his student's words and continued to monitor his actions. He looked at Munjin. Irish said that apparently he really had read the Neijing treatises, and praising him for this asked him to begin acupuncture. Tang Munjin wasted no time and immediately took out his bamboo bag and began looking for the necessary needles. Having prepared everything for work, he took out the first needle which sparkled in the light. Tan Munjin was very worried because it was his first time doing acupuncture, and he doubted whether he would be able to help the boy, but he confidently found the chi point on the foot and decided to insert the first needle. An eccentric doctor approached him. He saw how nervous his student was and helped him find the right place to insert the acupuncture needle. He also touched Tang Munjin's hand, saying that the young man probably thought that learning to use qi was only necessary for martial arts, and explained that for a doctor a keen sense of qi was a great fortune. As soon as the eccentric doctor touched his hand, Tang Munjin immediately felt much more confident. He felt his teacher's qi guiding him. He saw it as clearly as stones in a clear stream. He saw the negative energy in the sick boy's body and now knew exactly what he needed to do. The sick boy had deadly qi in his head, and if he had not received help in time, his life would have ended. The eccentric doctor asked his student if he too had felt the deadly qi, and Tang Munjin confirmed it. The eccentric doctor explained that the young man should have undergone acupuncture and observed his reaction and then acted accordingly. Tang Munjin carefully placed the needle at the correct spot on the patient's foot. The sick boy groaned in pain but then seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Tang Munjin was extremely focused and began inserting the next needle into the patient's chest area. Tang Munjin paid special attention to the patient's head, where the deadly qi was concentrated, and inserted several needles. Tang Munjin finished his work fairly quickly. It was very tiring for him, but he did a good job. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Tang Munjin concentrated on his patient's condition and observed his condition for a while. The boy was breathing very heavily and hadn't regained consciousness. His body continued to tremble due to the fever. Tang Munjin understood that this technique needed a little more time to produce any results and continued to monitor the patient's condition. A little while later, the patient exhaled very heavily, and Tang Munjin saw the deadly qi leaving his body. This was a real surprise for Tang Munjin, but also a joy because he was so afraid that nothing would work out. The boy immediately felt much better. The trembling in his body disappeared and his breathing became more even. It was clear that the patient began to feel much better, and acupuncture definitely helped him. Tang Munjin breathed a sigh of relief, glad that he had managed to help the patient without causing further harm to his health. He was about to praise the gods, but suddenly the hand of the eccentric doctor fell on his shoulder. He looked a little worriedly at his teacher, waiting for what he would tell him. The eccentric doctor smiled at him, noting that the young man had learned a lot of new things today. But there the eccentric doctor emphasized that Tang Munjin had the most satisfied face, and he really became a real doctor. At the very time when everyone was at the sick boy's bedside, an unknown man was wandering around the village. When the disease spread, Dr. Yem used his savings to treat people. He said that only herbs from a distant land would work, so he gave all his money to herbalists. Tang Munjin concluded that this man must be very good to do so. The men agreed with him and said that upon hearing this, everyone else in the village collected money and gave it to him, telling him to buy more herbs from the merchant, but herbal merchants rarely came to such a small mountain village. The man explained that the doctor had gone into the mountains to find enough herbs to last until the merchant arrived. He also remarked that he personally liked Juzan, who spent all day lounging around. If he hadn't brought the doctors to town, things would have ended very badly. The man noted that his son's recovery had truly eased his heart, and after these words, he suggested that Tang Munjin and the eccentric doctor stay in the village, noting that the hut might be too empty, but he hoped that it would not be too uncomfortable. The man took Tang Munjin and the eccentric doctor to a small hut and then immediately hurried back to his son. Munjin and his teacher decided to stay. They entered the hut and began to look around. As soon as the eccentric doctor got inside, his attention was drawn to a cabinet that was stained with something. He looked around the room more closely and noticed that the dining table was also smeared with something. There was a baby doll lying on the floor right in front of the eccentric doctor. All this seemed very strange to the eccentric doctor and certainly did not evoke positive emotions. Since there was nowhere to go, the eccentric doctor decided to accept this situation, but something continued to bother him. While Tang Munjin was putting away his things, the eccentric doctor picked up a baby doll from the floor and placed it on the table. Just then Tang Munjin turned to him and asked if the man they'd recently discussed was a good doctor. The eccentric doctor looked a little surprised and asked if he was referring to Dr. Yem. The eccentric doctor noted that everything pointed to the man being truly good and remarked that they would meet him soon. Munjin responded by saying he didn't know why such a disease was spreading in a village full of kind people despite all the gifts the villagers had brought them. The eccentric doctor suggested that the young man eat a little and return the gifts before they left, as there was no need to burden these people with their stomachs, to which Tang Munjin agreed. Having started dinner, Munjin asked the eccentric doctor if he knew what kind of illness it was, and he replied that he knew of similar illnesses, but there was something wrong with this one and perhaps he had never encountered it. Munjin was shocked that there were diseases that even the three greatest doctors did not know about, to which the teacher replied that there were far more things that he did not know than those that he knew, and every time he learned one thing, 5 more things appeared that he had no idea about. Tang Munjin honestly admitted that he always thought that his teacher knew all the diseases that existed in the world, which he did not agree with, noting that if he knew all the diseases he would not have traveled underground. Tang Munjin asked to clarify what the eccentric doctor meant and asked if there was a specific illness he wanted to cure. The eccentric replied that there had been one like that before and now he knew how to cure it, but unfortunately he was too late. Tang Munjin realized that he had stepped on the wrong topic and that the eccentric doctor could easily speak, but he cautiously asked what he meant by saying he was late. While waiting for his teacher's answer, Tang Munjin looked out the window and surveyed the clearing next to the hut. He and the eccentric doctor simultaneously heard someone crying, which could not leave them indifferent. It seemed as if the entire village could hear this cloak. No one could remain calm after hearing this sound. It was not difficult to guess that another person in the village had most likely died or developed severe symptoms of the disease. Tang Munjin thought that they needed to use the medicine to help everyone as quickly as possible, but they didn't know the diagnosis. He tried to understand what kind of disease could have struck the inhabitants of this village, but he didn't even know what to cling to, since even his teacher, one of the three greatest doctors, didn't know what they were dealing with. These thoughts made Tang Munjin feel very uneasy. He felt obligated to help all these people and tried to figure everything out. The eccentric doctor looked at Tang Munjin and after a very long pause said that his wife and daughter had died from illness. He said that one day his wife and daughter had a high fever and red spots appeared all over their bodies, and he immediately took them to the doctor and even brought a doctor from a neighboring village who was famous for his skills. But it turned out that none of the doctors knew how to cure his daughter and wife, and while he was trying to find another, they died, and this happened just 3 days after they fell ill. Tang Munjin couldn't even think about such a thing and promised to pray for them, so that they too would have a peaceful afterlife, but the eccentric doctor replied that there was no need to do that. And it wasn't such a sad story. The eccentric doctor took a sip of tea and smiled, noting that the young man would most likely laugh when he heard what happened next. An eccentric doctor described how he suffered after the loss of his loved ones and how he left his hometown as if on impulse, as if something was pushing him to do so. He abandoned his home and walked away into nowhere without looking back, trying to forget and stop feeling his pain. About 10 days later, he arrived at a small village. It took him that long because he wandered like a beggar, but in reality it would have taken him a day to reach this place from his home village. That village had its own doctor, and teacher Tang Munjin admitted that he still remembers how he looked and was like a rat that could not be trusted. The eccentric doctor himself did not know why, but he told him about the symptoms of his wife and daughter. Surprisingly, this doctor simply asked for 5 copper coins and promised that his wife and daughter would recover if they took the medicine he would give them on time, and there would be no problems. This completely broke the heart of the eccentric doctor because he could no longer help those who had left this world, and he simply fell to the ground in despair in front of the doctor. At that moment, the eccentric doctor had several dozen silver coins in his pockets, and with that kind of money, he could have paid for his daughter's wedding several times over. The teacher sat down next to Munjin and noted that the reason his wife and daughter died was not because he had no money, bad doctors, or not enough herbs, but because other doctors did not know what that doctor knew. The teacher exhaled heavily and asked Munjin if he had ever heard such a ridiculous story. The question needed no answer. This was the reason the eccentric doctor became such a person and went into medicine. He wanted to gather all the world's medical knowledge in one place. He admitted that after 30 years, he no longer remembered what his wife and daughter looked like and laughed, but the laughter was only a cover for his pain. For a while, Tang Munjin and his teacher sat in silence. The conversation about the eccentric doctor's past was very difficult. Tang Munjin turned away to look out the window. Night was already falling outside. Munjin thought about how the teacher's laughter sounded like the shouts outside. The next morning, the tension from the conversation about the eccentric doctor's past had passed. Tang Munjin woke up immediately and decided to go to the village to try to find the source of the illness. The eccentric doctor smiled at him and decided to go with him. The eccentric doctor remarked that if he caught Tang Munjin doing nothing, he would not live, but Munjin assured the teacher that there was no need to worry about that. Tang Munjin's first order of business was to the pig pen. He carefully examined each animal from the side. The animals seemed quite healthy, and it did not seem that the disease in the village was caused by them. Next, Tang Munjin went to look at the drinking water well. He didn't see anything in the well that could have caused such a problem. Tan Munjin explored every corner of the village, examining the food and utensils. He visited the seed and flour warehouses but found nothing. Soon he reached the house of old man Zhong, who was the first to fall ill. Hong Juzhen and the village elder confirmed that this was the house of that same old man. Tang Munjin pondered warm and cold illnesses for a long time. The symptoms might be different, but both were caused by deadly qi that emerged in dark, cool, and foul places. However, there was no deadly qi in the pigsty, the well, or the storeroom, although Munjin studied everything very carefully. He also knew that the plague usually spread outward from its point of origin. Tan Munjin asked if the old man had fallen ill first and the neighbors after him. Hong Juzhen asked the elder if everything had happened in that order. Hong Juzhen replied that the people in the western part of the village were indeed the first to fall ill, and that children were even more susceptible to the disease. Tan Munjin paused. All the clues didn't add up, so he asked if there was a difference between the western and eastern parts of the village. He realized there had to be a reason why it all started there. Hong Juzhen said that he heard that in the east there was more yang, and in the west more yin, but Munjin noted that most likely this was not the case since he and the master came from the west but did not see the plague along the way. Tan Munjin wondered why the children got sick faster and immediately answered his own question, realizing that all the children did was play with each other. Hong Juzhen and the elder discussed this issue and came to the point that the children often played in the stream in the west, but Tang Munjin thought that there was a well in the east and the water there was fine, and he saw it with his own eyes. After thinking for a while, the young doctor asked whether the well in the east was always dry, to which the older man replied that this only happened occasionally during droughts. It followed that the beginning of the drought coincided with the beginning of the drought, and Munjin assumed that everyone could use water from the stream because the well in the east had dried up, which was logical since the western residents and children who were in more contact with the stream were the first to get sick. Tang Munjin immediately went to the stream they'd discussed. He had to examine the water and either confirm or refute his suspicions. Munjin was led there by Hong Juzhen and Janbei Hongyun. As soon as they reached the river, Munjin immediately began studying the water. At first glance, the water was quite clean and transparent and had nothing suspicious about it. Tang Munjin was a little confused. All the clues pointed specifically to the stream. Even though there was nothing suspicious about it, the water was perfectly clear and there was no odor. He wondered if this was the only way to find out the state of the stream. Hong Juzhen and Janbei Hongyun were shocked that Tang Munjin was so bold and determined. Tang Munjin, no matter how risky it was, decided to personally try the water from the stream and scooped up some in his palms. After drinking water from the stream, Tang Munjin lay down on the ground and concentrated on his sensations. Munjin used his qi to detect the deadly qi. The youth remained in meditation for a while. Hong Juzhen asked the village elder if he had ever seen how a doctor uses his qi, and the historian assured him that he had never seen anything like that. Tang Munjin didn't pay attention to the conversations behind his back and was completely focused on his studies. And very soon he felt the deadly qi in his stomach. It had gotten there with the water, and it couldn't have been any other way. He was amazed that these two qi, the one that entered his body and the one that was in the patient's head area, were completely identical. This explained a lot to Munjin. Now he knew the cause of this illness and could prevent it from affecting others. He rose to his feet very abruptly, which frightened Hong Juzhen and the old man even more. He loudly, almost shouted, that he understood everything, and pointing towards the source of the stream, asked the men to follow him. The three of them walked further and further away from the village, going deeper into the forest. Tang Munjin wanted to find the exact spot on the stream where the pollution started. The path wasn't entirely straightforward. At times they had to be especially careful as they walked along the lonely rocks at the top of the waterfall. Tang Munjin did not stop for a second and resolutely moved forward, wanting to solve this problem as quickly as possible. Tang Munjin stopped very abruptly and felt something strange. He turned to his companions and asked if they felt the same, and Hong Juzhen noted that the feeling grew stronger with each step. Tang Munjin continued to walk forward, emphasizing out loud that they were very close. They continued walking deeper into the deciduous forest along a path that ran along the stream. Soon Tang Munjin stopped for a moment to check his senses and make sure he was on the right path. He felt uneasy. The forest smelled foul, almost unbearable. Even the trees there were dying, meaning the boys were getting closer to the source of the trouble. It was hard to go on. The atmosphere around was terrible and the smell unbearable. They climbed a small hill on which there was no longer anything living. Tang Munjin was shocked by what he saw. He had never seen anything like it in his life. As they reached the hill, they saw a cave ahead of them. The smell was strongest here. It was very difficult to breathe, and even covering their noses with their hands couldn't help. It was also a huge surprise that the ground in this place was literally rotting for no apparent reason. My feet sank into the ground as if it had been washed away by heavy rain. It was very difficult to stand, but also dangerous because no one knew whether they could fall into the ground. It was obvious that the whole illness started from this place, and Tang Munjin could not leave without finding out everything to the end. There was definitely something buried underground that was polluting all the surrounding land and spoiling the water from the stream. In the place where herbs were stored, there were always many deaths of both plants and animals. But despite this, the medicine storage room always had a pleasant smell, not a disgusting one. Tang Munjin always really liked this scent, which calmed him and brought his thoughts into order. He could spend a lot of time in this warehouse, and after many years of working in this place, he still got great pleasure from all the aromas. He attached special meaning to this. He believed that death, in which the key to life was hidden, was a scent that helped someone recover. Now Tang Munjin fought illnesses a little differently. His work had changed slightly, but his fight for life remained the same. The place he found smelled only of death. It was a death that brought only torment. After digging a huge hole, Tang Munjin discovered numerous animal corpses. The young man did not understand who could have done this, and most importantly why it was necessary to make an animal cemetery right on the bank of the stream. When Tang Munjin discovered the cause of the spread of the disease, he suggested digging up the bodies of the animals and moving them away from the stream. Hong Juzhen looked at him in surprise and didn't answer right away. Janbei Hongyun nimbly jumped into the pit to help continue the excavation and also refrained from answering. Hong Juzhen drew the old man's attention to what was happening. He wanted some kind of explanation, and the old man noted that someone had deliberately killed and buried these animals. Cadaveric poison caused illness even with the slightest contact. This was known to everyone, so the current situation could not be considered an accident. It did not cause instant death like poisonous plants, which when consumed would inevitably result in death. But whoever could do such a thing knew exactly the properties of cadaveric poison, which caused slow death, and planned everything carefully. His goal coincided with the time the well dried up. Tang Munjin immediately noticed the connection. If the young man had not found this burial, the village could have been completely destroyed. Tang Munjin heard a crackling sound behind him among the trees. He immediately turned toward the sound, a little alarmed, as he certainly hadn't expected to see anyone. A man emerged from the forest and walked confidently straight towards Tang Munjin and his assistants. The man's face was covered with a kerchief, so the foul odor would be easier to bear. He also had a basket over his shoulders and a small bundle in his hands. He held a knife and didn't look particularly friendly. The man took off the scarf from his face and growled curses at the guys who decided to start excavations, noting that he had put so much effort into it. The village chief Janbei Hongyun trembled with anger and called the man Dr. Yem, which was a great surprise to Tang Munjin, who had already heard this name. Tang Munjin noted to himself that this man knew what cadaveric poison did and was well aware of the situation in the village, and he also began collecting money when the disease began. It wasn't hard to guess that this man was the culprit. He was simply a demon in human form, pretending to be a smiling doctor. It was hard to imagine how the doctor could have shown his greed. The consequences of his actions could have engulfed the entire village. Tang Munjin was amazed that the man remained so shameless after being exposed. The young man desperately wanted to take this man's life. He was filled with anger, and he grabbed his stick more tightly and carefully took a few steps towards Dr. Yema, showing that they would not let him go alive. Janbei Hongyun overtook Munjin and pulled ahead, saying that he couldn't figure out whose doing it was. The foreman was also angry that the doctor they had placed their hopes in had created the disease himself and was pretending to cure people of it. But Dr. M didn't feel a shred of shame for his actions. He was simply dissatisfied with being prevented from doing his job. He smiled nastily and noted that he had always been kind, so he just wanted to get his share in the end. Janbei Hongyun couldn't bear to hear these words. He was ready to pounce on the doctor and do to him the same thing that had happened to the animals they'd found. The old man still could not restrain himself and rushed at the doctor, asking him if he knew how many people died in the village at his hands. The old man threw a goat's skull at the doctor in order to disorient the scoundrel and then strike him. The old man was furious at such an act by a man who was trusted by all the villagers without exception. Dr. M jumped to the side, avoiding the goat's head falling on him. From behind him, several more men jumped out of the forest, and the doctor himself asked why he should care. He admitted that the only thing that worried him was that his efforts were destroyed. He shouted that they must pay for this with their bodies, and it did not matter whether it happened today or any other day. Dr. M noted that he was going to throw their corpses into the same pit in which the dead animals lay. He shouted that they should consider themselves undeserving of life. He called them damned beggars who on the whole deserved nothing more than death. The old man saw two big guys in front of him and didn't stop, although he understood perfectly well that his chances of winning this fight could be significantly lower. But the rage in which the village elder was filled him and gave him strength. Feeling this incredible power, the elder rushed towards Dr. Yen's men. The men were taken aback, not expecting the old man to attack them, and huddled close to each other. They managed to notice that the old man had 4 knots tied on his belt. The old man grabbed his stick and attacked them, indignant at how they could commit such atrocities in front of the guards from the beggar sect. Blows immediately rained down on the men, who did not expect such a thing from the rotten old man. Dr. M was surprised that the old man was a guard and also possessed martial arts. The men who were with the doctor looked at him questioningly, expecting an explanation. They thought that they would have to fight only with weaklings, and could not imagine that they would meet a guard of the sect of beggars. Well, and the doctor himself could not answer this question and only spread his hands to the sides in confusion. Tang Munjin, Hong Juzan, and the sect guard did not move their furniture and immediately went after the villains. The old man called out to the men and warned them that he would only count to 10. He also warned that the only one who should die from his club was the culprit, that is the Dr. Yam, and he does not want any more deaths in this village. The old man asked the men to make the right decision, hinting that they should leave as quickly as possible. Tang Munjin was very surprised by the guard's determination. He couldn't even imagine what this man was capable of. It was astonishing that this old man had stunned his opponents with just his shout. Tan Munjin was ready to fight, but Hong Juzan approached him and whispered in his ear that he should leave immediately. Tan Munjin was outraged by what was being proposed. He didn't even think about running away. Hong Juzan insisted that Tang Munjin run away further and offered to throw him across the stream. He asked not to look back and to tell all the villages what was happening, and then apologized for placing such a task on him again. Tan Munjin noted that Hong Juzan was also a guard, and that the two of them along with the old man were high-level martial artists and could easily deal with these people. Hong Juzan was surprised at the mention of the highest level of martial arts mastery, and Tang Munjin was surprised that he was so mistaken. Tang Munjin looked closely at the old man, who was trembling violently, although it was unclear whether it was from fear or weakness. Hong Juzan said that in any case he and his master must fight, but definitely not the doctor. Meanwhile, Dr. M persuaded his people to fight, convincing them that they only needed to deal with 2 beggars and a doctor, so that they wouldn't have to fight the entire village later. Janbei Hongyun continued counting down and simply waited for the fight to begin. Tang Munjin realized that this old man was determined to die in battle, and nothing could dissuade him. Although it was unclear why he was doing this, since he was poor and weak and could have simply stayed in the village. Tan Munjin turned to Hong Juzan and noted that his personal teacher was a true master of martial arts of the highest level, and if they reached the village they would be able to win thanks to him. Hong Juzan did not listen to the young man, and grabbing him by the arms decided to forcibly throw him across the river, so as not to risk his life. He said that he and the old man would not be able to protect him with their skills, and therefore he should run away. He asked Tang Munjin to protect the village together with the eccentric doctor. Hong Juzan said that they had been begging all their lives in this village, but were never ashamed because the generosity of the villagers allowed them to survive. The old man stalled for time and continued his report very slowly. Dr. Yema's men doubted whether they should get involved in this. Hong Juzan told Tan Munjin that his master had said that when the time came they must fight for the villagers. That time had come. The old man's countdown was drawing to a close. Dr. Yema's men were already less hesitant and were ready to engage in this fight. Dr. M warned his men that if they ran away they would not receive any payment for their work, and after these words the two rushed at the old man. The guard unfortunately noted that these people had made their choice. He was ready to put his life on the line to save the village. The doctor's men had the advantage of hatchets and youth, while the wanderer had only anger and a desire to punish the villains. Tan Munjin decided not to give in to persuasion and immediately broke free from Hong Juzun's hands. The fight began, and the first to join it was the guard Janbei Hongyun. Tan Munjin jumped to the side, freeing himself from Hong Juzun's grip, and decided to observe and then help as he saw fit. But as soon as the young doctor wanted to get involved in a fight, he again heard the old man's cry asking him to run away. For Tang Munjin, everything that was happening was illogical because he sincerely wanted to offer his help and knew that he had at least some skills. He didn't understand how these two would cope without him and didn't understand why they wanted to save him so much. He wanted to help because the enemy didn't seem that strong to him, and he thought that the three of them could punish the villains. Tang Munjin thought that if she fought alongside them, perhaps they could win, and it was not worth giving up such an opportunity. Tan Munjin tried to regroup mid-jump, convinced that he should have stayed despite the persuasion. He was suddenly hit in the face one night. He didn't even have time to notice the enemy sneaking up on him. It was one of Dr. M's men, and the blow was very powerful and precise. Munjin only managed to notice the face of one of the criminals and the gleam of his weapon. After this blow, Tang Munjin felt as if his body was being picked up by someone. In an instant, he found himself on the other bank of the river. Hong Juzun didn't want to hear about such help and forcibly threw Munjin away from this fight. Tan Munjin caught the young man's gaze. He was convinced he had done everything right. Realizing that it was no longer worth trying to force his help, Tang Munjin ran to the village. Hong Juzun kept him in his sight for a long time, wanting to make sure that the young man would fulfill his request exactly. Tang Munjin ran as fast as he could along the same path they had taken before the burial. Tan Munjin really hoped that he was not mistaken in running away and calling for help from the residents and the eccentric doctor. He tried to convince them that they were simply fulfilling a request they had asked him to make, and that he had to convey their message to save the village. But before Tan Munjin's eyes, only the most terrible scenarios flashed where no one would survive. No matter how hard Munjin tried to convince himself otherwise, he felt like he was simply running away and his new friends would die if he didn't help them. Tan Munjin didn't know what he could do, as he had only just begun to learn martial arts, but he knew for sure that he had to act differently. He thought he wouldn't have run away if he'd been a top-level master like his teacher. Then he'd have no doubt that something would go wrong. Various thoughts were born in Tang Munjin's head and did not give him the opportunity to complete anything and make a choice. He tried to try on different roles, playing out different developments of events. He thought about how the guards had decided to stay despite not being top-level martial artists, and he kept coming back to the fact that he himself had run away. Tan Munjin stopped for a moment in the middle of the path, trying to catch his breath, and felt his whole body resisting. His legs were shaking and seemed to be trying to turn around and run back to the guards to help. Tang Munjin turned around and realized that he couldn't just run to the village and had to figure this out on his own. The journey back was very difficult. My breathing was labored, and with each step it became even more difficult. Despite everything, Tan Munjin did not stop running for a second. I understand that every bit of time was very precious. Now the young man knew for sure he was doing everything right. He was full of determination, although he wasn't entirely confident of victory. He remembers the time when he helped a child who was being bullied by the children of the Qingqing sect. He was beaten that day, but he felt pride, not pain. He felt like a martial artist standing up against injustice. Tang Munjin was now unable to help but think cowardly, and wondered what would have happened if only this path had been a little longer. He was also very afraid that the fight might be over by the time he got there. But he knew for sure that if he ran away, he would run away his whole life and would never have the opportunity to change anything again. He could no longer afford to leave or be so afraid that it affected his actions. When Tang Munjin returned, the fight was still going on. The young man didn't immediately jump onto the battlefield but hid behind a tree so as not to be seen. He watched Hong Juzun, who was trying his best to stay in line, but it was clear that his strength was running out. Old man Janbei Hongyun also tried not to show that this fight was very difficult for him, but he also did not back down. Tan Munjin noticed that both guards were already seriously wounded and could not figure out how to act correctly and help them. Soon the guards were being pressed from both sides. They backed away until their backs collided. They were trapped in a trap, and they certainly could not have gotten out of this situation on their own. Perhaps they themselves understood this. They had no choice but to simply give up. They had to stand firm to the end. Dr. Yema's man grinned wickedly as he looked at his prize. It was clear he was already getting a taste of his reward. The man caught his breath in a second and rushed at Hong Juzun swinging his sharp sword. Hong Juzun's only weapon was a wooden club which didn't look very strong. Hong Juzun screamed how fed up he was with these people and tried to block the blow with his baton. The young man managed to push his opponent aside and avoid being seriously wounded again. It seemed that the serious danger was over at that very moment, but the attacker turned sharply and struck again. The young man's eyes welled with tears from the intense pain he felt. Everything had happened too unexpectedly for him. He was unable to block another blow, and he also failed to stay on his feet. Hong Juzun still continued to defend himself somehow and did not even give hope to his opponent that he could retreat and surrender. The man continued to strike blow after blow, cursing that the boy was too strong for a beggar. The man continued to swing his sword, wanting to see if the boy could parry as well as he boasted about. Hong Juzun tried to avoid all the sword strikes, but he still couldn't avoid one. A very deep cut remained on the young man's leg. The man then launched another blow which Hong Juzun barely managed to block with his baton. This only angered the man, and he dealt further blows with even greater fury. The old man, when he saw that his student had fallen to the ground and was in a very serious trap, became frightened and called out to the boy, forgetting his own safety. The old man shouted at Hong Juzun and asked him to pull himself together and get up, as this was not the time for mistakes. It was this opportunity that the old man's opponent took advantage of and struck him straight on the head. The brute laughed that the old man was worrying about the wrong people and added another blow. The old man jumped to his feet very quickly and was able to dodge the subsequent punch, which greatly surprised the thug. The brute was surprised that the old man was going to fight dirty until the very end, although all this could have ended long ago. The old man, breathing heavily, replied that in his case it was better to be dirty than dead, and that this was much better than the evil that the thug himself was. The man snorted and, pointing at the boy, noted that the old man and his student would die soon anyway, and therefore it was better to come to terms with this as quickly as possible. The man put moral pressure on the guard out loud, suggesting that he probably wanted to see his student chopped up and turned into fertilizer. Janbei Hongyun didn't pay attention to all this talk, although the man more than once noted that it disgusted him to see how such an old man clung to life. Well, this old man had no other choice. He had to protect his people at any cost. And so to the very end he tried to find any way to win this fight. The old man saw how bravely his student fought, and this gave him even more strength and motivation to continue the fight. He just laughed at the thug's words about surrendering, but I can see with my own eyes that he is not the only one accompanying the target. The old man's gaze fell on his club, and he shouted at the thug that it was all nonsense. He shouted this loudly to distract attention a little. The old man quickly rushed towards his club, simultaneously dodging the blow of his enemy's axe. This somersault greatly angered the brute. He was indignant that the old man was still kicking and trying to escape his fate. The thug struck with an axe with even greater force, but the old man dodged it as well. I understand that his blows missed their target every time. The thug simply ran after the old man, wishing him death and cursing. At that moment, the old man realized that he actually had very little chance of escaping and understood that this might be the last minute of his life. He looked at his student, who, although with difficulty, was resisting his enemies. Hong Juzun at the same time glanced at his teacher from time to time, so that if anything happened he could at least try to help him somehow. Janbei Hongyun dug his hands into the ground, pushing off from it and trying to dodge the incessant blows. He tried to get as close to his student as possible. Together they definitely had a better chance than alone. He was very scared to realize that his life, and especially the life of his young student, could be cut short at any moment because of such terrible people. He has before his eyes the memory of how he and his student sat on one of the hills and looked at the village talking. Janbei Hongyun couldn't let this all end in an instant. He had to fight. At that moment he grabbed a handful of poisonous earth and threw it at one of the villains. This perplexed the thug, who managed to dodge this pile of earth. It was this second of confusion that the thug fell into that gave the old man the opportunity to pounce on him. The brute resisted and still hoped that he would be able to finish off the old man right there, and then and only then did he help him in this. Hong Juzun saw out of the corner of his eye how blood splashed onto the poisonous ground, and immediately a piercing scream rang out. Hong Juzun looked back in horror, although he was very afraid to see what had happened. The first thing he noticed was the enormous amount of blood. The screams drowned out everything around him. Hong Juzun saw his teacher's hands clasped tightly together. He saw his teacher's body tremble. Hong Juzin saw how the brute applied a little effort to take out his axe, and the blood from behind his teacher's back gushed with greater force, and the scream became more piercing. Hong Juzin froze in place, horror in his eyes. He was paralyzed by the sight. Right before Hong Juzin's eyes, the brute stabbed his teacher in the back again, and he merely cursed as if it meant nothing. The old man looked Hong Juzin straight in the eye and addressed him by name. The guard gritted his teeth in pain but continued to hold on. Blood was pouring from his mouth. The damage was too severe. He managed to articulate that it was time to pay the people back for the food. Hong Juzin immediately jumped up and swung his club in a jump, heading towards the thug. This act could no longer change anything, but it was important for the young man to take revenge on the one who committed such a crime. Janbei Hongyun held on with all his might, but life was quickly leaving his body. The man with whom Hong Juzin was fighting ran after the young man to protect his comrade. He ran with all his might, thrusting his sword forward, trying to get ahead of Hong Juzin's strike. But he never managed to do it. A large rock came flying straight at his head from the side. Tan Munjin, standing on the other bank, emerged from his hiding place and did what he could. He was ready to throw another stone if necessary. The man fell to the ground, cursing the damn doctor who had stopped him. Hong Juzin, who was no longer hindered by anything, struck the head of the thug who was holding his teacher with his club. By this time, Tan Munjin had managed to jump across the river and ran up to everyone else, but he felt confused. Moments later, the brute and Janbei Hongyun fell to the ground. The blow landed hard enough to stun the enemy. Hong Juzin, having delivered the blow, landed on the ground and froze, staring at the body of his teacher. Tan Munjin didn't know what to do in this situation. He understood how Hong Juzin felt and also felt guilty for not being able to help. Someone from the side called out to Tan Munjin, and he turned around, slightly frightened, towards the voice. The second criminal ran at him with a sword and shouted that the boys should have just run away, but since he stayed, he apparently wanted to die. He threatened to chop the doctor into small pieces, but Tang Munjin immediately reacted and swung the hand in which he was holding a large stone. But he never managed to throw it. Tang Munjin suddenly froze, his eyes fixed on the ground. An eccentric doctor appeared right in front of him, sword in hand. Felt like he'd been there the whole time. The eccentric doctor turned to Tang Munjin and admitted that the young man had come a long way to find the source of the disease. Tang Munjin was about to say something, but at that very moment the eccentric doctor cut off the criminal's head. On the hill where everything was happening, complete silence suddenly fell. Hong Juzin approached his teacher and, placing his body on his lap, cried silently. The eccentric doctor examined the consequences of what was happening, which made him look very puzzled. He turned to Tan Munjin and asked Lisa if there were two men involved in everything that had happened, but Tan Munjin assured her that this was not the case. Tan Munjin pointed at the doctor and shouted that this man was to blame for everything. Dr. Yem himself trembled with fear and began to back away. The eccentric doctor appeared next to the healer in an instant and, firmly grabbing his head, asked Tang Munjin if this was the man he was talking about. The eccentric doctor shoved the healer forward like a mangy piglet, sending him clumsily falling to the ground. He felt a profound revulsion toward this man, but first he needed to get to the bottom of things. The eccentric doctor asked the healer whether he had created this plague and also really wanted to get an answer as to why he needed it. Tan Munjin was indignant at this question and answered that the doctor did it only for the money and reinforced his confidence with a strong kick. The doctor screamed and begged for mercy, shielding himself from further possible kicks. The eccentric doctor emphasized that money was apparently not the doctor's real goal and asked why he actually did all this. The doctor immediately fell to his knees and, noting that the eccentric doctor apparently knew everything, began to beg for mercy again and promised to give him medicine for cultivation, which is much more valuable than anything in the village. Trembling with fear, the doctor asked the eccentric doctor if he had ever heard of the black peony. Tan Munjin took a couple of steps to the side and looked at the eccentric doctor, trying to put everything he had said together. The black peony blossomed in the chaotic negative energy of the world, and although it was inferior to the famous snow ginseng or rejuvenation pills, it was just as famous as them. This plant fed on death and was therefore rare, and the person who grew it was questionable. It was the flower of heroes blooming on their graves. Everyone knew of this plant and its great value. The doctor shouted that he would give this flower to the eccentric doctor only if he spared him and pointed his hand in the direction. The eccentric doctor looked closely at the healer and frowned, thinking about something. The doctor pointed to a cave in the rock which had previously seemed completely empty and useless. It was in this, according to the doctor, that the black peony was located, which few could refuse. Tang Munjin, taking a closer look, shouted that it was indeed a black peony. This greatly shocked him. Tan Munjin again went to the doctor with his fists. I don't understand why the doctor did all this, since he was willing to simply give up this flower for the sake of his life. But the eccentric doctor did not allow the young man to beat the healer and stopped him by gently grabbing him by the shoulder. The eccentric doctor noted that the healer was not trying to exchange his life for this, but knew that an ordinary person trying to collect a black peony would die from the deadly energy inside him. Healer M immediately pouted, realizing how quickly he'd been exposed. He was very angry that someone had proven smarter than him. The eccentric doctor noted that the black peony was an herb that grew by feeding on death, and that the doctor had gathered so many corpses nearby, likely intending to use the bodies of the villagers to feed the flower. The eccentric doctor also suggested, looking at the guards, that perhaps the healer wanted to use this to buy time and come up with a new plan, or perhaps he was going to poison them when they were off guard. The doctor began to bow down, and I assure the earth that everything was not so, and the black peony was a very complex ingredient, and he never thought about preparing it and presenting it to the guests. The eccentric doctor chuckled in surprise. How could this be? After all, the rector seemed quite knowledgeable for a doctor from a small village in the mountains. The doctor looked up at the eccentric physician and noted that it was just a trick he had learned. The eccentric doctor immediately went into the cave and plucked a black peony, not at all afraid of any deadly energy. He returned, twirled the plant in his hands, and said with a smile that he too was not quite an ordinary guy. The healer M raised his eyes to the eccentric doctor, not understanding how he did it, and did not die because he touched the flower with his bare hands. But the doctor could not find out more about this, because in an instant his head flew off his shoulders. This man could no longer harm anyone for his own selfish purposes. The head of the healer M rolled to the side, and the eccentric doctor did this without even blinking. The eccentric doctor snorted and emphasized that he himself would decide when he would die. Before returning to the village, the eccentric doctor was indignant, because he did not know why such inhuman doctors continued to appear. The cave, saturated with deadly energy, was left behind. This place needed no more deaths. The eccentric doctor looked at the body of the healer, and it seemed to him that this man had received too little punishment. The eccentric doctor twirled a flower in his hands. I don't understand why these people were called doctors if they were simply able to study medicine. Tang Munjin felt very tense. He was worried about the eccentric doctor, who had been unharmed when he picked the black peony. The young man asked if his teacher was all right. The eccentric doctor snorted and assured him that everything was fine, and asked if the young man thought that he had earned his title through gambling. He explained that he would remove the black peony poison and the corpses, and asked Tang Munjin to take the beggar and step aside, which the young man did not argue with, and immediately approached Hong Juzhen. Tan Munjin hugged Hong Juzhen but couldn't take his eyes off his teacher. The young man understood how many secrets the man held. The eccentric doctor meanwhile sat down on the ground and, placing the black peony on his knees, began to meditate. Tan Munjin could not have imagined that the eccentric doctor would work with the heavy energy of the flower in this way. The eccentric doctor literally absorbed all the bad energy into himself and immediately transformed it into light energy. Tan Munjin looked around and was slightly perplexed by what was happening right under his feet. The rotten ground on which he stood was getting rid of bad energy right before his eyes. Tang Munjin couldn't explain it to himself, but what was happening only reinforced the greatness of the eccentric doctor in his eyes. It was downright scary to watch. The overall atmosphere wasn't positive but downright frightening, and what was happening only heightened the eerie feeling. The most surprising thing for Tang Munjin was that the eccentric doctor drew all the deadly poison into his body, purifying the space around him. Tang Munjin felt the disgusting stench intensify many times as the poison crawled towards the eccentric doctor. All the bad stuff was concentrated in the eccentric doctor. The stench of his deadly poison hung around one of the three great doctors. Tang Munjin couldn't stop purifying the land and the surrounding space. It felt like genuine magic. Tang Munjin felt when his body began to gradually cleanse itself of the poison that he had managed to saturate. But at the same time, Tang Munjin was deeply afraid for the eccentric doctor. He had never heard of such a practice before and was unaware of its consequences. The practice had reached its peak. Tang Munjin covered his face with his hands, worried that his teacher might simply explode from the sheer amount of negative energy. But in an instant it was all over. The eccentric doctor was sitting in his old place and looked fine. Tang Munjin was even more surprised that everything had ended so abruptly. It seemed like such a simple practice. The eccentric doctor, seeing the young man staring at him, asked if he had seen everything clearly. The eccentric doctor pointed to the black peony, which had ceased to be such, and noted that everything that had happened meant being good in qi. The eccentric doctor approached Tang Munjin and, smiling, handed him a peony and offered to take it. He explained that he had removed all the poison and could eat the flower without any problems. Tang Munjin, very skeptical, extended his hands to take the offered flower and thanked him. The eccentric doctor noted that the young man had figured out the doctor's plan and therefore deserved a flower, which greatly surprised Munjin himself. The eccentric doctor nodded approvingly, noting that the husband only needed the poison itself. Tang Munjin had many questions left. Everything had ended well, but not for everyone, and he doubted even the most eccentric doctor had actually gotten his comeuppance. The young doctor turned back to where Hong Juzhen was still sitting and mourning his mentor Janbei Hongyun. Tang Munjin handed the peony back to the eccentric doctor and remarked that he did not deserve such a thing. He admitted that he simply returned and threw one stone, and that he returned only because he was afraid that he would be called a coward. The eccentric doctor let out a heavy sigh and now understood what had really happened. But this didn't upset him in the least. The eccentric doctor poked his finger into the young man's chest and smiled. He pointed to Hong Juzhen and asked Tang Munjin how he could explain the expression on the young man's face, which showed that he thought that this flower should have gone to the one to whom it was offered. The eccentric doctor noted that turning back halfway was more difficult than fighting from the very beginning, and this can only be done when a mistake is acknowledged and responsibility is taken. The eccentric doctor said that anyone who didn't run was a fool, because one could run away at any moment and then return to where one was, and the important thing is that at the last moment Tang Munjin did not return from his responsibility. These words deeply impressed Tang Munjin. He felt deeply guilty for failing to help the beggars. He looked again at the flower that the eccentric doctor was still holding out to him and thought. The eccentric Dr. Vidya laughed at Tang Munjin's expression and asked if he'd revealed too many secrets about life, certain that everything was too complex for him to fully understand. At that very moment Tang Munjin ate the peony. The eccentric doctor immediately turned around at the sound of the stem crunching and, grimacing slightly, asked if the young man had really just eaten that flower, which Tang Munjin confirmed. The eccentric doctor started scolding him for doing this. Tang Munjin was completely at a loss, noting that he'd thought he should have done it right then and there. Tang Munjin immediately felt a strange sensation, and looking at the eccentric doctor reminded him that he had promised that there would be no side effects. Things got so bad that Tang Munjin immediately screamed very loudly. The scream could be heard throughout the forest. Tang Munjin felt strange, but at the same time he had to help everyone get back from the village. The eccentric doctor scolded the young man for eating cultivation medicine without knowing the correct techniques at all. Tang Munjin explained that no one warned him and thought that he needed to eat the flower right away. The eccentric doctor was dissatisfied and reminded him that now Tang Munjin must practice the black tortoise cultivation method correctly, do shy and breathe correctly, and move qi as he taught. Tang Munjin asked the eccentric doctor to show him again what to do, but then he started arguing again, noting that Munjin was actually smart but sometimes acted like a complete fool. He explained that a young man should drive qi along the spleen meridian when walking with his entire foot touching the ground. He needed to intertwine the qi coming from the earth and the qi coming from the lungs, creating a central flow of qi toward the center of the abdomen, spine, and lower back. The eccentric doctor noted that these 3 points were the unchanging axis of the black tortoise method, and everything else would change. It was necessary to draw the black peony qi through the central axis and do so very slowly. Tang Munjin tried to do everything exactly as the teacher told him and was confident that he could do it, but he kept talking until the eccentric doctor shut him up. Tang Munjin focused more on his breathing and steps, trying to put everything else out of his mind. The eccentric doctor carefully watched his student, really hoping that the young man would succeed and would not go astray. Tang Munjin continued to walk silently and repeated the turtle technique over and over again. Soon he felt a surge of strength. He felt his qi moving correctly and filling his body. The eccentric doctor concluded that the young man would definitely finish regulating his qi before they reached the village. The eccentric doctor believed in Tang Munjin's abilities. He knew he could impart a wealth of knowledge which the boy would use wisely. Tang Munjin was indeed a very diligent young man, although he was occasionally irresponsible for himself. They continued walking in silence until Tang Munjin suddenly cried out, noting that he felt a huge father inside the black peony. The eccentric doctor yelled at him, stressing that he had barely scratched the surface and that it would take time to fully master this qi, and that he should use the black tortoise method whenever he had free time. After observing Tan Munjin's condition, the eccentric doctor noted that it was already much easier for him. He could drag one of the beggars, pointing at them with his hand. Tan Munjin was indignant at this and said that his stomach still hurt and he could not do anything. Soon they all reached the village, where they were already met by the residents who had already heard some rumors. The eccentric doctor left a cart with the bodies of the criminals in front of the residents, and Tang Munjin prepared a message for them. He told the people that the disease would disappear within 3 days if they took the medicine they would be given, and pointing to the beggars, he noted that they had dealt with the culprits. People immediately started clapping and shouting joyfully, but Hong Juzhen felt extremely depressed and was not at all happy with how this whole story ended. He remained behind all the people who were rejoicing at the end of the illness. He held his dead teacher on his back, and I realized that now he was completely alone. The eccentric doctor sensed that something was wrong, although he also joined in the general fun. He glanced to the side and assessed Hong Juzhen's condition. The eccentric doctor knew what to expect from this young man. Hong Juzhen followed the crowd with very small steps but tried to remain completely unnoticed. The villagers didn't pay any attention to him, and the death of the beggar's guard didn't particularly bother them either. At that moment, Hong Juzhen felt incredibly alone and abandoned. He risked his life, and his teacher gave it for people who could not possibly share his grief. After walking just a few steps, Hong Juzhen stopped and moved as far away as possible from the crowd. He decided that he shouldn't follow everyone and immediately turned around and walked in the opposite direction. He went as far as possible from the village, which continued to celebrate the disappearance of such a terrible disease. Soon many of the sick residents began to recover. The village came alive again and seemed to blossom. Tan Munjin and the eccentric doctor stayed for a while to make sure that the whole trouble was now behind them. Tan Munjin had a lot of free time, and he spent it all on training and practice. He studied martial arts using all the manuals that the eccentric doctor gave him. Each day, Tang Munjin was getting better and better, which was good news, although he was still very weak in martial arts. Tan Munjin, having completed several techniques, recovered and tried to remember what the eccentric doctor had shown him next in order to repeat it. Tang Munjin began to jump up and down in place, acting like some kind of dance rather than martial arts. An eccentric doctor approached him and scolded him for putting dust in his medications and doing everything wrong. He understood that the young man was most likely protesting so that he could be taught to play ball. The eccentric doctor advised Tan Munjin to pack his things, emphasizing that they had a very long way to go. Tan Munjin was surprised, as there were still sick people in the village, and he was sure they would stay until they recovered. He asked the eccentric doctor to stay for another 5 days, noting that he would like to enjoy the heroic reception a little longer. The eccentric doctor advised the young man to pull himself together, as they hadn't intended to enter the village at all. They'd only gone in because the beggar had asked them to. When the eccentric doctor remembered the beggar, Tang Munjin decided to ask if he'd seen where he'd gone. The eccentric doctor replied that he had most likely buried his teacher somewhere, and was now starving, which stunned Tang Munjin. But it was common for beggars to kill someone. It didn't matter whether it was just or not, but if a beggar you helped killed someone, or a master was killed because of him, he was no longer considered a beggar. The eccentric doctor asked Tang Munjin to believe that this man was now considered a threat. Tang Munjin, hearing these words, became even more upset and again felt partly guilty. He glanced at one of the medicines being prepared and asked the eccentric doctor what this beggar would do next, and then replied that the beggar should choose for himself. After this conversation, Tang Munjin went to pack his things and prepare for the long journey that the eccentric doctor had spoken about. All the villagers were incredibly grateful to these doctors, who were able to save their relatives and gave the village a chance to continue to develop. Without delay, the eccentric doctor and Tang Munjin left the village. The eccentric doctor walked straight ahead with a serious expression, not even turning once toward the people seeing him off. Tang Munjin had to try hard to keep up. Along the way, Tang Munjin took in the surroundings of the village. He had never been there before and wanted to remember what he saw. The eccentric doctor didn't tell him where they were going and simply walked forward, and Tang Munjin decided not to ask unnecessary questions and obediently followed him. Tang Munjin was very surprised when he saw where his teacher was leading him. He expected to see a lot, but he couldn't even imagine that the eccentric doctor would bring him to this place. An eccentric doctor took him to a cemetery where the inhabitants of the village they had left were buried. The eccentric doctor looked at all the graves and nodded at one of them, asking Tang Munjin to also pay attention to it. The two of them slowly approached her. Two wooden clubs lay near her. Tang Munjin and the eccentric doctor sat down next to each other and began to pray. Tang Munjin supported the eccentric doctor without question and repeated everything he did exactly. But at the same time, Tang Munjin had many questions for his teacher. The eccentric doctor was aloof and remained silent the entire time, not even looking at Tang Munjin. Tang Munjin heard footsteps behind him and turned around abruptly. Juzan stood behind them. He smiled and, noting that he owed them both a debt, wished them luck on their future journey. Tang Munjin immediately rushed over to him and asked if he had been in this place last night and guessed that he probably hadn't eaten anything yet. Tang Munjin decided to share his food with Juzan and handed him a small package. Tang Munjin asked if Juzan would stay in the village, but he lowered his gaze and replied that he had to stay there because he had lived there all his life and had nowhere else to go. Juzan immediately tried to put a smile on his face and assured him that everything would be fine with him because beggars knew how to survive in any conditions. Tang Munjin immediately recalled the words of the eccentric doctor who had remarked on what it meant to take someone's life and said that Juzan was now dangerous. Munjin wondered what would happen to the villagers. Tang Munjin had few options and offered Juzan to go with them, which he did not expect. Juzan asked where they were going, and Munjin replied that they were going to a place where you could be a beggar and not worry about how people looked at you, noting that Hongyun would wish the same for him. Tang Munjin turned to the eccentric doctor with a smile, asking if he thought the same. The eccentric doctor was no longer around. Tang Munjin didn't even notice him disappear and didn't know where he went. Tang Munjin immediately jumped up and ran after the teacher, begging him to wait. Juzan ran after Tang Munjin and they soon caught up with the doctor. Munjin shouted the whole way that the teacher couldn't leave them alone. Tang Munjin was very unhappy that his teacher was so impatient and silent. Munjin asked if they could take the red beggar with them, but the eccentric doctor noted that the young man simply needed to practice the black turtle method. Juzan waited for Tang Munjin to calm down and asked the eccentric doctor where they were going, for which he called him a genius, noting that Munjin had never asked about it. Juzan knew he had to let his teacher go. He'd done everything he could to preserve his memory, and now he had to take a step into his new future. The eccentric doctor turned to the boys and replied with a smile that they were heading to Luoyang. Soon the eccentric doctor agreed to teach the boys how to use a sword. They stopped in the forest near the city and the teacher explained the essentials. He noted that the sword that pierces the heart was a rather boring name, but its purpose was close to what the sword should achieve. The eccentric physician noted that among them were his most important forms that emphasized his purpose, and the first was the wasp technique. He mentioned techniques like wasp ivy and top right away, showing the guys what it looks like. These were 3 sword forms worth memorizing and learning. Tang Munjin and Juzan immediately repeated everything the eccentric doctor showed them. This was the first lesson, but it was worth treating it as something very important because everything started from the simplest. Having shown all the most important things, the eccentric doctor turned to the guys and asked if they liked it and if they could repeat it. Tang Munjin and Juzan quickly grew tired of repeating the eccentric doctor's instructions over and over again. They were exhausted and also realized they were struggling. Tang Munjin got very nervous and didn't understand how he could do this. He started cursing at the eccentric doctor, who apparently thought that they could simply repeat after him. The eccentric doctor remarked that he couldn't understand why the young man couldn't do it given that he'd spent a whole month teaching him. Tang Munjin, however, couldn't understand how he could destroy a tree in just a month's work, and the teacher called him an idiot, noting that he hadn't asked him to destroy the tree. Juzan simply silently watched their argument, understanding that a very long and difficult journey awaited him, but he was not going to quarrel with anyone. The eccentric doctor, seeing Juzan standing to the side, called him over and asked him to try to repeat it with him and Tang Munjin. When Juzan repeated it, the eccentric doctor praised him, noting that this was the proper form, although Tang Munjin saw no difference between the two. The eccentric doctor asked Tang Munjin to repeat it again, correcting his posture and pointing out that he should watch his legs. Juzin, hearing that everything worked out correctly, was incredibly happy. Tang Munjin was indignant that the eccentric doctor expected too much from him when he had only taught him for a month and could end up in the black thread hell if he continued like this. Training continued. In the morning they practiced the rat palm strike. During the day, an eccentric doctor taught them to use the purple cloud step. When the sun set, they sparred with a sword that pierced the heart, and a whole month passed in this manner. The eccentric doctor praised Juzin, who managed to achieve 30 victories out of 30 fights with Tang Munjin. Juzin was very happy with his achievement, but often watched the eccentric doctor argue with Tang Munjin and thought that if he had to comment on their relationship after a month of observation, he would say that it looked strange. They never calmed down and were constantly arguing with each other. The eccentric doctor was constantly making comments and always dissatisfied with something about Munjin's technique. Sometimes it seemed they had a good teacher-student relationship. They got along well. Tang Munjin tried hard and the eccentric doctor didn't complain. But sometimes it was like an uncle and nephew who did nothing but tease each other. The eccentric doctor was very picky about his student, even saying that his hands were too weak. But they never took anything seriously, but underneath that layer of humor, Juzin saw the respect and expectations they had for each other. Despite all the quarrels and complaints, they continued to work together and often smiled at each other. The eccentric doctor continued to laugh at his student, wondering how he was going to defeat Juzin at such a pace, while before each fight Tang Munjin was confident that he would finally be able to do it. Juzin watched their work together with particular warmth. He wasn't offended that the eccentric doctor devoted so much more time to Tang Munjin. Every time he remembered his teacher, with whom he also had a very warm and good relationship. After another training session, Juzin called the eccentric doctor and Tang Munjin to dinner. But one rainy day they had to part. Juzin had to go his own way. Juzin was very grateful to the eccentric doctor for receiving great help, and the doctor himself said that they could still meet if fate suddenly decided so. The eccentric doctor asked Juzin not to forget to change his name if he wanted to stay in Chongqing, and warned that if he suddenly met someone who knew what happened in the village, problems could begin, because no matter what the reason, he still committed murder. Juzin bowed to the eccentric doctor and Tang Munjin smiled and prepared to go. The eccentric doctor and Tang Munjin stood and watched as Juzin walked away from them. Juzin walked further and further away, but he did not stop waving goodbye to the people who had helped him so much. Very soon the crowd hid him from sight, and now he had to take care of himself. Tang Munjin was very upset that his new comrade just left and didn't even try to find a reason to stay with them. The eccentric doctor noted that Tang Munjin looked quite disappointed. Tang Munjin agreed with him and explained that Juzin was his first friend since he left Sichuan. The eccentric doctor, after some thought, said that the young man never had a chance of defeating Juzin in a duel, and it was no wonder he was so fixated on it. This statement angered Munjin within a second. He shouted that he had almost won the last fight, not wanting to hear his dignity humiliated again, but suddenly noticed that the eccentric doctor was no longer nearby. The eccentric doctor didn't even think about stopping and simply walked on while Tang Munjin continued to freak out. He only said that the young man should follow him silently. The eccentric doctor led Tang Munjin through the city streets, and they soon reached the Feng family's forge. The old blacksmith was very surprised when he heard that the eccentric doctor wanted to borrow the forge, but decided to immediately discuss compensation for it. The old man was very confused when he heard that he was being asked to simply observe the work of a young man. The eccentric doctor remarked that this would be the best place for the blacksmith to view the finest blacksmithing in the country. Tang Munjin tried to maintain a smile, even though he knew the blacksmith would be unlikely to agree to such a proposal. The old blacksmith thought about this proposal for a while, not knowing whether he should agree. And much to Tang Munjin's surprise, the old blacksmith agreed, and allowed them to enter the forge and begin their work. Tang Munjin didn't understand how this could work, because he was convinced that the blacksmith would refuse them and drive them away. The eccentric doctor also pushed Tang Munjin forward and asked the blacksmith if he would mind if they borrowed some bucket material, and he again agreed only after asking him to make him a small sickle. The eccentric doctor was very happy, but Tang Munjin did not understand what all this was about. The young man asked the teacher directly why he suddenly wanted him to make a sword. He didn't understand why it had to be an attraction or a circus monkey. The eccentric doctor asked the young man to stop grumbling and start making a sickle. He noted that they had agreed that they would receive things in exchange for training him in medicine and martial arts. The young man had already had to pay for a month of training. Tan Munjin completely forgot about this agreement and decided not to object anymore because the eccentric doctor was indeed right. But Tang Munjin knew that he had never made a sickle before and told the eccentric doctor about it. The old blacksmith sat down on one of the benches near the forge. He decided not to go far but to actually observe the boys who had asked to borrow his workspace. Looking at the fire coming from the chimney, he thought that many days had passed since the forge had burned like that and hoped that the forge god would not be angry with him. The old man listened to the hammer hammering in Tang Munjin's hands. He really liked the sound. The old blacksmith even noticed that the sound of his hammer matched the rain that was falling outside. He didn't know if this boy would become the greatest under the heavens, but he knew he could certainly grow into an excellent blacksmith. The blacksmith remembered himself at Tang Munjin's age. These memories quickly warmed him, but also quickly upset him because he was already very old and his strength was leaving him. When Tan Munjin finished his sickle and showed it to the blacksmith was shocked. Never in his life had he seen such a perfect sickle, and he couldn't make one himself. The old blacksmith jumped up on the spot, not knowing what to say to such a young blacksmith. Tan Munjin apologized in advance, explaining that he had never made a sickle before, and was not sure that he had done everything correctly, but he really hoped that this would be enough as payment. The blacksmith was even more surprised when he heard the young man had never made a sickle before, but he immediately took the tool from his hands. This sickle fit perfectly in his hand and was incredibly sharp. The blacksmith seemed to have forgotten about everything in the world when he took this tool into his hands and was even able to frighten Tang Munjin with his state. The old blacksmith began to swing his sickle from side to side as if he were in a fight with someone or working in a field. Such a magnificent tool immediately gave the old blacksmith a lot of strength and a wonderful mood. He could get his hands on absolutely everything, and soon he reached the bamboo bench on which he had just recently sat. Without any regret, the blacksmith struck the tied reeds with this sickle. The eccentric doctor watched everything silently from the side and smiled quietly. Tang Munjin, observing the movements of the old blacksmith, wondered if he was by any chance a martial arts master. But Blacksmith Feng didn't answer him, immediately jumping up and running off somewhere. Tan Munjin tried to call out to him to stop him, or at least to find out where he was going, but the old man did not answer him. So the attentive doctor asked Tang Munjin not to worry and just prepare for forging the sword, promising that they would be here soon. Tan Munjin looked at the eccentric doctor in bewilderment, but he asked again that he really should forget about all of this since someone had already come to see them. In an instant, a huge crowd of people formed near the forge. Tang Munjin was seriously frightened by what was happening. Tang Munjin glanced cautiously to the side straight at the crowd. There he saw an old blacksmith and some other adult men, and they all had weapons with them. The blacksmith approached Tan Munjin and, handing him his sickle, asked how the boy managed to do this. Tan Munjin was scared and thought that he had done something wrong and that they had come to punish him for his work. Tang Munjin looked at the other men the blacksmith had brought and realized that there was hope shining in their eyes. All these men came to learn the secret of the young blacksmith because the sickle he made could cut weapons made by the best blacksmiths of Chongqing. No one could understand how a man who said he was poorly trained in blacksmithing could make such a sickle. It was clear that the man would not leave him alone until he told or showed how he was able to achieve such a result. The blacksmith was the most delighted of all, noting that the sickle was so sharp it looked like he hadn't been fighting someone with swords but cutting tofu. The entire crowd begged Tang Munjin to teach them how to forge metal like he did. They wanted to know the secret technique the young man possessed. Tang Munjin felt completely at a loss and didn't know what to say to these group of men. The blacksmith shouted that the young man could do anything for them and they just wanted to see how he did it. They began offering him an axe or a sword or a similar sickle. It didn't matter to them what the young man chose. The eccentric doctor, realizing how confused his student was, went out before him to talk to the blacksmiths. He shielded his student with his body, and only his appearance frightened everyone who came. The eccentric doctor silently extended his hand in front of the blacksmith Feng, expecting something to be placed there. The eccentric doctor laughed loudly and explained that they would charge 2 silver coins for viewing. The eccentric doctor had no intention of wasting his student's talent, and they had to get at least some benefit from it. The blacksmiths doubted that they wanted to watch this for 2 whole silver coins, but when the eccentric doctor said that his student would do less, they immediately paid. Meanwhile, Juzun was walking alone along the street, completely soaked by the rain that had not stopped for a long time. He didn't really have a goal of where to go, but he continued to walk forward, thinking about everything that had happened. He found himself in his master's hometown and wanted to explore every street. He remembered how the master told him that everything in his city was big, and that's how it turned out. Juzun, walking street after street, decided to find the hemp field that the master had told him about and hoped that the road would lead him there. Looking around in front of him, he saw that under one of the bridges there was a crowd of people sitting, and apparently it was a sect of beggars. Juzun looked at his belt, which he simply held in his hands, so as not to catch anyone's eye. He remembered the wide smile with which his master handed him this belt. Juzun couldn't hold back his tears. He clutched the belt tightly in his hand and wept freely. He decided to look for someone who might know his master. He still had hope that he would be able to learn a little more about his master and his past life. The rain continued to pour. A murmur of thanks to the tavern owner for his assistance was heard from outside one of the taverns. The tavern owner replied that he was happy to help and that Hong could come to him at any time, since they were always glad to see the disciples of the beggar sect. Juzun smiled at the tavern owner and, going out into the street, went wherever his eyes looked. As soon as he turned away from the tavern owner, the young man's smiling face immediately frowned. His hopes had been dashed in this place. He'd previously heard that a beggar's sect existed on Tavern Street, but no one knew his teacher. Juzun assumed this might be because 20 years had passed. Furthermore, the beggar's sect turned out to be completely different from what his teacher had described. He was also surprised that the tavern owner was a member of the beggar's sect. He explained that if Juzun wanted to join the beggar's sect in Chongqing, he would have to pay an entry fee, which was easy if he worked. Juzun was shocked that even if someone was from the secular faction, they were still required to pay money to be a beggar. She continued walking down the street, getting soaked to the skin in the rain. Juzun began to seriously doubt that anyone on the street could know his teacher. But nevertheless, Juzun continued to search and ask everywhere he could. He approached one beggar and asked her if she had heard of a beggar nicknamed the Hemp Beggar, but she only shook her head. Juzun approached the next beggar and asked the same thing, noting that this man had been to Chongqing about 20 years ago, but had again encountered failure. No matter what Juzun said about her teacher, it still didn't give him any results in his search. The young man tried his best to hold on and not give in to his doubts, although with each subsequent person his doubts consumed him more and more. Juzun approached a group of beggars sheltering from the rain under a bridge once again, but was again refused. No one knew his teacher, so he had to move on. He couldn't believe that no one had ever heard of the Hemp Beggar. His teachers had spoken a lot about this city, and it seemed obvious that someone must have remembered such a man. A hunched beggar passed by Juzun. He practically ran, wishing him to get to a dry place as quickly as possible. Although it was useless, the man shook the rainwater off himself and complained about how cold he was. Juzun wondered if he should ask this man before giving up completely, and having made up his mind, called out to the old man. The man turned to him looking rather frightened. It seemed as if he thought he was about to be accused of something. Juzun smiled amiably and asked the old man again if he knew a beggar nicknamed the Hemp Beggar, noting that the man was a member of the Four-Knot Beggars sect and had lived in this city about 20 years ago. To Juzun's surprise, the old man immediately perked up upon hearing this name and asked if this man was about 10 years older than himself. Juzun, unable to contain his emotions, shouted that this was the one he needed, which left the beggar slightly perplexed. The old man grimaced but still decided to clarify whether they were talking about the very one who was quite nice for a beggar and was always in the hemp fields, and Juzun screamed even louder that it was him. The old man snorted and emphasized that the young man was confusing something in that case, because the hemp beggar was only a single-node plant. Juzun froze in place, unable to understand what was being said. He was absolutely certain his teacher wore 4 knots on his belt and doubted it could be a lie. But in reality, his teacher was never able to obtain more than 2 knots. Martial arts were required to obtain 3 knots, and he never learned that and never found a teacher because he was rather lazy. Juzun learned that this is why his teacher spent all day in the hemp fields, which is why he was nicknamed the Hemp Beggar. The old man also mentioned that he was about the same age as Juzun when some beggars came looking for this man. The old man didn't know what exactly, but it was obvious the Hemp Beggar had stolen something very important and escaped. After that, the old man suggested the young man find Grandma Yen, who lived downstream and might know more about it. Juzin could hardly get his head around the fact that his teacher had lied to him about so many things. Juzin ran for a long time and stopped when he left the city halls. He sat on the riverbank tightly clutching his teacher's belt and weeping loudly over him. He tried to untie the excess knots on the belt, but the rope was so tight that it was far from easy. Juzin screamed in despair that his teacher deserved to die. He remembered how Janbae Hongyun gave him a knot because he was able to withstand hunger well and gave him another knot because he recovered from a high fever. But now it all seemed utterly pointless to him. His entire life hadn't collapsed in an instant. The young man threw the rope away from him onto the rain-soaked ground and ran forward. He recalled that he received the third knot on his 15th birthday. This too was a deception and even more unbearable. Now it seemed no wonder to Juzin that his teacher's barehanded and staff fighting techniques were so lousy. Juzin couldn't accept this truth. He was incredibly angry at Janbae Hongyun and at that moment completely forgot how much good the man had done for him. Rage filled him. He screamed at the top of his lungs and cursed his teacher for treating him so badly. Juzin didn't know where to go from here. He didn't know how his life would turn out since he'd lived so many years in such a state of deception. All his ideas about the world were wrong and he could only blame Janbae Hongyun. Juzin returned and picked up the rope, clutched it tightly in his hand and came very close to the seething river. He was exhausted. Anger, despair, and a sense of betrayal had drained all his energy. Juzin fell to his knees but continued to hold the rope with his raised hand. His scream changed to a quieter voice which he used to address Janbae Hongyun, exposing his lies and noting that he was not a guard but was a nobody, and there was no need to even ask him about it because he was dead. Juzin fell onto his hands right into the water, but it didn't bother him much. The cold water from the river helped him stay afloat a little longer. He dipped the rope as far under the water as he could, drowning his resentment and disappointment along with the memory of his teacher. The hand relaxed as it found itself under the water, and the rope began to slowly slide down, caught by the river current. Tears streamed down Juzin's cheeks. He couldn't control himself any longer. He needed to express all his pain. He deliberately let go of the rope, and it also slowly sank to the bottom, already well soaked. Juzin curled up on the shore in the rain. Lightning was flashing nearby, thunder was loud, but for him at that moment it was as if nothing existed. At the same time, Tang Munjin continued to work in the Feng family's forge. Having made a blade for me, Tang Munjin wiped the sweat from his forehead, and with a satisfied smile announced that he was finished with work for the day. The crowd of blacksmiths immediately began to complain that they had been shown so little and that this unexpected training had ended so quickly. Blacksmith Fan, emphasizing that the young man needed rest, began pushing all the onlookers out into the street, although some had many questions. Tang Munjin waited patiently for everyone to leave, but he was having a lot of fun doing his job like this, especially since everyone was so impressed with his skill. After everyone had left, Tang Munjin glanced at the rainy street and the smile on his face immediately disappeared. Juzin stood at the threshold of the forge. He looked terribly broken with dark circles under his eyes, but he tried to smile. Juzin openly shared everything he had managed to find out about his teacher Janbae Hongyun when they were left alone in the forge. Tan Munjin said with regret in his voice that he understood everything. It was difficult to find words that could comfort the beggar. Tan Munjin looked at his friend and tried to find at least some words, but nothing sensible came to mind. After some thought, Tang Munjin decided to ask Juzin if he had eaten, noting that he understood perfectly well how he felt, but that it was still worth eating. Juzin replied that he was not hungry because little Sun had given him some food and said that she was a girl who lived under the same bridge as him. Juzin admitted that he had no intention of eating anything, but he could not refuse what the other beggar gave him. Tan Munjin immediately hit Juzin on the shoulder with all his might and called him a fool. He began to scold him for taking food from a little girl, and smiling, reminding him that Juzin was no longer a member of the beggars' sect, asked the young man to follow him. Juzin looked at Tan Munjin with fear and asked where he wanted to take him. Tan Munjin smiled contentedly and replied that they would go wash the beggar's dirt off Juzin. Tan Munjin took his friend to the city tavern, from which music could be heard throughout the area. It was very noisy inside, but at the same time warm and cozy, and Munjin and Juzin sat down at one of the free tables. After a heavy cold rain, this atmosphere made one relax, and the music performed by a beautiful girl accelerated this process. Juzin felt very awkward but was very fascinated by the surrounding atmosphere. He sat motionless until Tang Munjin called his name, bringing him back to reality. Tan Munjin, having drunk and eaten his fill, asked his friend to follow his example and helped him drink the first glass. Tan Munjin felt very free and relaxed and tried to help Juzan feel this mood. The alcohol cruelly warmed the mouth and instantly warmed the whole body and even the soul, which made it feel much better. The girl playing a melody on a musical instrument was very indignant and angry at the recently arrived visitors who were behaving very noisily. Tan Munjin shouted how delicious it was, and Juzan was surprised by such a statement because he saw how his friend almost threw up. Munjin laughed, noting that he did not receive the title of one of the 3 greatest doctors thanks to gambling. Juzan noted that it was worth speaking more quietly about this because problems could arise with the teacher after he found out that he had left the city. Tan Munjin pointed out that the eccentric doctor was not in town, emphasized that if Juzan left the food, he would receive a blow from a rat's palm directly to the chest, and asked him to just continue drinking. The girl continued playing and began to sing a song, trying not to pay attention to the noisy company. Soon Juzan and Tan Munjin got very drunk and began to shamelessly fool around. The guys had a great time and even tried to set a record for the number of dumplings in their mouths. After some time, all the food was eaten and the drinks were finished. The boys finally fell silent and only loud hiccups could be heard from their table. Having noted to each other that the feast was over, Juzan asked how he had to pay for it, since he had never paid for anything in his life since he was a beggar. Munjin snorted and explained that he had to pay in cash, and Juzan laughed at this answer, noting that his friend was right, and then asked how much it all cost, immediately warning that he had no money. Tan Munjin laughed at him in response and said that he didn't have any money either, to which Juzan continued to smile and noted that they both looked like poor beggars. But suddenly it dawned on Juzan what situation they were in, and he immediately jumped up from the table in fear and did not understand at all what they needed to do. Juzan started scolding Munjin for doing God knows what, and this tavern was run by a cult, but Munjin didn't see anything special in this and called himself one of the 3 greatest doctors under heaven who didn't have to worry about such things. Juzan was seriously scared. He didn't want to have any extra problems in the new city, but Munjin only laughed from his serious face. Munjin found it so funny that he couldn't help but burst into loud laughter throughout the tavern. Realizing that the joke had gone too far, Munjin asked his friend not to worry about paying for dinner and immediately took off. This was another joke. Tang Munjin laughed loudly again, but immediately promised to pay for everything and pulled a dagger from his sleeve. The girl playing the instrument was sitting closest to this table and was very scared when she saw what one of the visitors was doing. Tang Munjin continued to laugh loudly, showing off his dagger. At first it was difficult to guess what exactly he meant when he said he would pay. The girl clearly saw the glint of the island's dagger blade, which one of the visitors took out after talking about paying for his dinner. The girl couldn't even imagine how such a seemingly ordinary evening in the tavern could end. Tang Munjin jumped back from her desk holding one of the wine jugs in her hand and drew an imaginary line through the air with her dagger. Juzan screamed and started cursing at him for doing something terrible in a public place. But apparently only he was frightened by this situation, because the other patrons of the tavern began to laugh at what the young man was doing and on the contrary began to encourage him to continue. One of the tavern workers ran out at the noise and, seeing that one of the visitors was getting violent, tried to stop him. Tan Munjin was so drunk he seemed completely unaware of what he was doing. He was behaving extremely strangely and looked dangerous. At that moment it was impossible to predict why the young man was behaving this way and what he was going to do with his dagger. There was a genuine madness in his eyes. Juzan felt as if his friend had vanished, entirely replaced by some other personality. The worker probably started calling loudly for the guards and urging them to hurry, seriously frightened by the completely unpredictable guest. Tang Munjin, after performing a few tricks for show, jumped up and stretched out his hand along with the dagger and ran forward towards the worker. Juzan froze where he stood. Everything had happened quite quickly and unexpectedly. Besides, the young man knew perfectly well that he couldn't do anything to stop his friend. The guards tried to calm the rowdy guest, warning him that everything could end very badly for him, since drunken scenes were not allowed in the tavern. Tang Munjin literally stuck to the wall, having scratched it with his dagger and drawn some kind of picture. When the ugly ones were very close, Tang Munjin raised the decanter of wine high above his head. He turned to them and began to pour wine all over the room, saying out loud that he was not doing anything bad at all. The guards froze in place, not knowing how to approach the boy and stop his lawlessness. Juzan was completely perplexed by what was happening. He could never have imagined that Munjin could behave like this. After finishing pouring wine into the tavern, Tang Munjin stopped and decided to take a few sips. He was completely drunk. His eyes were wide and his tongue was slurring. After a couple of sips of wine, He glanced around at everyone present, noted that he was paying for his own dinner, and asked if he should stop. He pointed the dagger directly at one of the guards, who said the young man could continue, explaining that he had simply asked because the music had stopped. The guard nodded to the girl and asked her to keep playing as they couldn't ruin their guest's mood. The girl snorted in displeasure but continued playing anyway. All the visitors continued to watch the proceedings in amazement. Some were dissatisfied with the evening, while others, on the contrary, were waiting to see how it would all end. Tang Munjin returned to his work and continued carving a design on the wall with his dagger. Munjin was very passionate about this activity and made each cut with special care. Munjin carefully applied each scratch, approaching it with the delicacy of a jeweler. The guests continued their dinner, the guard stepped aside, and Juzun continued to stand and watch his friend's actions. Juzun shot back every movement of Tang Munjin's hand, but he had no idea about the final result of this work. Tang Munjin worked on his plan for a long time without being distracted by anything else. Only occasionally did he drink the wine from the schedule and immediately return to making notches on the wall. Finally, Munjin finished his creative work and loudly noted that he wanted to pay for his dinner with it. A sudden silence fell over the tavern. All the guests and staff were examining Munjin's creation. His teacher said that because of his skills, many people were happy to express their gratitude to him wherever he went. As he said, the effect of the thousand-armed Buddha was absolutely amazing. No one could have expected this, but immediately numerous offers poured in for Tang Munjin, and many wanted to close his account. Tang Munjin hugged Juzun and smiled broadly at him, emphasizing that everything ended well. The tavern owner was delighted with the young man's work. The guests shouted that the work was simply divine. It was a surprise to everyone that a young man completely unknown to anyone was able to perform such a miracle in just 2 hours. Everyone liked the work so much that the tavern owner offered to cook dumplings for the travelers for the journey and provided a huge stack of food. Having received such a quantity of dumplings, the boys decided to distribute this food to the beggars who were hiding under the bridge and immediately went there. Juzun personally handed over each portion to the beggars, paying special attention to little Sun, who had been so kind to him earlier. Tang Munjin watched from the sidelines and couldn't help but smile. He wanted to help his friend and make him a little happier. Tang Munjin was warmed by the fact that Juzun could finally smile normally and let go of the pain that was eating him up. After distributing food to the beggars, Tang Munjin and Juzun headed back to the city to finally rest. At the first opportunity, the boys sprawled out on their beds, spreading their arms and legs to the sides. After a few days, Juzun asked if they would go to the tavern again, but Tang Munjin replied that he was suffering from a severe hangover and suggested taking a day off, since even he didn't remember how many days in a row they had been doing this. Munjin raised his head and looked at his friend and asked why he wanted to go there again so much, to which Juzun replied that he was simply tired of the sounds of the rain. Munjin laughed, leaned back on the bed, and expressed complete agreement with Juzun. The silence was suddenly broken by a scream. Someone was calling Hong Juzun very insistently. Tang Munjin and Juzun immediately got into a fight from the bed and looked out the window and saw that Juzun was being called by one of the beggars who was under the bridge. They called him Brother Samgu, and he looked especially worried. It was also clear that the man had been running for a long time and was completely out of breath. The boys invited the beggar home and learned from him that little So-sun had disappeared. The girl usually always told them where she was going, but on rainy days like these she was afraid to venture far and quickly returned. Brother Samgu was convinced that the girl had been taken by river bandits, otherwise it was difficult to imagine where she could have disappeared to. Juzun was a little doubtful of this theory and asked the man if he was absolutely sure of it. He said children disappeared from time to time in this city. At first everyone thought they were washed away by the water, but they had witnesses who saw river bandits taking the children. Brother Samgu said rumors circulated that unorthodox martial artists were buying children for horrific purposes. He was deeply worried that the little girl had fallen into the same hands. He could barely contain his emotions, worrying that So-sun could already be hurt and no one could help her. Juzun put his hand on his brother Samgu's shoulder and assured him that he could sort this out and help him get the baby back. The young man smiled broadly and noted that he knew someone who could help with this, and asked the man not to worry and just wait a little. Hope appeared in brother Samgu's eyes. He thanked the young man several times and felt a little better. Juzin went to the tavern, and its owner, after listening to the situation, promised to ask the management but warned that not much should be expected from this. Juzin was immediately indignant. The situation was quite serious, and they were members of the beggars' sect. The tavern owner agreed with the young man that they had to act but explained that they could not risk an open confrontation with the river bandits unless they had proof of the kidnapping. The owner also noted that it had been a very difficult season at the moment, which further angered Juzin. The young man noticed that the tavern owner was behaving completely differently than before and assumed that it was because he no longer had knots on his belt. The tavern owner understood that the young man did not know much since he was not from this city and explained that the rainy season in the spring was a time when all the members of the beggars' sect in Chongqing were on guard, and especially this time because there was much more rain than last year. The tavern owner approached the window, and Juzin waited warily to see what the man would say to him next. The tavern owner looked around the city and said that they should watch the weather for the next few days. He explained to me that if the rain continued for another day or two, the Yangtze River would certainly overflow its banks, noting that people had lost their homes due to this flooding and that flood deaths were common in the city. The owner also explained that to avoid such casualties, each member of the beggar sect was diligently building a barricade, so they did not have enough people to investigate the river bandits. Juzin listened to the tavern owner and understood why he shouldn't expect any results, but it was hard to accept. As they parted, the tavern owner promised that she would ask her superiors, but again emphasized that she could not promise anything. Brother Samgu, having heard the results of this conversation, said that one should not expect the beggars to believe the words of the tavern owner because everyone there treats the beggars like animals. Brother Samgu became very nervous and began to tremble all over, which frightened Juzin. Brother Samgu continued and confirmed that they were indeed building a barricade in the city at that time, but no one up there cared what would happen to people like him. Juzin could not believe that things were really like this in the city because before this he had lived in completely different circumstances. Juzin unfortunately said that as martial arts masters they should have at least some sense of justice, but Brother Samgu just threw up his hands in response. He was filled with anger. He noted that the river bandits, the unorthodox sects, and even the demonic criminals were all martial artists and asked the young man what kind of sense of justice these people could possibly have. He shared that in the last decade he had never heard of a confrontation between river bandits and the beggar sect, which meant that it was unlikely that anyone would risk their life for a random beggar. They were just beggars who wore clean clothes and were afraid that their masks would be torn off. All they cared about was maintaining their status. Juzin realized that in this area everything was exactly the same as with those damn knots on his belt. Now he realized that everything had been a lie, but he also realized that he shouldn't feel guilty about it. He understood that it was not his duty and he had already done more than enough simply because it was fair. Juzin tried to convince himself that his duty ended in the village where he lived his entire childhood and youth. After talking with Brother Samgu, Juzin walked away from under the bridge completely immersed in his thoughts. He thought that even the debt he felt in the village was just a lie told by a beggar. As he was leaving the bridge, he crossed paths with another beggar who was walking towards the others, but Juzin didn't even pay attention to it. The beggar stopped and turned to face him, but Juzin did not see this, thinking about the injustice of this world. The beggar called out to him and asked if the young man was the one looking for the hemp beggar. This made Juzin stop. Turning around, he saw an elderly woman who allowed him to call her Grandma Yun and asked what kind of relationship Juzin had with Ma Zhonggyu. This finished Juzin off. He realized that even his teacher's name was a lie and that his real name was Ma Zhonggyu. Juzin responded and, asking what had happened to him, noted that he was apparently just a small child who had run away. Juzin asked if this man had stolen something from Grandma Yun before, but the woman was very surprised that this man was called a thief. She replied that the beggar from the hemp field was not the one who stole and sighed heavily. After a short pause, the woman shared that, in her opinion, he could have been the one who kidnapped the man, which shocked Juzin. Juzin froze in place and couldn't immediately understand what was being said. Too much was overwhelming him at once. He looked at the old woman and asked her again if she really meant that the hemp beggar had stolen a man, and she immediately confirmed it. She emphasized that this happened about 20 years ago and asked whether the young man knew about the internal conflict in Chongqing between the secular faction and the traditional faction of the beggars sect. The current deputy head of the central region, the red-faced old beggar, belonged to the secular faction. Meanwhile, the deputy chief of staff, at the time beggar of Willow Hill, was part of the traditional faction. It might have seemed unimportant whether the beggar wore clean or dirty clothes, but the desire to turn a blind eye to minor quarrels was overwhelmed by growing emotions over time. One day a big fight broke out that everyone was talking about, and in this fight the beggar from the hill died. No one could stop the conflict once it happened, and after that day the traditional faction was driven out of Chongqing. Then the beggar from the hemp crop ran away with the beggar's son from the Willow Hill. It was the very day that people talked about for a long time. Many were shocked by what happened. Juzun, hearing this story, felt a strong tension throughout his body. He immediately guessed what it could mean. With special care, Juzun asked the old woman what this child's name was, or rather what his real name was. The old woman replied that the beggar from Willow Hill was named Hong Jun. Juzun, hearing this, became completely dejected and fell silent. The old woman grimaced, noting that since Juzun didn't know the name of the beggar from the Willow Hill, she strongly doubted that he was looking for his son, and that's where her knowledge ended. The old woman turned around and walked away, asking Juzun goodbye, that if he suddenly met this guy he should tell him that everything was fine with her and ask him to find her if he ever returned to the city. Juzun was completely confused and immediately jumped up and ran, throwing his umbrella on the sidewalk. Juzun continued to curse his teacher, who had lied to him about everything. The man had lied about his name, his martial arts, and about being a for-evil beggar. Juzun couldn't explain to himself why his teacher had done all this. He couldn't find a single argument to justify such a lie. Juzun stood on the riverbank again. He was shaking all over and tears kept pouring from his eyes. He didn't know how to calm himself down and rushed into the river, hoping that the cool water would bring him back to his senses. At that moment, Juzun's entire world collapsed. He resisted the waves, moving forward, sinking ever deeper into the river. He rummaged around under the water with his hands, trying to find what he had just recently thrown there. He was looking for a rope with 4 knots, which in a fit of anger he threw into the river forever. He really hoped that he would be able to find her in the same place, but all he could find was some trash. So I hope that he finally found the belt. He caught seaweed stalks every time. At some point he realized he wouldn't be able to find the belt. He stopped and looked up at the sky. The next moment he dived under the water, completely oblivious to the possible consequences. Thanks to the raging waves, the young man quickly disappeared under the water without leaving a trace. A minute later, Juzun emerged again, took a deep breath, and looked at the cloudy sky. He immediately dove back in. He continued to hope that he would be able to find the belt. Juzun sank deeper and deeper into the water, trying to reach the bottom. All the time he thought about the 4 knots of the guardian of the mountain of beggars. He thought about Lai's injustice and his teacher, for knots were tied on the belt to fulfill a duty. Juzun knew this well. The teacher stole him and took him to a distant village when he was still a baby. Jewel Village was a perfect place for an outcast like the now new man named Janbei Hongyun. The teacher took full responsibility for the care and upbringing of this child upon himself, although he often caught sidelong glances from residents, especially women. Juzun never felt alone or unwanted. Janbei Hongyun always took good care of him. The teacher praised Juzun for any even small successes in his life, and for what was significant he tied 1 knot on his belt. Juzun remembered how many things his teacher taught him, how he tried to give him everything he knew himself, and this turned out to include martial arts. After talking with the old woman, Juzun realized that his teacher tied these knots to save the man, to protect him. Janbei Hongyun, who invented this name for himself, gave up his life without even thinking about it for the sake of Juzun's future. Juzun now understood that he had created the guardian symbol for him. After speaking with grandmother Yun, Juzun realized how greatly he had mistaken his curse on his teacher. Juzun went to the very bottom of the river, and among the thickets of algae, he was lucky enough to see the end of the rope that served as his teacher's belt. Juzun swam up to her and grabbed hold of her, trying to pull out the rope and untangle it from the long seaweed. With some effort, he managed to free the rope from the plants, and now he could rise to the surface. In front of him, Juzun saw only endless space and the air bubbles that he released. At some point, Juzun became nervous that he would not have enough strength to rise to the surface and emerge. He saw a faint light from the surface, but it still seemed very distant and unattainable, and Juzun gave up. He saw some silhouette moving towards him, but he thought that his mind was playing a joke. In an instant, Juzun managed to breathe. He was no longer in the water and saw that Tang Munjin had pulled him out. Tan Munjin pulled his friend to the shore, and they both lay back on the ground trying to catch their breath. Tan Munjin was incredibly glad that he made it in time and that nothing bad had time to happen to his friend, and Juzun was glad that he understood everything. Munjin tried to take a deep breath and asked Juzun if he had an irresistible urge to stain his clothes or something like that. He called him an idiot, and I understand why he went swimming in such weather. Juzun pressed the rope tightly to his chest, which he still managed to pull out, and laughed. Munjin looked in bewilderment at his friend, who did not stop laughing but only made it louder and louder. It seemed as if his laughter had dispersed all the rain clouds. It was as if in an instant it had become light and a caramel sunset had appeared. Jusan raised his hand that held the rope up and asked Moonjin to help him just once. Tan Munjin was indignant, remembering that he had just saved his life without realizing what else he needed. Jusan smiled very widely and looked at Munjin and asked him to help save little So-sun from the river bandits. Tan Munjin looked at his friend with fear, not understanding at all what river bandits he was talking about and why he wanted to save someone. Naturally, he understood what was being discussed, but he really hoped that they would ask him to make an easier request. But there was nowhere to go, and the guys immediately went to prepare to save the baby and took their swords. They went to a high hill where work was just underway to build a barricade. People worked hard helping each other and not sitting down to rest at all because they had to finish the work as quickly as possible before the river came close. Tan Munjin and Juzun hid on a higher hill and watched everything from above. Tan Munjin was still indignant that Juzun hadn't found some easier request, and after scolding him he decided to ask if they had any kind of plan at all. Juzun replied that there was no plan, and Tan Munjin carefully asked if his friend was planning to fight everyone, and he, smiling slightly awkwardly, assured that this was not what he wanted. Juzun suggested simply finding out where the girl was being held and getting away from that place as quickly as possible, to which Tan Munjin agreed. Juzun suggested they sneak into the building where the girl was supposedly located, but Munjin drew his attention to their clothing. The boys tried to find some reasonable way out to avoid detection. While they were arguing behind them, sounds and the crunch of branches underfoot began to be heard from the thicket of trees. This was a patrol that on the whole was not very happy to have to work in such disgusting weather and would have been better off working on the construction of the dam. Tan Munjin and Juzun carefully moved to another safer place and hid until the patrol passed by. But they understood that their end could come at any moment because the patrol was heading right in their direction and they had nowhere to go. The patrol officers carefully combed the entire area and were most likely well trained to ensure that no criminals could escape them. Well, it was strange that some river bandits had a whole patrol team. Tang Munjin knew that fighting these bandits on the spot was a very bad idea. Tan Munjin was trembling with fear and understood that it would be a big problem if he suddenly had to fight. He really hoped that the patrolmen would pass by and not be able to notice them, but his whole body said the opposite. Tang Munjin wondered where he and Juzun could hide, but no place seemed suitable. He thought they couldn't hide under the bridge, but there was only room for one of them there. Juzun was the first to act and immediately darted off to the side. He carefully moved closer to the bridge and looked closely at Tang Munjin. He gestured to them what they should do, and Tan Munjin realized that he should hide on the other side while Juzun hid behind the rocks. Tan Munjin liked the idea. He figured the rain was pouring down so hard it was drowning out almost all sound, and this plan was bound to work. Munjin silently appreciated his friend's resourcefulness in such situations. The guys hid, and soon a patrol walked along the wooden bridge. The patrolmen were very cautious, peering into every corner, as if they knew someone must be hiding there. But fortunately the bandits passed by and weren't able to spot Tan Munjin and Juzun. Juzun looked out from his hiding place and gestured that they had been great and had done everything well. Tan Munjin returned the gesture. The young man was glad that everything had gone smoothly so far, but he still didn't believe they'd be able to get into the building so easily. The next moment everything went completely wrong for Juzun. Munjin tensed up greatly, not immediately understanding what was happening, but he knew for sure that he shouldn't make any unnecessary movements. Juzun screamed loudly, and the patrol immediately paid attention to this and realized that there was a stranger on the territory. Juzun, being so cautious, made what seemed to Munjin a big mistake and attacked the patrolling bandits. He was confident that they were doing everything right and felt full of strength and the ability to quickly deal with the bandits. While Juzun was trying to wound the patrolman, Tan Munjin ran as fast as he could to help him. But after completing just one yuta, Juzun became exhausted and felt very ill, which surprised him. He glanced at the patrolmen and thought that they might be the twin hounds, which he certainly did not expect to meet. Juzun was immediately overcome by a violent tremor. Weakness took over and his eyes began to roll back. Tang Munjin turned pale with fear and growled that his friend was a complete idiot. One of the patrolmen shouted loudly and cursed at Juzun for pushing forward and not seeing who was standing in front of him, threatening that he could get a hole in the head for that. Juzun was completely out of his mind at that moment. He could barely comprehend where he was. Tan Munjin ran towards him as fast as he could, understanding that, in an instant, a great misfortune could happen to his friend. Munjin began to shout, urging Joseon to come to his senses and get up while calling him all sorts of names. The patrol realized the guy wasn't alone when they saw Tan Munjin and immediately raised the alarm. They were furious that the brats had gotten so brazen and were meddlesome, but they didn't belong there. One of the patrolmen ran towards Munjin shouting that he was still too green to attack people like them. The patrolman swung his sword, threatening to quickly finish off the boy who believed in himself too much. Tan Munjin was terrified at that moment. He felt like he was running straight toward a cliff, but he knew he couldn't stop. Not only his life was at stake, but also the life of his good friend whom he had promised to help. At that very moment, Munjin remembered everything that the eccentric doctor had taught him, especially the Turo technique. Turo is a horizontal strike known to those who practiced martial arts. Turo was used quite frequently. When using the Turo technique, a wide swing was made that cut through the void. To use this technique, you need to stand in a low stance and do a quick fish kick forward, after which it was necessary to make 3 feints and then point the blade upwards. At that very moment when the enemy falters, it is worth aiming straight at his heart. Before repelling the patrolman's attack, Munjin planned everything carefully. He was sure that the patrolman had been caught as planned by the Turo technique. At first, the Munjin made a dash and 1 feint which confused the patrolman. The cartridges dodged this blow and jumped to the side. I don't even know what kind of trap I fell into. And at exactly the same moment, Munjin fired another blow aiming straight at the patrolman's heart. Munjin was completely at a loss for what he'd done. Previously, all the circumstances had worked out so well that he hadn't had to apply the theory. The river bandit patrolman's blood splattered in all directions, and he died instantly just remembering his master. After everything was over, Tan Munjin changed into a patrolman's uniform and brought Joseon back to his senses, who immediately noticed that Munjin was covered in blood. Munjin was in great shock after what had happened and tried to hold on. After his comrade remarked about the bloodstains, he wiped them away and said nothing more. Joseon looked around and emphasized that no one else was offended, suggested that it was because everyone was at the construction of the dam, and suggested checking each house in turn until the river bandits arrived. Tan Munjin, without really understanding the meaning of his comrade's words, agreed with him and continued to get rid of the blood stains on his clothes. Joseon cursed him and asked him to concentrate, noting that they had completely failed to penetrate the territory. And if Munjin hesitated again next time, it would be the end for them. Tan Munjin noted with displeasure in his voice that the Joseon did not understand anything about successfully penetrating into someone else's territory, noting that if they really wanted to penetrate quietly, they would have sat in hiding like mice. Joseon, offended, went forward, answering that Munjin himself was to blame since he did not understand gestures, and immediately asked for silence since they had completed their task. Munjin repeated that they now had to act very quietly and quickly find the girl So-sun and leave without getting into any fights. They looked into yet another house where again they found no one. Almost every building contained some sort of boxes, crates, and decanters. The guys argued among themselves all the time, trying to figure out who was to blame, and Munjin noted that it was only because of his strength that they were able to get out of that situation. Joseon ridiculed his statement, saying that it was a wonderful video, like the great master's hands were shaking and there was fear in his eyes. Joseon also reminded that for a whole month he was Munjin's student, that is, he was winning, which is why Tan Munjin decided to close this topic and begin completing the task more carefully. Joseon, on the contrary, raised his voice, noting that there was a 100% chance that there would be no one behind the door, and placed a bet on 5 silver coins, but Munjin reminded him that he did not have money to bet and called him a pauper. Joseon was outraged that his friend mocked the poor and apparently had no honor at all. The boys fell silent for a moment and then opened the door of another house. Joseon said from the doorway that they hadn't found anyone again, but he was very wrong. 2 river bandits stood in the middle of the room. One of them laughed, saying reproachfully that the patrol was doing its job well. Tan Munjin and Joseon were seriously tense. They really didn't expect to see anyone. They quickly slammed the doors behind them. They had no choice but to deal with these bandits. The creature heard clicking, popping, and rumbling sounds. If anyone had been passing by, they would have definitely realized a fight was going on. After some time, Tan Munjin and Joseon cautiously peeked out from behind the door to make sure there were no passers-by. Having made sure that no one would see them, they dragged the bandits, whom they had already managed to tie up, out into the street. The guys threw the bandits to the ground very roughly, and they groaned in pain although they were still conscious. A sword blade and a wooden club were immediately presented to them as a warning not to make any unnecessary movements. Tan Munjin and Juzun immediately began interrogating these bandits, trying to find out where the girl who was not captured was. To make things clearer, they noted that the girl had 2 ponytails, was very small and poor, and lived under a bridge. They threatened that if the bandits didn't respond, they would be chopped into small pieces. But the bandits looked at the guys with great bewilderment and did not answer any of the questions asked. One of the bandits just laughed at Tan Munjinos, noting that he knew how to talk but apparently had never encountered real threats. The bandit smiled broadly and declared that if they wanted to scare him, Chang Sanche, the captain who had taken a dozen lives, they would have to try harder and at least come up with something more terrifying than ordinary torture. Tang Munjin was a little confused because he was convinced that the bandit would speak as soon as he saw the sharp blade near his neck. At that moment, Tan Munjin really didn't know what he should do next or how to get the bandits to talk. He asked Juzun if there was another way to get the bandits to talk, but Juzun replied that they couldn't transfer someone to this place for torture. Tan Munjin jumped up when he heard about the torture, but it was impossible to tell from his face whether he was scared or inspired. But nevertheless, he immediately went somewhere to the side, leaving Juzun alone. Juzun tried to stop his comrade and asked what he was doing and why, but Munjin left without saying a word. Munjin moved as far away from his comrade and the bandits as possible and took out from his bosom a small box containing aconite, which he had taken with him on the journey just in case. Aconite was used to relieve pain, but it was also a deadly poison, the root of wolfsbane, and if you mix it with Ligusticum romania and ginger for blood circulation, it will work quickly. While collecting rainwater in her palms, Tang Munjin thought that he didn't really want to torture the bandit, but besides he didn't know how to do it. But still, making poison from what he had was a good idea, and he immediately began mixing the ingredients. He really hoped that this poison would be enough to scare the bandits to death and tell everything. While mixing everything together, Tang Munjin simply prayed that the bandits would be scared and he wouldn't have to come up with anything else. Tan Munjin returned and asked Juzun to keep the bandits still. The boldest of them immediately expressed outrage at what was happening. Tang Munjin snorted and laughed. What the bandit was really interested in was that he offered to find out about it right away and showed the needle. Tan Munjin laughed for maximum effect and noted that since he wasn't afraid of ordinary torture, he should like this, and said that everyone who was entered by this needle felt every vein burst. Tang Munjin emphasized that his enemies were torn apart in agony before their death, and the pain would be much greater than that of a simple hole in the body. Tan Munjin brought the needle very close to the bandit's eye and said that the former patrolman died in exactly this way, and then suggested that the bandits talk anyway. But the bandit didn't immediately believe the young man, though his voice trembled. He laughed and asked the boy to stop bluffing, convinced that someone like him didn't possess poisonous techniques. Tan Munjin, becoming even more agitated, suggested that the bandit check for himself whether it was a bluff or not. But in fact, I was very unhappy about sticking that needle into him because I hadn't calculated it correctly and had no idea how it would work. Perhaps if the poison had been too weak, the bandit might have withdrawn, and then the plan would have been ruined. With these thoughts in mind, Tang Munjin inserted the needle into the bandit's chest. As soon as the needle penetrated the bandit's body, he began to tremble, but he resisted until the very end that something was happening. At the moment when the bandit wanted to say that everything was okay with him and the boy had deceived him, he began to vomit blood and his whole body was covered in severe pain. Another bandit was seriously scared when he saw his captain and realized that this was no joke at all. Even without the strength to scream one last time, the bandit fell silent and suddenly went limp. Tang Munjin became even more frightened because she didn't want things to turn out this way. The bandit shuddered again. Black veins and capillaries appeared all over his body, and his pupils narrowed to the max. With a groan, his eyes began to roll upward, but the trembling began to subside. The bandit died very quietly, but this was proof that the other one had to tell the whole truth, otherwise he would suffer the same fate. Tang Munjin pulled the needle out of the bandit's body with a trembling hand, still not believing what had happened. He looked at him again and emphasized that he was indeed dead. The other bandit gritted his teeth in fear and looked at his dead captain. Without wasting any time, Juzun grabbed the second bandit by the throat and pressed him firmly to the ground, noting that if he didn't think the warning was in the left, he should speak nicely. At that moment, the bandit no longer thought of resisting, much less lying to such people. Juzun looked him sternly in the eyes and ordered him to tell everything he knew about the girl's kidnapping. The bandit held his breath. Fear paralyzed him, but he knew he'd have to tell everything to save his life. The bandit immediately admitted that the girl was taken to a cave that was nearby. Tang Munjin thought only of the life he had taken with his sword and of the medicine he had taken. He couldn't forgive himself for having been able to kill people. But on the way to the cave he had to try to put all these thoughts aside because their mission was not yet over. Soon Tan Munjin and Juzan found themselves at the entrance to the cave. The tunnel they were about to pass through was surprisingly illuminated by torches attached to the walls. Tang Munjin took one torch from the wall so that he would have at least one source of light just in case. No matter how hard he tried, the thought of taking up his sword to save Hong Juzan wouldn't leave him. He felt like the most terrifying killer even though he knew he had to. He reflected on the fact that he had killed a man once intentionally and another time by mistake. But that didn't make it any easier. He began to doubt whether it was really a mistake and whether he wanted to do it on purpose. Walking through the tunnel, Juzan decided to break the silence that had arisen between them and decided to clarify whether the bandit died only because Tan Munjin had simply made a mistake with the dosage. Tan Munjin immediately started to tremble, but he tried to turn her over and replied that the bandit had killed more than 10 people and even bragged about it, so he deserved such a death. Walking a little forward, Tang Munjin agreed that it might have been a mistake, but he didn't regret what happened one bit. He did not raise his gaze to Juzan and only said that they should hurry to find the girl So Sun-yi and get out of this place, and complained that he was all wet. Juzan felt very awkward, but he completely agreed with Tan Munjin. He no longer knew what to say. Juzan felt that he had asked that question in vain because he sensed the state Tan Munjin was in. Juzan understood that it was now too late to turn back, but the guilt over what had happened consumed him. Soon the boys had to stop. Juzan looked very puzzled and stared straight ahead. They came to a fork. The tunnel split into two and they had to choose which way to go. Juzan said out loud that they had come to a fork in the road in order to somehow ease the tension that had arisen between him and his comrade. Tan Munjin shared that he too had no idea where to go now, and the only way they could navigate was by smell. There was a foul stench coming from one tunnel but not from the other. Juzan suggested checking one of the tunnels first, but he also wouldn't mind standing guard while Tan Munjin went on reconnaissance. Tan Munjin was ready to go into one of the tunnels alone, and was about to do so when Juzan stopped him, noting that he heard someone's footsteps. Juzan Lyoka fell to the ground and pressed his ear to the ground, concentrating. "I will try to figure out where these sounds were coming from." Tan Munjin became nervous and asked if Juzan had heard many footsteps, but Juzan had not said anything for too long and continued to listen. Tan Munjin was losing his patience and along with it his self-control, and he stared piercingly at Juzan, waiting for his answer. Juzan stood up completely pale and explained that the bandits were so close that a meeting with them was unavoidable. Tan Munjin and Juzan Stalin stood in front of one of the tunnels and simply waited until they saw a crowd of bandits coming towards them. Juzan was nervous and still hoped that they would still be able to hide somewhere, but Tan Munjin stood motionless meeting the bandits, and only said that things were really not going well for them. A short time later the boy saw torches and the shadows of bandits. Their footsteps were also clearly audible. Tang Munjin took a fighting stance and, gripping his sword tighter, said that now he would have to take as many of these creatures as possible with him to the next world. As soon as he brought the bandits in, Tang Munjin wanted to fearlessly rush straight at them, realizing that he no longer had any other option. He understood that the bandits, as soon as they saw strangers on their territory, would also unconditionally rush into battle together. After thinking about this option for a while, Tang Munjin imagined himself being pierced by a sharp sword. Munjin immediately discarded this plan. "I know that it had too many weak points, even just imagining such an outcome." Tensions quickly rose as the river bandits approached, and Tang Munjin tried to figure out what the right thing to do was. But he really had no other options, and he decided to stick with the first plan but simply improve it. He decided that he would turn the false blows of the jagbong into real ones, inflicting only such wounds that could paralyze the bandits. Imagining that the river bandits could attack wave after wave, Munjin decided that he could withstand it. Well, that had its downsides. If he'd done that, he'd risked being pushed back and then finished off. He understood that as soon as he allowed himself to be surrounded, his end would come immediately, but this was not at all part of his plans. Tan Munjin regretted that there wasn't a simple answer to this situation like in medicine. He hadn't been taught how to fight a crowd in a cave, so nothing else came to mind. But Tang Munjin knew for sure that he would never beg for mercy and would fight to the end. Soon the river bandits noticed two strangers and stopped nearby, surprised that there were only two guys. One of the bandits was outraged that some two brats dared to enter Chang Sancha's lair without fear. The bandit immediately realized that these were the same two psychos who had killed both the guards on his territory and the vacationers. Tang Munjin immediately showed that he had no intention of running away and drew his sword, preparing for battle. Munjin was indignant, noting that there was no point in asking questions since he would soon die anyway. Looking at the crowd of bandits, Tang Munjin felt even more excited because he thought that there would be much fewer of them, but he would have to fight them. The bandit began to taunt the boys and anger them in every way possible. He was confident they could do nothing to his men or himself. The bandit smiled slyly and asked his men to remove the strangers before their leader arrived. The entire crowd of river bandits rushed forward towards Tang Munjin and Juzun, drawing their weapons. The boys stood their ground and faced the coming battle with courage. They couldn't give up or retreat. Munjin, deeply troubled by personal problems, was now ready to take life again. He accepted the situation. He had managed to plan what he needed to do, and this made him feel a little more confident. There was no longer any room for fear in him. Tang Munjin understood that there was only one solution to this situation. He realized that in order to survive he had to kill those who posed a danger. Munjin struck one blow after another, cutting his enemies into pieces. His eyes sparkled with hatred mixed with courage. He no longer doubted what he was doing. Sometimes he caught himself thinking that he should have struck more carefully because his sword left two deep wounds. With the next opponent, everything repeated itself, and very quickly Munjin completely threw these thoughts aside. He kept telling himself that he had no right to stop and think too much because he was simply falling senselessly in this cave. Tang Munjin felt an uncontrollable force within himself which prevented the enemies from getting close to him. Juzun fought in this battle on par with Tang Munjin, although he also experienced great fear. The bandit captain stood behind the others and was stunned by how strong the strangers were. The bandit was angry that he'd made such a mistake and that his team was in danger. He was angry that he'd so completely underestimated these guys. Tang Munjin and Juzun pushed back the bandits and forced them to retreat little by little. Juzun shouted at Tang Munjin to pull himself together and called him an idiot, which left him in shock. Juzun asked with a nervous smile if Munjin was planning to die in this cave after playing the hero, and noted that in that case there would be no one to help save the girl. Tang Munjin smiled and asked in response who said that he was going to die. Munjin noted that he had to take 5 silver coins from Juzun for the lost bet and would never die, calling Juzun a poor fool. The bandits rushed at them with renewed vigor, feeling that if they were afraid and hesitated they would die. The guys continued to bravely fight the bandits no matter what. They had a goal to save the innocent life of a child, and they were obliged to see it through to the end. Juzun, eagerly absorbing the knowledge that the eccentric doctor gave them, happily applied it in practice in a more serious setting. Tang Munjin did not lag behind and squeezed out of himself all the maximum that was available to him. Juzun swung his wooden club in all directions and hit his targets accurately. Tang Munjin and Juzun managed to defeat many of the bandits, but the rest hesitated and retreated slightly, creating a pause in the battle. Tang Munjin and Juzun were ready to continue and were just waiting to show what they were capable of. But in reality, the guys were hoping that they would just get lucky, and that this was the only way they would be able to break through the crowd of river bandits. Events unfolded in such a way that Tang Munjin began to doubt whether luck even existed. One of the bandits shouted that he was going swimming, and the smile immediately disappeared from the faces of Tang Munjin and Juzun. This enemy was more dangerous than his subordinates, and upon seeing him the guys were seriously worried. They saw a real brute barely able to fit in the tunnel. He looked more like a wild animal than a man. Tang Munjin couldn't contain his emotions and cursed loudly, sincerely not understanding how he should fight further. The bandit leader smiled broadly, and his eyes sparkled with 2 huge lights full of anger. The bandit leader walked slowly toward Tang Munjin and Juzun, telling them that many had tried to rob Zhang Sanche. He stopped next to one of his fallen warriors and stained his finger with his blood. Licking this finger, the chieftain said that he killed everyone who came so lately no one dared to challenge him, and it became very boring. Looking at the guys, he noted that they were apparently experts in martial arts and was delighted at the upcoming fun. A beast-like roar was then heard. The bandit leader indicated that the main battle was only just beginning. Tang Munjin and Juzun cowered in fear before this brute. Upon seeing him, they immediately realized their chances of defeating him in combat were slim. Tang Munjin felt the energy in the leader's laughter and realized that he belonged to at least the first class and possibly even higher. Tang Munjin, not wanting to be driven into fear, shouted that they should stop chatting and said that no matter how much the chieftain flaunted his sister god knows what, he was just a poor bastard with an axe. Juzun rushed forward shouting that, for those who did not know the rules of beggars, the best medicine was fists. The leader looked at the boy with a wide smile, as if he were a flea, and didn't even think of moving from his place, knowing that he wouldn't be able to do anything to him at all. The leader asked if he looked weaker than the boy and was indignant that he was being forced to shout out the names of the techniques, and then waved his hand. Tan Munjin, seeing this, immediately rushed to help his friend and called out his name. Only the leader's hand turned out to be larger than Juzun himself. The young man realized at that moment that he had made a mistake in rushing at the leader. Juzun spun around like a top on the spot from the blow and shouted that it was up to him to decide what to talk about and what not to talk about. The leader mockingly agreed with him and struck again, noting that if the young man wanted to die, so be it. At that moment, Juzun felt incredible fear, but he understood perfectly well that he had no way to resist and block the blow. The sound of a strong blow echoed throughout the cave. By that time, Tan Munjin had managed to run up to his friend, but he was also unable to do anything. The leader very deftly parried Tang Munjin's sword attack, causing him to lose his balance for a moment. The bandit leader laughed loudly again. He laughed at the stupidity and boldness of these strangers. With one kick, the bandit leader sent Tan Munjin and Juzun back many meters at the same time. The entire blow was taken by Juzun, who was initially standing in front and covering Tang Munjin. The leader of the bandits immediately ran after the guys, not giving them even a second to rest. For him, this whole fight turned out to be very funny, and he got a lot of pleasure from it. Tan Munjin stepped forward a little in front of Juzun, who was trying to recover from a powerful blow to the chest. Tan Munjin emphasized to himself that the bandit leader was far from the old man, but he had considerable inner strength. He decided that it was worth approaching him with a short weapon and quickly finishing everything as the eccentric doctor taught him. But it was necessary to do everything very quickly so that the bandit leader would not have time to react. The leader of the bandits continued to laugh at the guys, saying how long it had been since he had had this much fun. The bandit leader smiled broadly and asked the boys to attack him again, trying to decide which of them would go first this time. At that moment, Tan Munjin realized that it would not be so easy to deal with the bandit leader. Tan Munjin tried to figure out which side he should sneak up on him from, but at that moment he realized that his chances were slim in any case. The bandit leader, realizing that the guys weren't going to attack, noted that he would come to them first, which was not at all part of Tan Munjin's plans. The bandit leader rushed forward with the same laugh, noting that he would be slow and that the young man should not be timid. Tang Munjin barely managed to react and dodge the bandit leader's axe. The young man was surprised that the bandit leader called it slow because the wind pressure alone was tearing off his skin. What was surprising was that the bandit leader was too fast for his size and his movements could not be read in advance. But nevertheless, it seemed to Tang Munjin that compared to the fight with the old man, he saw everything clearly, which already gave him at least a small advantage. Tang Munjin dodged the axe blows as the bandit jumped back, and at the same time Juzun rushed at him. Juzun shouted that he was using a 4-hit snake-style technique, and Tang Munjin looked at him and thought that his friend was apparently completely fearless. Juzun struck but missed badly. The bandit leader managed to jump up and swung his axe right over the young man's head. Tan Munjin rushed forward, realizing that his friend was in great danger and needed to be covered. Running up to the bandit leader, Tang Munjin realized that it was not that he could not predict his movements. It was clear the bandit leader was simply playing with them and genuinely having fun. He wasn't taking this fight seriously, confident of his victory. Tan Munjin sensed that to the bandit leader he and Juzun were mere toys, like mice in front of a cat. But the bandit leader didn't realize he was facing mice raised by a real tiger. Tang Munjin was confident that he could find a way to sneak up on the bandit leader and end this battle his own way. He knew that if he didn't find a way, he would improvise, and if it didn't work, he would gnaw his way through. The bandit leader attacked again, and Tang Munjin backed away, dodging his blows. The leader's blows were extremely difficult to parry, and Tang Munjin barely managed to avoid them. Well, Tang Munjin's fear of this man had subsided. The leader was formidable, but no different from those guys with blades, and all his blows were either horizontal or vertical without a single lunge. Moreover, unlike a sword, it was difficult to strike with an axe from the bottom up, and although the difference was small, it took more time to transition from horizontal strikes to vertical ones. Tan Munjin decided that it was worth forcing the speaking bandits to raise their hands by any means possible and then hit him in the body. Juzun did not stop attacking the leader and getting underfoot, continuing to shout out the techniques they were going to use. This angered Tan Munjin beyond belief, and he hoped Juzun would finally stop shouting the names of his moves. He was also furious that none of his blows landed and he was simply being beaten. The bandit leader blocked all his attacks. Tan Munjin gave Juzun some time to absorb the attacks, then rushed into the attack again. The bandit leader knocked Juzun back with one blow, and Tang Munjin immediately attacked him again. Munjin concentrated all his strength and gathered his courage, but he understood that at this rate neither he nor Juzun would be able to last long. Munjin held his sword tightly in his hand and was ready to repel the subsequent attacks of the leaders. The leader ran straight towards him like a beast after its prey, and the earth shook under his heavy steps. Tang Munjin tried to think of a way to make the bandit open for an attack, and using this opportunity at least try to inflict damage on him. But instead of getting the opportunity to inflict damage on the bandit leader, Munjin missed a blow to his stomach. The bandit leader swung his axe harder, saying that he saw that the young man was up to something and offered to show him the breach. Tan Munjin was surprised how the bandits were able to figure him out, since he tried to behave unpredictably. The bandit leader began to strike blow after blow, which the young man could barely dodge. Jumping aside from the leader's next blow, Tan Munjin heard Juzun's voice, who again rushed into the attack, shouting out a technique at the gift of sugar maple. Juzun jumped high and tried to strike down on the enemy flying towards him. Tan Munjin froze in horror, waiting to see how it would all end, unable to intervene. Tan Munjin saw Juzun rush into the attack with a wide smile and thought that he was just making fun of himself. Tension gripped Munjin's body at that moment. He feared that this attack might be Juzun's last. Juzun seemed to hover in midair for a moment. A successful strike would have sent his full weight crashing down on the talking bandits. Tan Munjin quickly analyzed his friend's striking technique and thought that he was seriously bluffing. Perhaps this was your best chance to confuse the bandit leader and inflict damage on him. Juzun threw his wooden club aside as he jumped and rushed on the bandits' heads with his bare hands. The leader froze in place, thinking that it was Ma Chonga. He realized he had fallen into a trap. Tan Munjin also realized that it was Ma Chonga, and this made him very happy. And why did a smile appear on his face? The bandit leader quickly reacted, parried the young man's kick with his high leg, raised it up, and his blow hit Juzun right in the head. Everything before Juzun's eyes went blurry in an instant. The blow he received was devastating. Well, Juzun had enough strength to withstand this blow and not lose his vigilance. Juzun instantly struck back at the bandits. He punched the bandit in the leg. Tan Munjin also took advantage of this moment and pounced on the bandit leader, while he was a little confused and Juzun held him back. The bandit leader laughed and said that perhaps the beggar from the hemp field was worth something after all. He still found this to be incredibly amusing. Juzun tried to hold onto the bandit leader's hand, although he was dangling on it like on a tree branch in a hurricane, while he ran towards Munjin. Tang Munjin eagerly accepted the invitation to attack. He was ready even though his strength was already waning. Finally, a breach had appeared in this fight created by Juzun at the cost of his life. Tang Munjin had no right to miss it. He understood that he had to do everything possible even if he himself died. The boys rushed the bandit leader together. Juzun held his arm while Munjin tried to get underneath him and strike. Tang Munjin prayed that Juzun wouldn't suddenly give up, as it was unlikely that such an opportunity would arise. Juzun fell to the ground and pulled the leader along with him, holding the hand in which he held the axe. The bandit didn't expect anything that could harm him, considering Tan Munjin and Juzun to be weaklings who were simply putting on too much airs. Blood splashed everywhere. Tang Munjin's face and clothes were also stained with his enemy's blood. The head of the river bandit leader fell from his shoulders with a frozen smile on his face. Juzun smiled enthusiastically, realizing that he and Tan Munjin had accomplished the incredible. One of the bandits, whose boss's head rolled under his feet, was stunned. He grimaced and took a step back. The bandit stared at his leader's head and couldn't immediately find the right words for his other subordinates. He trembled with fear, and the other bandits immediately started making noise, trying to figure out whether they should run away before it was too late. The bandit looked at Tang Munjin and Juzun, who looked ready to continue this battle. The bandit shouted to the others, calling on them to gather because the death of their leader did not change anything and they could not give all their treasures to some strangers. The bandit noted that their enemies were already exhausted and would be easy to defeat, but Tang Munjin felt a surge of strength within himself and was honestly ready to send the others after their leader. Tan Munjin was incredibly irritated by the bandit who spoke on behalf of the others and was apparently their captain. Tang Munjin was confident that despite being at his limit, he would be able to endure to the end no matter how many people attacked him. At that moment, Tang Munjin took out his box of aconite and acupuncture needles, which he immediately smeared in the deadly poison. Juzun took a handful of poisonous needles from Tang Munjin and holding them between his fingers created deadly fists with spikes. Juzun knew exactly what he was doing and figured it out pretty quickly, coming up with a new technique. He shouted out the 1,000 needles technique and threw poisonous needles at his opponents from both hands at once. Tan Munjin was amazed at how someone could simply make up a name for a technique and shout out its non-existent name just like his friend did. In Tang Munjin's opinion, the name of the move was completely different from what he saw in front of him. But the worst part was the technique probably didn't work no matter how much Juzun believed in it. The needles pierced the bandits' bodies, but the poison's effect was unnoticeable. Tan Munjin was incredibly angry at Juzun, who stood there with a proud look as if he had saved the whole world from evil, but you actually came up with some nonsense. But Tan Munjin quickly realized that he was wrong when he saw that Juzun's plan actually worked. The two bandits who stood in front of everyone suddenly fell to the ground with the same symptoms as the one who was killed by Tang Munjin while experimenting. Tang Munjin felt at a loss, realizing that he and Juzun could only hope for greater luck. After a short while, Tang Munjin became even more confused as the poison seemed to have a different effect and the bandits were experiencing severe pain. The captain, seeing what was happening to his men, screamed in anger, cursing at Juzun for using unknown technology. None of the bandits dared to attack, fearing the hidden weapons of the strangers, who were also able to defeat their thug leader, whom no one had been able to even wound before. Tang Munjin grinned and confirmed that it was a hidden weapon, explaining that as the bandits had seen for themselves, it was a poison that would kill instantly with just one scratch. He looked closely at the captain and noted that the bandits could attack if they wanted, and he would make sure that at least half of them ended up doing the same. Tang Munjin also gave him a choice, offering to end the battle here and spare the lives of the others. Tang Munjin repeated the captain's words that it made no difference that their leader was dead, and that the main thing was the treasure. Tang Munjin immediately explained that they came to this cave not for the treasures that the bandits had stolen, but for the child they had kidnapped. The captain was indignant that the eccentrics actually ended up on their territory because of those ragamuffins not understanding why they were committing such a massacre for the sake of the poor. Tan Munjin and Juzun did not answer and only showed by their appearance that they had come for the very reasons stated by the captain. The captain laughed that the guys weren't interested in the treasures hidden in the cave, but they came all this way for some ragamuffins. The captain tried to understand how this was possible and thought that they were trying to pull the wool over his eyes. He shouted that he couldn't believe this nonsense and waved his sword in the air, indicating that the battle would continue. Tan Munjin turned his back on him and laughed, replying that the bandits might not believe him and that it was just a matter of business, but they should remember that the price would be death. Tang Munjin went to one of the tunnels, saying that if everyone understood everything, then they could go their separate ways. Juzun followed him, and the bandits remained standing in place, hesitating because Tan Munjin indicated that he would kill everyone who followed him, and it was worth making a decision wisely. None of the bandits dared to verify the threat. Most were trembling with fear, and it would have been difficult to even persuade them to give chase. The whole crowd simply watched the boys go and watched as the light of their torch slowly disappeared into the darkness. The bandits already had a lot of worries about building a hierarchy of power within their gang. The whole crowd ran in the other direction, pushing and cursing among themselves and fighting for their place. Tan Munjin and Juzun, having confidently escaped from under the bandits' noses, were in fact very worried that their speech had become unconvincing for them and they would rush in pursuit. Having gone deeper into the tunnel, the guys went behind one of the rock ledges and cautiously looked back. The bandits were no longer visible, but behind them in the depths of the tunnel, they heard someone's voice calling for Dad and the deputy chief. Following the voice, Moonjin and Juzun found themselves near a cell with bars behind which they saw little So-sun as well as other beggars. Soon the baby met her father, who hugged her tightly and cried with happiness. Many beggars finally met their relatives from whom they had to part a long time ago. Tan Moonjin and Juzun escorted all the former prisoners to their families and waved them goodbye before heading home. Juzun was incredibly happy that he had managed to help these people. His face lit up with joy. Tan Moonjin also smiled as he looked at Juzun. He was glad he had been able to help his friend achieve something important to him. Moonjin's rear is also glad that Juzun was unharmed after catching the blade with his bare hands and only receiving a small wound on his little finger. Tan Moonjin thought for a long time about how DK Juzun managed to come up with such a trick with needles, but concluded that it was thanks to his teacher. When they had already walked a long way, Tan Moonjin asked Juzun what he was going to do next. Juzun replied that he hadn't planned anything special and suggested traveling together, since there were no plans. Juzun didn't know how the righteous faction and Vice Chief Hongmen Noj would react, so he and Moonjin couldn't remain in the city. But traveling together could also endanger the old man and Moonjin. Tan Moonjin laughed that the ragamuffin who had just miraculously remained alive was now trying to ask to be his companion, noting that his impudence was growing with each passing minute. Juzun was indignant and emphasized that this was not begging but a request, and Moonjin laughingly reminded who paid for the food, drink, and new clothes. When Juzun confirmed that the Moonjin had paid for everything, he said that this meant that it was no longer begging but simple freeloading, and burst into loud laughter. They went up to their room, but as soon as they opened the door they noticed an eccentric doctor, who noted that the two of them had apparently had a lot of fun during the couple of days he had been away. The eccentric doctor sat at the table drinking tea. When the boys entered the room, he pointed to the sword he'd ordered and asked if it looked decent. Tan Moonjin was glad to see his teacher and noted that they hadn't been having all that much fun, and asked what the old man had been doing all this time, since he probably didn't just take 100 nyong in silver for nothing. The eccentric doctors explained that something was bothering him, and he decided to take a look around and immediately noted that he was glad to see Hong Juzun. He asked the boys to sit down and asked if they knew about the long-standing conflict between the righteous faction and the Beggars' Union in Zhongifang. Soon rumors spread throughout the city that the head of the Changsanch fortress was dead. Now everyone knew that this was the work of two young guys. Many thought that they were rising stars of some great clan. Someone said that one of the guys was a blacksmith from the Dan clan, and people were even more surprised. I don't understand how this was possible. People tried to figure out whether the bandits who had been bothering them for so long would now return to the city, but some assumed that they would simply lie low and then appear again. For a time, peace was supposed to reign in the city. People didn't have to worry about their loved ones dying or their homes being robbed. By the time Tan Moonjin, Juzun, and the eccentric doctor left Zhongifang, rumors of the Changsanch had spread throughout the city, but no one could figure them out now. Half a month has passed since we left this city in no hurry, and this whole story has already been somewhat forgotten. The sudden battle to the death brought unexpected results that the boys never expected to receive. Very quickly coins began to jingle in their pockets, which were very useful on a long journey. Tan Moonjin began to earn a good living thanks to his blacksmithing skills. Many wanted to properly reward his work, even adding a small percentage from the merchants oppressed by river bandits. Moonjin's reward was the realization that the moment he would need his power would come without warning. He understood that if he had neglected training on the way to this city, and if he had been careless with the divine techniques and had poorly mastered the black peony, he would have lost even to the bandits' henchmen, not to mention the leader. The boat ride to Nokian, where they were all headed, would take another half a month, and Moonjin decided to devote himself entirely to training. He wanted to be able to maintain his balance no matter how much he swayed, and he trained diligently. Juzun was surprised where this guy got such skills, because since they left Zhongifang he had 11 sparring matches, 7 wins and 5 losses. Tan Moonjin was inspired and also understood the value of these teachings. He desired to become one with his sword. There was never a time when Moonjin was not learning techniques or doing physical exercises. During one training session he was so engrossed in his training that he didn't notice someone approaching him. He only noticed the person when they started clapping. Moonjin was unfamiliar with this man and had never even seen him before. The man apologized and explained that he had simply gone out to admire the moon and had accidentally seen Moonjin training. He apologized for allowing himself to watch, which left Moonjin confused. The man smiled broadly and introduced himself as Namgung Myung and asked Moonjin to fight him. Namnoon Myung was the eldest son of the Namgung family and a top-class martial artist. He was returning home by ship. His debut in the martial arts world was without any particular success. All he achieved was to defeat some mountain bandits and a couple of small-time kidnappers, and he was very afraid that he would disappoint his father. And then he met a woman who didn't care about the name Namgung. She didn't care about the name that made everyone around her build walls of their skeletal expectations. It was the first time Namnun men had met a woman like her. She didn't care about the comma and had to try hard to win her heart. Namnun men felt completely free from anyone's expectations and was as if in flight. The anticipation of his family was like the morning fog in those days that he spent with this woman. Namnun men enjoyed every moment spent with her and forgot about all the sorrows that had previously troubled him. But to his chagrin, Tang Munjin appeared, who interfered with his happiness and caused jealousy. One day Tang Munjin approached this girl and asked her to borrow a branch of sakura, explaining that someone had food poisoning and this branch should help. During the day he was a ship's doctor, and at night he became a martial arts master, which greatly irritated Namgung Myung. He was incredibly angry and believed that the girl of his heart would forget about everything and Tang Munjin would completely capture her attention. Namnun men did not hesitate to have a duel with Tang Munjin and soon approached him with this proposal. Tang Munjin, not expecting any trickery, decided to agree, considering the Namgung family to be very important. Namnun men wanted to break Tang Munjin in this duel and free himself from the suffering caused by his jealousy. Tang Munjin accepted the challenge since he already had a sword in hand. He believed this duel was merely for training. The girl who was pierced by Namgung Myung had no idea what he was planning or why. Much to his surprise, Namgung Myung pulled out a wooden sword instead of a steel one. Tang Munjin asked him if everything would be alright, since in that case the fight would be unfair, but Namgung Myung assured him that it should be so since he himself asked for it. He noted that the child of a family of hereditary doctors received a lucky chance and ended up in the world of martial arts, and he is grateful for the opportunity to expand his modest horizons. The girl met the eccentric doctor and Juzin and asked them if they had seen the young gentleman Namgung Myung. At the same time, the duel between Namgung Myung and Tang Munjin was just beginning. Tang Munjin smiled and said that he was in the hands of his opponent. It was at the start of the fight that Tang Munjin felt like he was in trouble, because before he left Sichuan the Namgung family was just a legend to him, and now the glacier of this family was clearly trying to impress a woman. Moreover, Tang Munjin couldn't help but notice his opponent's gaze, which was literally boring into him. The troubled patients who came to his clinic had eyes like that. Tang Munjin couldn't forget that look. Tang Munjin decided that he should attack the enemy half-heartedly and lose with dignity so that the conflict would not escalate. Tang Munjin rushed forward and very carefully delivered his first strike. Namnun men noted to himself that Munjin had an honest and slow sword of a second-rate fighter, and at best it was a blow to the head with a feint to the shoulder. Whenever Namgung Myung encountered a newcomer, his desire to crush that person would greatly weaken. But Namgung Myung was outraged at himself and decided that an opponent like Tang Munjin was worth teaching a lesson. He wanted to do this so that in the future Munjin could perhaps stand up for himself against a couple of mountain bandits. He thought it would be enough to reflect his sword with the technique of gentleness conquering cruelty, and then use boundless sky. Namnoon Myung decided to pretend to follow Munjin's ball to confuse him. He carefully repeated the Mundine's blows and slid along his sword. He wanted to change the trajectory of his own to reflect the blow and then use the boundless sky. But very unexpectedly for him, Tang Munjin hit his wooden ball and cut off the end. With one precise and swift movement, Tang Munjin practically disarmed Namgung Myung. Namnun men was a little worried, thinking that if the fight continued like this, Munjin would be able to hit him in the shoulder. The certainty that Tang Munjin was incompetent and weak vanished. Namnun Meng felt doubts. Due to his lack of confidence, Namgung Myung became angry, cursing silently that Munjin apparently did not know how to stop his sword. Namgung Myung tried to convince himself that his soft technique had only accelerated Munjin's sword, and now he couldn't stop. The fight began to take unexpected turns that Tang Munjin had not planned for and was beginning to get nervous. Even though he tried not to fight Namgung Myung with his full strength, he still managed to get past him and land accurate blows. When Namgung Myung rolled head over heels to the side, Tang Munjin immediately ran up to him and began to apologize, noting that he was not used to fighting with a real ball and therefore swung it too dangerously. Namnun Meng held his hand out in front of him, gesturing for Tang Munjin to stop talking. He waved his hand and said with a laugh that in his Namgun family this kind of thing happened often, and apparently the wooden sword was just in poor condition. Namnun Men stood up and thanked the great warrior Tang for another lesson lesson, but Mun Jin changed again and gave him a battered wooden sword. Both guys started flattering each other very much, trying to avoid the intense tension that they were both experiencing. But suddenly, right in the middle of the conversation, Namgung Myung asked Moon Jin to give him a little more time and took out a real steel sword. The sword was decorated with various precious stones, gold, and bore the emblem of a peacock. Tan Mun Jin shuddered in fear that Namgung Myung wanted to offer him a real sword fight. Nam Nun Men explained that she would not use internal energy or dangerous techniques, thinking to herself that she could not allow this flower boy to ruin all his efforts in courting that girl. The girl, who by this time had already managed to find her lover, covered herself with a fan, very worried about the possible consequences. Nam Nun Myung wielded one of the family's 5 great swords. With his sword sambum, he wanted to show Mun Jin the true path to his family's supremacy. He tried in every way to persuade Mun Jin to agree to this duel, and even shouted throughout the ship how much he begged him to agree. Tan Mun Jin cringed in fear, but out of desperation he was forced to agree. Mun Jin understood how serious this man was about this woman, but he couldn't understand why he wanted to duel him. "You want to start quickly and finish quickly." Mun Jin again drew his sword and declared that he was ready to begin the duel. He wondered if the sword's trajectory was the same, he would be able to block it, although he wasn't sure about it. Namgung Myung really wanted to use the same trajectory, but he wanted to achieve a completely different result. It may not have been gentleness that conquered cruelty, but at that moment the main thing for him was the result. He believed in his sword as the best partner that could help him solve the problem. The swords of Namgung Myung and Tang Mun Jin crossed in a strike, and one of them damaged the other. Tang Mun Jin's sword simply cut through the great sword of the Namgung family, leaving its owner completely dumbfounded. Namgung Myung tried to resist and continued to press forcefully on Mun Jin, hoping that he would give in. Moon Jin continued to resist Namgung Myung's strength and tried to get ahead. Tan Mun Jin realized what kind of person stood before him when he felt Namgung Myung's open energy. Namgung Myung came to his senses, remembering that he had promised not to use his internal energy before the start of the fight. But thanks to the mud he received, he managed to resist Tang Mun Jin and throw the young man aside. Tang Mun Jin jumped back and, turning to the great warrior Namgung, reminded him that he had promised not to fill his sword with internal energy. Namgung Myung lowered his sword and then, looking up, apologized and explained that in his family real combat was a matter of habit and he got carried away. Tan Mun Jin became upset and noted that the promise was still just a promise and suggested ending the fight there. Tan Mun Jin was irritated by the fact that his opponent constantly talked about the greatness of his family but kept it to himself. Namgung Myung was in despair because in a short time he had made a fool of himself 3 times, and in addition he had used his family name to hide his shame. Tan Mun Jin tolerated all this only because Namgung Myung was from the great family, and if someone else had secretly watched his training, he would have pacified him long ago. Namgung Myung thought about how much he had disgraced his name and the name of his family. He thought that if he returned home like this, his father and the elders would want to talk to him. Namgung Myung believed that his father would personally kill him for such an act. Tan Mun Jin felt that something was wrong and immediately turned around to see what Namgung Myung was doing. Namgung Myung stood there pale and covered in sweat. He muttered something to himself, apologized, and looked simply pathetic. He tried to convince himself that it was not his fault, and then switched to Mun Jin's wondrous sword and decided that he might have some kind of divine blade. He stared at Mun Jin's sword, thinking that the sword must really be something special. Tang Mun Jin smiled and replied that there was no need to ask for mercy, and emphasized that their duel was over. Tan Mun Jin pressed his sword to himself and said that if you think about it, Namgung Myung offered him incredibly favorable conditions from the very beginning, but they should consider it just a coincidence. It would seem that their conversation should have ended here, but Namgung Myung, having thanked his opponent for the duel, turned again. He looked at Mun Jin with puppy dog eyes and asked to sell his sword, which amazed Mun Jin. After once again clarifying whether he had misheard, Mun Jin replied that this app was probably not for him since the sword was special to him personally. Nam Nun Men smiled and apologized for the inappropriate request. Then he bowed and, thanking him for his time, wished him good night and walked away. Tan Mun Jin, looking after Namgung Myung, felt that he was a dangerous guy in many ways, and before him he had never met anyone more selfish than Hong Juzin. There was still a week left before landing on the shore, and Tan Mun Jin decided that he would stay away from this guy if possible. Namgung Myung, however, had something more interesting in mind than just a duel. He didn't want to leave this situation unattended. A week later the ship finally arrived at the port and it was time to pack our things and go ashore. The entire ship heard the loud cry of Tang Munjin, who discovered that his sword was missing. Juzan and the eccentric doctor immediately came running to his cries to find out what had happened. Tan Munjin was in his cabin, his belongings scattered about. He stood exhausted leaning against the bed and cursing Namgung Myung. Tang Munjin had hoped that this man would not bother him again, and that they would not see each other again, and now he felt incredible rage that the opposite had happened. Namgung Myung dastardly stole the sword from Tang Munjin and quickly got off the ship. He took his horse and rode as fast as he could to escape with the sword without a trace. He rushed against the wind and felt incredible joy that he had managed to get the divine blade. He sincerely believed that he had obtained a divine blade and read that his debut in the world of martial arts had been a success. Namgung Myung, as soon as he reached dry land, rushed to his home. He was thrilled to see what emotions the stolen sword would evoke in his father. Namgung Myung-woo was just a short distance from his father's palace. He was fortunate enough to see the gates. Namgung Myung handed his horse over to the groom and walked to his father, their fire, leading the horse to the stable. The first thing he did was feed the horse, surprised at how tired and hungry he was, and at the same time stroked his head. The groom looked at the horse and discovered that it was all covered in mud, and assumed that most likely young Master Myung was also all covered in mud. The groom hoped that in any case the heads of the clan would be satisfied with the achievements of the young master on his journey. Obviously, it would not be very pleasant for everyone if the young master were punished immediately upon returning home. The young master himself hoped that everything would turn out well for him as he approached the palace. Myung Namgung soon reached the gate leading to the palace and stopped staring at the huge dragon head above the gate. The young gentleman raised his head and, having examined the dragon, grimaced in indignation. The young gentleman straightened up and shook the debris off his clothes, sighing heavily. Myung Namgung was very nervous and tried to at least come to his senses a little by slapping himself several times. The young master opened the doors and entered the palace, loudly calling for his father. Myung Namgung shouted loudly that he had returned from his journey through Jianghu, which attracted his father's attention. Myung Namgung's father and two other gentlemen stood in the center of the hall greeting the young man. Each of them had a distinct expression on their faces, clearly experiencing different emotions. Myung Namgun approached his father and the gentleman and, putting down the sword wrapped in cloth, knelt down and bowed his head. Myung Namgung was determined and declared that he urgently had to show something and raised his sword in his hands. The young master handed the stolen sword to his father and felt great pride. The young man's father was very surprised by the sword that was presented and emphasized that it was probably really worth showing it immediately upon his return. Although the master was unhappy that his son decided to interrupt the elders, he still decided to accept his son. When his master reached for his sword, Myung Namgung trembled. The young man was extremely nervous, but he hoped his father would be proud. By evening, Tan Moon and the eccentric physician Yu Chun had reached the city. They learned that a feast was being held in honor of the young master's return and realized that Namgung Myung was the son of Namgung Jinshin. Tang Munjin was shocked that they had come to the third sword spirit, one of the six greatest, and was surprised at how grand the feast turned out to be. Tan Munjin was also outraged that the feast took place in general, and Namgung Jinshin was so proud that his son was a thief. Tang Munjin made his way closer and closer to the palace, hoping that he would be able to get his sword back, and becoming more and more indignant that this had happened at all. The eccentric doctor laughed that Tang Munjin thought that Namgung Myung seriously told his father that he stole the sword, which made the young man think twice. Yu Chun emphasized that Namgung Myung had probably been feeding his father with lies about some incredible adventure and had not revealed the truth about the theft. Tan Munjin was nervous, but the eccentric doctor noted that it was actually good and that they were lucky to tell the truth about so many witnesses. Tang Munjin asked if the eccentric doctor had a plan, and he laughed, noting that no plan would work on the sword spirit of an ascended planar master from the greatest martial arts clan in all of Murim. Tan Munjin suggested that it would be easier to take the sword after the feast, was overthinking that Namgung Jinshin would not be very happy if his feast was ruined. The eccentric doctor assured Tang Munjin that he was too innocent and should have shown himself to be a mad dog. Yu Chun explained that prestigious clans thought completely differently from ordinary people like them, and their clan was all that such people cared about, and there was only one way to deal with them. The eccentric doctor chuckled and noted that they should have disgraced the clan in front of others and been real mad dogs. Suddenly, the eccentric doctor had to stop because someone waved their hand in front of him and called his name. Namgung Genius smiled and noted that he never expected to meet his old acquaintance. The eccentric doctor immediately noted that 10 years had passed and asked if the hand he had cut off from Namgung Genia had been removed at night. Namgung Genia replied with a laugh that the eccentric doctor as always expressed himself strangely, and advised him to explain to the young man next to him that his hand was rotting from poison and getting rid of it was salvation. Namgung Jinya asked an acquaintance to stand next to him. Yu Chun said that he was a doctor and they were traveling together and now he had some business with the clan. Namgung Jinya was taken aback when he heard about the eccentric doctor's business. Fear immediately appeared in his eyes. At that very moment they started rattling sticks to attract the people's attention. They shouted that it was time to greet the great leader of the Namgung clan Namgung Jinshin and the young master Namgung Myung. The crowd immediately erupted in cheers and applause. Namgung Myung walked forward holding his sword. The young man was incredibly pleased with himself and basked in his glory. The sword, which was allegedly obtained by the son of the clan leader, was presented very solemnly. All the clan members and other great lords respected the young master's achievement. All the people gathered together in anticipation of the address of their clan leader and the beginning of the festival. Namgung Jinshin broke the silence and thanked everyone for participating in the celebration of his son's return from his first trip to Murim. The people listened to the head of the clan and no one dared to interrupt him. Namgung Jinshin noted that his son was still inexperienced but had been blessed with good fortune during his journey discovering a divine sword. The leader suggested drinking a ceremonial drink to thank the heavens for this good fortune. The people accepted the offer of a drink with smiles and raised their glasses. Namgung Jinshin raised his cup with words of encouragement to glorify their entire clan. Everyone began to congratulate the clan leader and the young master on their success. No one doubted the young master's accomplishment. Namgung Myung was also supposed to drink the drink. Before taking his first sip, the young man smiled as he reflected on how well he'd planned everything, and now all he had to do was bask in his glory. Namgung Myung did not see what guests had come to his home and continued to enjoy the holiday without even guessing what was about to happen. The eccentric doctor and Tan Moonjin told Namgung Jinya the whole truth, and the man trembled when he heard it. Namgung Jinya was completely disappointed and even frightened because he now knew what a monstrous lie the young master had told. Namgung Jinya immediately noted that if his brother found out about the lie, he would definitely destroy the young master's chi core and would probably lock Myung up for the rest of his life. Tan Munjin looked at the eccentric doctor with horror, hoping that what Namgung Jinya said was not true, not understanding how it was possible to do such a thing, not even to an enemy but to his own blood. The eccentric doctor glanced at Tan Munjin and told him that this was what it meant to be part of the Namgung clan, and that this was the punishment for those who intentionally committed crimes. Namgung Myung insulted his clan by committing a horrific crime to which the head of the clan could not turn a blind eye, even if it meant declaring his own son the perpetrator. The Namgung clan had no immunity system no matter who the perpetrator was. Punishment awaited Namgung Myung. Any punishment had to be endured in the name of the clan, and this meant being part of such a prestigious clan. Hearing of the punishment, Tang Munjin became deeply thoughtful. He knew Namgung Myung was quite the monster, but he was terrified of what might happen to the young master. Tan Moonjin looked at Namgung Myung, a smiling young man who had no idea what situation he was in. At that moment, Tan Munjin was almost ready to give up on returning his sword, not wanting to harm Namgung Myung like that, but he also did not want to leave himself with nothing. Suddenly, Namgung Jinya grabbed Tan Munjin's hand. Namgung Jinya began to ask the Dr. Tan to turn a blind eye to the young master's mistake, promising to compensate for everything on his behalf. The eccentric doctor asked Namgung Jinya not to say anything stupid, noting that if he asked such a thing of the young man, he himself should have realized that it sounded like a threat. The eccentric doctor was very angry and indignantly asked in what world the Namgung clan, which worshipped the sword above all else, could ask the martial artist whose sword was stolen to turn a blind eye to a mistake. Namgung Jinya was confused. He thought Tang Munjin was just a healer, but then he realized that since the young man was Yu Chang's companion, he was both a martial artist and a healer. At that moment Namgung Jinya realized that he would not be able to persuade his old acquaintance, and that the young master would have to answer for what he had done. However, it was up to Tan Munjin to decide, but Namgung Jinya asked the young man to think carefully about his decision. Namgung Jinya bowed his head and explained that Namgung Myung had committed such a crime only to gain his father's approval. The eccentric doctor heard Namgung Jinya's words and was indignant that he probably did not know what karma was. Yu Chun emphasized that Namgung Myung's skills and sins were his own responsibility, which further horrified Jinya, who was increasingly losing hope of saving the young master. The eccentric doctor emphasized that he understood perfectly well that Jinya was worried about his nephew, but in his case it was worth considering his behavior and attitude toward the Namgung faucet which he and his brother were protecting. Namgung Jinya looked at his brother, who was serious as always, and at his nephew, who was looking nervously at his father. The eccentric doctor asked Jinya if he wanted a child who lied and used the clan's name as the head of the Namgung clan, and Jinya could not answer that question. As he left, Yu Chun noted that if Jinya didn't want such a future for the clan, he shouldn't have interfered. Yu Chun, having said everything he wanted, quickly walked towards the clan head. Everyone present immediately felt that something serious was brewing. Many noticed that a man with the strongest energy and determination appeared in the crowd. The eccentric doctor decided to show up properly and immediately indicate what he was up to. Tang Munjin didn't expect that Yu Chun would act so quickly and not wait for his decision. Namgung Jinya looked down at the floor and froze in fear and worry that his nephew would be in a very bad way. The eccentric doctor made his way roughly through the crowd. People moved aside and began to look around, trying to understand whose powerful tread they were feeling. Yu Chun quickly made his way through the crowd and soon became the first person the clan leader would see. Namgung Jinshin looked closely at the guest who had come to visit and became confused. The eccentric doctor greeted the chief in a friendly manner, and noting that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, apologized for interrupting the celebration. When Namgung Myung heard that the eccentric doctor had come to return the sword, he broke out in a cold sweat of horror. Yu Chun pointed his finger at the divine sword and was very persuasive. The eccentric doctor pointed out that the sword was called the Soul Destroyer and belonged to a young man, after which he pointed his finger at Tang Munjin. Tang Munjin cringed and really wanted to run away, and he felt so uncomfortable and guilty. The young man was outraged that the eccentric doctor decided everything for him, and even cursed, but he closed his mouth in time, realizing that this was not a very appropriate situation. Namgung Jinshin approached the eccentric physician Yu Chun and emphasized that he lived up to his rank and appeared out of nowhere and said strange things, but it was also known that it was not in his nature to make baseless statements. Namgung Jinshin looked at Yu Chun with particular severity, and then at Tan Munjin, and demanded to know what was going on. Namgung Myung remained silent and looked down at the floor, trembling with fear, realizing how angry his father would be. Tang Munjin also understood that the young master would not be spared and did not dare to answer the clan leader. Without waiting for Tang Munjin's answer, the eccentric doctor laughed. Yu Chun himself decided to explain to the head of the clan how their dear Namgung Myung, completing his first journey through Jianghu, received his sword, but he was interrupted before he could finish. Tan Munjin flew out of the crowd, drawing all of Namgung Jinshin's attention to himself. Tang Munjin ran ahead of the eccentric doctor and began to ask him to let him explain everything. Namgung Jinshin's brows furrowed, trying to make sense of what was happening. It was clear he was already quite angry. Namgung Myung lay low and was afraid to even move once more, lest he bring more trouble upon himself. Tan Munjin spoke about how not long ago his family's priceless treasure, the sword that cut souls, had fallen from his hands, and on the trip he had undertaken to search for the sword, he had heard that Namgung Myung had found it, and that was why he had now come to return it. Namgung Jinya was surprised to hear such words from Tang Munjin, because he was convinced that the lie would be completely exposed. Hearing Tan Munjin's speech, Namgung Myung almost melted in his seat. He felt a slight sense of relief. Tang Munjin looked confidently at the clan leader and noted that he was undoubtedly at fault for not being able to take care of his sword. The young doctor bowed before the chief and asked him to help protect the treasure of another family. Silence fell over the room. Namgung Jinshin stared at his guest, deciding whether to believe his words or not. Namgung Myung didn't understand why Tan Munjin was covering up his lie, since it was much more important for him to tell the truth. The young gentleman looked at his father, trying to guess his reaction to what he had heard. Namgung Jinshin, with his hands behind his back, moved from his place and laid his hands along the table. The clan leader walked up to the stand where Tang Munjin's sword was and picked it up. The leader drew his blade, taking the sword out of its sheath. One confident swing was enough for the sword to fly forward and stick into the floor right in front of Tang Munjin's feet. Tan Moonjin was frightened, realizing how much power and skill Namgung Jinshin possessed. The leader did not doubt his movements in the least and was not afraid that he might inadvertently kill his guest. The sword stuck firmly in the stone floor and did not hit any of the guests. The eccentric doctor smiled, noting that it was such a glorious feast that even the head of the clan joined in the celebration. Namgung Jinshin was not going to give up the sword so easily and asked Tang Moonjin if he could prove that the weapon was indeed his family's heirloom. Namgung Jinshin warned Tan Moonjin that if he could not prove that the sword really belonged to him, he would have to bear responsibility for his words. Tan Moonjin felt how piercing Namgung Jinshin's gaze was, and he felt uneasy at the thought that he might not be able to prove that the sword was his. It was obvious that Tang Moonjin could have been killed with the same sword in an instant if his words had been considered a lie. Tang Moonjin glanced at the eccentric doctor, trying to guess what he would do in this situation. Tang Moonjin knew from Yu Chang's look that he would have to figure it out himself, and he was right, because the eccentric doctor believed that since the sword was Tang Moonjin's family heirloom, he should also deal with this situation. Tan began to think that since he had declared that the sword was his family heirloom, it would not be possible to make it alone as evidence. Tan latched onto the thought that he might actually be able to claim that he could make another sword just like it. Quickly thinking of what could be done, Tan Moonjin turned to the head of the Namgung clan. The young healer stated that the sword that cut souls had one secret. Tan Moonjin told him that if he used his family's secret technique in a deserted place full of fire, it would give birth to another sword, but Namgung Jinshin did not immediately believe the young man. Tang Moonjin continued and assured that this sword was in fact in its last month of pregnancy, and was expected to give birth to a child within 5 days. After Tang Moonjin's speech, silence fell once again in the hall. The clan leader stared intently at the young man. Suddenly, a loud roar of laughter erupted. Everyone who heard what Tang Moonjin said laughed. Tan Moonjin looked around and realized that what was said about the child was most likely unnecessary. Instead of his own name, Tan Moonjin was surprised to hear the name of the eccentric doctor. Namgung Jinshin turned to an old acquaintance and asked if he had acted as Tan Moonjin's guarantor, and if he could then confirm his words. Namgung Jinshin looked stern, and of course it was clear that he would not tolerate lies towards him, and hoped to hear only the truth. Fortunately, the eccentric doctor Tang Moonjin confirmed his words. Giving his full name, the eccentric doctor noted that he might sometimes joke, but he never lied. Namgung Jinshin looked carefully at the eccentric doctor, then at Tan Moonjin, trying to make sure that their words were true. Namgung Myung and Namgung Jinya Tan Moonjin, all three were very tense, but they hoped that this lie would be perceived as the truth and trouble would pass them by. Namgung Jinshin turned to the young doctor and said that he could go to the abandoned forge on the southern hill, and warned that if Tang Moonjin could not bring him the child of the sword within 5 days, then he and Yu Chun would lose their heads for lying. Immediately after this conversation, under cover of darkness, the eccentric doctor and Tang Moonjin went to the forge. While Tang was busy lighting the furnace, Yu Chong sat down outside and sank into thought. After spending a long time in silence, Yu Chun finally said that Tang Moonjin shouldn't have done what he decided to do. Coming out to Yu Chun, Tang Moonjin asked if he meant that he shouldn't have told the clan leader the story about the pregnant sword, to which he replied that the story could have been about either that or about the need to breastfeed the sword with soy milk, but that wasn't the question. The eccentric doctor looked at the starry sky and asked why, in Tang Moonjin's opinion, he ordered him to be a mad dog instead of allowing himself to be used for other people's interests. Tang Moonjin immediately assumed that it was to avoid looking like a fool, to which Yu Chun agreed, and added that the most important thing was to make sure that others did not take advantage of him. Yu Chun explained that it was worth making others pay for such treatment rather than putting themselves out there for free. The eccentric doctor noted that Tang Moonjin, from his point of view, was a complete fool and did everything wrong. Tan Moonjin suggested in response that he simply consider himself a generous person, and emphasized that it does not suit him to act with an eye for an eye. The eccentric doctor continued to insist on his own, and explained to the student that this was not the time to show such generosity. Yu Chun noted that there were many simple things in the world that Tang Moonjin could ignore, but one could not respond with evil to manifestations of good, and there was no need to pay a penny for the manifestation of evil. Tan Moonjin decided that he could get out of this situation, and replied that perhaps he shouldn't have taken it too bluntly, and suggested that at least Namgung Myung and Namgung Jinya would be grateful to him. In response, the eccentric doctor said that Tang Moonjin could behave like this if he were an ordinary doctor from a small village, but now he had to face martial arts masters, and everyone around him could become enemies and hyenas that would attack from behind. Tan Munjin thought about it and still said that he would probably have to continue doing good, and instead of making 10 enemies he would only have to worry about one. The eccentric doctor pointed out that since Tang Munjin was saying such a thing, it only showed that he still did not understand the nature of the martial arts world, and emphasized that the martial artist's evil intentions ended in steel and blood. Yu Chun also emphasized that moreover it was worth keeping enemies in one's field of vision. Yu Chun poked his finger into Tang Munjin's chest, forcing him to pay special attention to what was said, and accept it as a rule, and asked the young man not to create danger for his back in the name of some imaginary kindness. Leaning close to Tang Munjin, Yu Chun noted that he knew the youth was bothered by Namgung Jinya's words, and noted that this did not mean that he should let it soften his intentions. Yu Chun also emphasized that moreover precisely because Tang Munjin was a doctor, everything could end in a series of random good deeds, and this was worth paying attention to. Yu Chun tried to convey to the young man that no matter what a person did, good or evil, he should receive the same in return. With Tang Munjin, it was not worth becoming someone who would regret what he had done. Yu Chun really hoped that the young man would understand that enemies could not be spared and that they should get what they deserved. Although Tang Munjin still agreed with his teacher and promised to think about it. 5 days later, as Tang Munjin had promised, the child of the sword was brought to the palace. Tang Munjin presented the clan leader with a beautiful, finely crafted hilt and a sharp, shiny blade. One swing of this blade would destroy any weapon that tried to resist it. Tang Munjin demonstrated how his sword could cut off the blades of any other sword. Namgung Jinshin couldn't believe his eyes and was amazed by such skillful work. All the people who attended this performance gasped with delight. People found it hard to believe that less than 3 peaks were cut in half. Now no one had any doubt that Tang Munjin's sword was truly divine. Both swords that Tang Munjin defended were called divine, and this could no longer be doubted. Both swords were recognized as genuine, and any doubts were immediately dispelled. Namgung Myung looked closely at the sword brought by Tang Munjin and listened as his people assumed that this young man had probably just been looking for a similar sword for 5 days. But then they justified themselves by saying that the sword had indeed given birth to a child. One of the men noted that the sword's sharpness was incredible, and the tremor he felt as it cut through the air spoke of its perfect balance, making the sword seem almost weightless. Tang Munjin stood more than pleased with himself as he listened to the fact that people could no longer even distinguish which sword was brought last, and that they were basically twin swords. Namgung Jinshin decided to interrupt his people's delight, and glanced over slightly, hinting that it was time to stop this conversation. The head of the clan laughed loudly, which even frightened his people. The leader pointed his finger forward and noted that the swords were indeed twins, since their mother was in the hands of another person. There was another sword in Tang Munjin's hands, which no one noticed at first. In an instant, Tang Munjin cut the blade of one of the twin swords right in the master's hands. 3 identical swords were a shocking sight. Namgung Myung said that he could not understand how Tang Munjin had managed to do all this, nor had he proven for sure that the sword belonged to him and that all his deeds would be rewarded. Tang Munjin himself approached Namgung Myung and emphasized that all deeds should indeed be rewarded, emphasizing that even a simple dog found a cozy place to rest when it was time for her to hatch her puppies. Tang Munjin emphasized that there must have been a reason why this sword ended up in the hands of Namgung Myung, the heir to his clan, and then thanked him for taking care of the soul-splitting sword. Namgung Myung didn't answer right away. Fear still clung to his body. He genuinely feared the consequences. Tang Munjin, however, didn't want to harm the boy and handed him the sword, asking him to take good care of it. Namgung Myung was shocked by such an act and did not even know how he should have behaved at that moment. Tang Munjin smiled. He was pleased that he had been able to influence this situation and moreover make Namgung Myung feel even more remorse. At that moment, Hong Juzan approached the eccentric doctor and breathed a sigh of relief, noting that he had been looking for him for several days, to which the doctor, slightly frightened, admitted that he had forgotten that they had come to this place together. Tang Munjin was incredibly happy that he had succeeded and that the clan leader had trusted him. Immediately after meeting with the leader, the young man went to get some rest. Tang Munjin confided to the eccentric doctor that he had already thought he was destined to die and asked if he looked well, to which the eccentric doctor noted that he hid his shaky knees well. The eccentric doctor emphasized that this time everything went well, and then asked where there was a guarantee that it would always be like this, and asked Tang Munjin to never let down his guard. Tang Munjin relaxed, hugging his sword, and promised to listen to the eccentric doctor when he noted that this situation was not over yet. The eccentric doctor noted through a smile that the favor was a two-way street, and now it was time for them to receive a favor as well. Tan Munjin stood up and asked what the eccentric doctor was talking about. The eccentric doctor didn't have time to answer because there was a knock on their door. The clan head entered the hall with his son. Namgung Jinshin held a sword and Namgung Myung stood behind him, his head bowed low and looking very guilty. Namgung Jinshin looked as stern as ever. His brows were furrowed and his bow was wrinkled. Namgung Myung lowered his gaze even further. It was clear he was deeply troubled by something. Entering the hall, the head of the clan bowed before the eccentric doctor and noted that first he should apologize since his stupid son was mistaken, and admitted that he heard that Namgung Myung ran away with the sword. Tan Munjin didn't know what to answer, but the clan leader noted that his son had told him everything and the young doctor didn't need to hesitate. Namgung Jinshin raised his sword and handed it to Tan Munjin, noting that when the truth came out he should have paid. Tang Munjin couldn't hide his joy. A smile appeared on the young man's face when the clan leader mentioned payment. But before deciding on the payment for the Glaviclone, he asked his son if he remembered what happened to the maid who stole the silver ring 2 years ago. And this mention made Tang Munjin tense up again. Namgung Myung did not immediately find the strength to answer his father. Well under pressure, Namgung Myung said that the maids cut off her hands so that she could no longer steal anything, and that was her punishment. Namgung Jinshin looked menacingly at his son. Tan Munjin and the eccentric doctor also felt tense, already guessing what would happen next. Namgung Jinshin didn't waste any time and swung his sword sharply. Tang Munjin could no longer correct this situation and save the young master. Namgung Jinshin did not pity his son, who had so mocked the reputation of his own clone. Namgung Myung remembered himself as a young boy and the rigorous training sessions he had to attend. All the moments that came to his mind were connected with how he held the sword in his hand. Playing meant learning in his case, and it was a way of life. The young gentleman should have stayed true to the path of the ball and been precise in its execution. The path that the young gentleman took was chosen for him by his father and family. The path of the patriarch, laid out in accordance with strict traditions and rules, could not be violated. Namgung Myung could endure anything. He endured grueling training, strict rules, and brutal spankings as punishment. But there was something that Namgung Myung simply couldn't bear anymore, no matter how hard he tried. The impassive back of his father, which he could see completely by accident, caused terrible feelings in the young master. Even as a boy, Namgung Myung felt that his father considered him a great disappointment. Namgung Jinshin wanted his son to become something great and become a worthy patriarch, believing that it did not matter what the cost would be. Namgung Myung understood this in his own way, and deciding that it didn't matter what it took to prove to his father that he was worthy, the young man stole the sword. Namgung Myung thought that even if it was cowardice and filth, it was okay if it helped him achieve his goal. Namgung Myung was well aware that he had to be strong. The young master was honored for bringing this sword, and he felt great about it. Even with all the pathetic excuses he made up, he could allow himself to feel less than pathetic in his father's eyes. Thanks to his pathetic excuses, Namgung Myung moved on, but he couldn't even imagine what could have happened to him. Now standing before his father, who swung his sword, Namgung Myung realized he no longer needed any excuses. Well, Tan Munjin nevertheless made adjustments to the current situation and prevented the clan leader from cutting off his son's hands. Namgung Myung, who was already prepared for his punishment, was very surprised by what happened. The young gentleman didn't even immediately believe that his hands were still safe. Namgung Jinshin was very surprised and asked why Mr. Tan stopped him. The clan leader emphasized that the crime committed by the hand had to be repaid by the hand, and asked whether Mr. Tan himself had not thought so. Tang Munjin looked into the eyes of the clan leader and said that his son was wrong. Looking into the menacing eyes of the clan leader, Tang Munjin also asked him a question, clarifying that the truth had finally surfaced, but he did not wait for an answer. Tan Munjin noted that he learned that his misdeeds had to be paid for in kind, but he himself did otherwise, and emphasized that it didn't matter how his son paid, but the fact of payment itself was important. Namgung Myung looked at Tan Munjin. The young master was very surprised that this man was standing up for him after what he had done to him. The eccentric doctor was very pleased with his student's progress. Yu Chong was convinced that Tang Munjin had learned his lesson. Tang Munjin asked the corner clans not to make a bigger deal out of his son's mistake. Namgung Jinshin put his sword back into its sheath, noting that he understood perfectly well what Tan Moonjin was telling him. Namgung Jinshin smiled slightly and agreed that Tan Moonjin was right, emphasizing that he also saved Namgung Myung's hands. Namgung Jinshin said that thanks to Tan Moonjin they were able to hide the problem and obtain the priceless sword, and therefore they were provided with 3 favors. And then he asked what payment Tan Moonjin would like to receive. Everyone felt much calmer once the problem was settled and everyone was safe and got what they wanted. It was time to leave, and the head of the clan personally saw his guests off. In parting, Namgung Myung bowed deeply before Tang Munjin and promised that one day he would repay him for this generosity. Tears came to the young gentleman's eyes, but he was incredibly grateful for the kindness shown to him and for the style of such an offense. When the clan leader saw his guests off, he asked if it was true that Tang Munjin had managed to make 2 swords in 5 days. Tang Munjin was very surprised that the clan leader knew about everything, but he explained that he only made an assumption based on the beauty of the young man's hands and the rust under his nails. The clan leader noted that it was said that the world was vast and that many people in it were talented, and then thanked Tang Munjin for helping his son. Tang Munjin was very embarrassed and even said that he was not talented at all. But most of all, the young doctor was interested in whether Namgung Myung was serious in his promise to repay him and thought that the old man had taken everything they could take. The eccentric doctor actually ordered entry into the heavenly weapon storage, miraculous medicine, poisons, and a duel with the patriarch, and the clan leader agreed to it. The eccentric doctor really hoped that they would actually get their payment, and Tang Munjin also understood that it would be great if they got all of it. After walking a little, the head of the clan turned to Tang Munjin, and noting that he did not know whether he was overstepping his bounds, reported that Shaolin was most likely already waiting for them. The clan leader explained that ever since he was little they had been looking for people who were good with their hands, as if there was something they couldn't fix and for which they needed a master. The eccentric doctor immediately realized that the clan leader must have been talking about the wooden figures, explaining to Tang Munjin that this was the most unique thing they had, and that Shaolin was on the way to Luoyang, and they could look there if the opportunity presented itself. Well, before setting out on their journey, the eccentric doctor decided that they should first visit their first reward, and the head of the clan took them to a tall building. When the doors were thrown open, Tang Munjin could not contain his delight. The head of the clan noted that as he promised his guests could choose one thing and look good. In order not to waste time, Tang Munjin, the eccentric doctor, immediately decided to walk around and thoroughly examine everything. The eccentric doctor looked as if he was looking for something specific, which was immediately noticed by Tang Munjin. Tang Munjin asked what his teacher was looking for, assuming that it could be a technique for wielding a sword or footwork. The eccentric doctor soon noted that he had found what he was looking for and handed Tang Munjin the art of the escaping monkey. Tang Munjin was very disappointed because he had hoped that he would be given good sword techniques, not monkeys. "I don't want to leave everything as it is." Tang Munjin ran up to the eccentric doctor and asked how it was about receiving ball control techniques and such that they would broadcast at the end about divine techniques. The eccentric doctor laughed and asked the young man to stop complaining and learn what he had been given before the miracle cure was taken away. Realizing he wouldn't be able to achieve what he wanted, Tang Munjin agreed with the eccentric doctor. Soon it was time to leave. Everything the eccentric doctor had requested was brought to the gate. All the poisons, medicines, and some other herbs were collected in sacks. The eccentric doctor asked Tang Munjin if he had learned the art of the fleeing monkey, and he replied that he had read everything but did not understand anything at all. The eccentric doctor replied that simply reading and learning was enough, and that one should simply think about it during training, although Tang Munjin honestly replied that he doubted that it would be of any use. The eccentric doctor laughed again and said that before he could explain anything, Tang Munjin needed to eat something. Tang Munjin wanted to break free, but the eccentric doctor clamped his jaw and forcibly opened his mouth. Yu Chun took out something strange and forced Tang Munjin to eat it, promising that it was tasty and healthy, and then told him that it was a 7-stage snake venom. While the eccentric doctor was working with Tang Munjin, he completely forgot that Hong Juzhen was also with them, who at that time had drunk wine and was dozing in the stables. Tang Munjin still managed to break free and began to express indignation at why there was anything like that at all. Tang Munjin recalled that at first the eccentric doctor demanded that he memorize the art of the fleeing monkey. Now he wanted him to eat a bag of poison and demanded an explanation. The eccentric doctor insisted on his own and promised that they would tell him only when the time came, and emphasized that this was a chance to become the divine physician of Sichuan. Tang Munjin was very suspicious of the eccentric doctor's words and tensed up when he touched his shoulder. The eccentric doctor, continuing to press his fingers into Tang Munjin's shoulder, emphasized that he could become a divine physician capable of healing without acupuncture and could become a true master healer. After the eccentric doctor pressed several points on his shoulder and back, Tang Munjin immediately felt calm. The problems that had previously troubled him subsided and he relaxed. The eccentric doctor asked again if Tang Munjin was ready to eat the poison, received a positive answer, and put the bag of poison into the young man's mouth. To prevent the young man from changing his mind, the eccentric doctor immediately grabbed him and covered his mouth so that he could not spit out the poison. The eccentric doctor warned Tang Munjin that if he did not want to die, he should not even think of spitting out the poison and should simply swallow it. When the young man began to complain that they simply wanted to kill him, the eccentric doctor emphasized that he said that he could have died and not that they wanted to kill him. And he emphasized that from now on he would make poisonous pills from poisonous sacs often. I understand that the student continues to resist. The eccentric doctor asked to listen to himself carefully and explained that they had a duty to protect the art of medicine. The eccentric doctor emphasized that instead of studying martial arts and making a name for themselves by conquering others as a martial artist, they needed martial arts for survival to protect the art of medicine. The eccentric doctor also recalled that when Tang fought the red beggar with the pirates by eating a bag of poison just as they threw poison games to buy time, the art of poisoning could instantly increase the chance of survival upon contact. Tang Munjin, listen to your teacher and remember everything that happened that day. The eccentric doctor emphasized that to achieve this, it was necessary to be prepared for any poisonous intervention and work on it. Yu Chun explained that although the name poison pill sounded scary for a doctor who understood medicine and poisons, it was the same as having a whole warehouse of medicines in his own body. The eccentric doctor poured some liquid into a small plate. Yu Chun then poured a similar liquid into another plate. After showing both plates to Tang Munjin, the eccentric doctor noted that whether the poison was used properly or excessively, how and on whom it was used depended only on Tang himself. Tang Munjin looked at the teacher with disbelief and noted that for some reason he felt that this was something that an unorthodox sect would do. The eccentric doctor was indignant, noting that there was no benefit for the doctor from the orthodox and unorthodox sections. And these are just the framework and paths that someone arbitrarily established. And if there was a patient, he should be treated, and it didn't matter what sect he belonged to. The eccentric doctor also emphasized that if doctors spread diseases or refused to share treatment methods, he would kill them, because in order to achieve his goals he had to choose practicality. Approaching Tang Munjin, Yu Chong asked him if he now understood why he needed the art of the avoiding monkey and the poisonous pill, and he replied that he understood. Smiling, the eccentric doctor advised Tang Munjin to try to survive now because the poison should have already spread throughout his body. Yu Chun touched the disciple's back with his palms, and he felt a strange sensation. The eccentric doctor warned that it would be different from the black peony and Tang Munjin should concentrate. Very soon Tang Munjin sank into his subconscious and lost sight of his teacher's appearance. The eccentric doctor, being sure that the student could hear him, asked him to wait, and Tang Munjin waited. Tang Munjin sat on the island feeling his strength and energy and waited quietly. Tang Munjin felt the warmth of the eccentric doctor's palm on her back and was completely focused on the other sensations of her body. The eccentric doctor explained that even if the young man found that the poison had entered his stomach, it was not scary. Yu Chun also said that if a young man felt that poison was poisoning his blood and trying to harm his entire body, he should not be afraid of it either. Tang Munjin shouldn't have been surprised by the poison's swift action and should have simply continued to wait. Tang Munjin listened to his teacher and did everything exactly as he told him. Yu Chun said that the stronger the effect of the poison, the stronger the effect of the poisonous pill became, and when Tang Munjin's blood was filled with poison, he would feel the form of this poison. Tang Munjin indeed soon felt a huge snake behind his back that was just itching to kill him. Tang Munjin should have suppressed the snake venom form with his internal energy. The young man felt the gaze of the snake, which was a form of poison that was trying to poison the body. With his full concentration on this form, Tang Munjin released his energy. Tang Munjin knew he had to complete this task, otherwise he could die. The youth's energy began to battle the poison, driving it from his blood. Yu Chong acted as a guide and told Tang Munjin that he had to expel the suppressed poison and send it to the Dantian. Tang Munjin acted as his teacher told him, and soon he managed to bind the poison. Yu Chun said that when the poison subsides, everything will return to normal as if nothing had happened. It was at that moment that Tang Munjin himself should have realized that everything had worked out. Tang Munjin felt an incredible lightness and realized that he had achieved victory. Tang Munjin opened his eyes. His breathing was very heavy, but he knew he had made progress. Tang Munjin thought that the eccentric doctor's training was very rough, but he also understood what he meant. Juzan passed by and was very surprised that Tan had already woken up and asked how he had managed to train for 5 days in a row. Juzan asked what Tan must be hungry and looked at him with particular concern. Tan Munjin was very surprised that a whole day had already passed and shared that he actually thought he had only been sitting there for half a day after asking where the eccentric doctor had been. Juzan said that the eccentric doctor grumbled about not being able to fight Namgung Jinshin and left asking what kind of training they had done without him, and emphasized that he had heard that his friend had managed to eat something really cool like a black peony. Tan Munjin assured Jozan that no matter how much of this cool stuff he ate, it wouldn't help him, to which he demanded to know what it was, and Tan Munjin promised that he would show him since he was so interested. Tan Munjin raised his hand and asked Jozan to imagine that it was a chasm between them. Tang Munjin immediately noticed something strange about his friend's finger. Tan Munjin literally sprayed poison from his finger, which greatly surprised Juzan. Hong Juzan walked up to the table where the poison had fallen and looked closely, trying to figure out what it really was. Tang Munjin explained to him that he saw a poison pill and that this was the abyss between them. Juzan congratulated his comrade on the fact that his hands now had diarrhea. And at that moment an eccentric doctor entered the room. Tan Munjin was outraged by Juzan's jokes and offered to do the same. But Juzan replied that he didn't need to fill the gap between them with something that smelled like excrement. Their argument was heard even on the street. That very day they did not set out on their journey and continued their conversation on the way. Tan Munjin told how he fought a snake and was indignant that everyone thought he had learned nothing, to which the eccentric doctor advised him to blame everything only on his own carelessness. Tang Munjin was indignant and stated that if he had trained calmly like in the Mugen clan, he would have finished earlier, to which the 100-meter doctor asked if the pirates hadn't given him time to calm down. Yu Chun noted that how many times he saw members of Orthodox sects who trained while thinking about this and that and died without achieving anything, and noted that being a prestigious Orthodox sect was not always a good thing. The eccentric doctor promised Tang Munjin that he would take care of him, but he simply had to follow the path that was chosen for him. But the young man was indignant because it was impossible to follow a path that was predetermined by someone, and the doctor himself said this. The eccentric doctor emphasized that practical experience was the best meditation and dynamic practice was better than static, and there was no need to die fighting within some absurd framework. It was worth simply living. The eccentric doctor smiled as he watched the student's serious face, when suddenly one of the people ahead shouted that they had reached the last village on the way. Juzan immediately noticed the tavern and was already imagining how he would dine and drink there. The first thing Juzan Tan and Yu Chun did was go to that very tavern and sit down at a table outside. Nearby men could be heard talking. One of them asked the other if they had delivered his goods. The merchant smiled, assuring them they had everything they needed. He asked how many sacks they needed and was asked to leave 3 sacks. The innkeeper promised to bring drinks while they were delivering the goods. The innkeeper was worried about being cheated and was acting very restless. Tang Munjin watched him closely. The young man couldn't take his eyes off the innkeeper. Tang Munjin found his appearance disturbing. The young man immediately noticed that the man had a pale face and his whole body was covered and pared, and he was suffering from shortness of breath. Tan Munjin suggested that the innkeeper might be suffering from heatstroke. Tan Munjin wanted to turn to the teacher by drawing his attention to the innkeeper, but suddenly he noticed that the old man's hands were shaking too. Tang Munjin looked up warily and examined the eccentric doctor's face. He was very angry and trembling, looking exactly like the innkeeper. He said it was Saksang. It was suspiciously quiet for us at the family's residence. There was no sound or sight of any residents on the streets or in the surrounding area that could cause alarm. Inside the residence there was a large long table around which many people were seated. Each of those present worked with different crystals and powders. There were really a lot of people, and each of them was busy with the same thing. Each of those present ground the ingredients into powder and had no right to stop. What's most interesting is that each person's head was wrapped in bandages so that no one could even speak. Suddenly one of the people who was grinding the crystals into powder fell down and groaned. The fallen man's eyes rolled up and he began to breathe very heavily. The blood vessels in the man's eyes burst and some kind of rash immediately appeared on his face. A man in lavish clothes entered the hall. The man who entered grimaced and asked the hearing to throw the fallen man into the pit and burn him. The man was immediately listened to and they began to lift the fallen man and pull him towards the exit. This place was where they made a medicine that made you feel wonderful. A medicine for the rich one that made you feel like you were ascending. This medicine was a powder of 5 minerals and it lifted the spirits and filled the entire body with warmth. However, if taken too frequently, it led to the decomposition of the body and mind, ultimately leading to death, making it a dangerous drug. Tang Munjin was very amazed at the place they had managed to arrive at. Tan Munjin Juzan and the eccentric doctor stood at the gate, understanding that the guys who made powder from the 5 minerals were based here. From the outside, the building looked completely ordinary if you didn't know what was going on inside. Juzan turned to the teacher, noting that it seemed to him that both those who bought the medicine and those who made it were happy with the situation and perhaps it was not worth interfering in it. The eccentric doctor emphasized that any ignorant person would have decided so. However, the powder of 5 minerals sucked out a person's vital forces, clouded his mind, and eventually even caused the flesh itself to rot. The eccentric doctor said that the people who made this powder were the same inhuman trash as Dr. Yem, and Juzan couldn't find anything to say to that. The eccentric doctor explained that all he cared about was eliminating the waste that the new diseases were spreading, and he didn't care that they were supposedly saving a worthless village from poverty. After these words, the eccentric doctor opened the doors to enter. The eccentric doctor immediately stated that he most likely knew who was to blame for this incident. Immediately upon entering, the eccentric doctor and his students were met by a huge bald young man, who assumed that these people had been recommended by the young merchant, and noting that the owner of the residence was in the inner chambers, asked the travelers to follow him. The eccentric doctor and his students followed the young man who was supposed to lead them to the private quarters of the owner of the residence. Tang Munjin kept looking around, trying to see anything important. The young man was very wary and even angry at what was happening in this place. The young doctor noticed the unfriendly looks of the workers, who were apparently not at all happy that they had been visited. Tan Munjin decided that most likely all the workers had martial arts skills and asked the teacher what he was planning here, noting that if they had to fight someone they could lose due to the number of enemies. The eccentric doctor telepathically conveyed to Tang Munjin that the owner of the residence must have been in collusion with the Black Path that Dr. Yem had mentioned. The eccentric doctor also added that all those present were weaklings whom Tang Munjin and the Red Beggar could have dealt with on their own, but there was no need to create a mess. The eccentric doctor shared that he had a premonition and asked Tang Munjin and Juzan to enter the inner chambers first. Yu Chun asked the boys not to worry, promising that he would follow right behind them. Tan Munjin couldn't find answers to all the questions that arose. He didn't understand why the teacher wanted him and Juzan to enter the chambers first and how that could be dangerous. Tang Munjin guessed that the eccentric doctor used his students as bait because the owner of the Nam family residence was a martial artist of the highest level. It was likely that as soon as the doors opened, a sword would fly at them. Before opening the doors, Tang Munjin tried to think of how to greet the owner of the residence and could not come up with anything better than to immediately demand powder from 5 minerals for 1 gold coin. Tang Munjin was preparing for the worst, and when he entered the room he expected that a sword might actually pierce him. But to his great surprise, Tang Munjin immediately saw a large bag of crystals right in front of his nose, and heard the friendly voice of the owner of the residence who invited the guests to enter. Tang Munjin was immediately presented with his 5 mineral powder for 1 gold coin. Tang Munjin was very surprised and froze at the threshold, thinking that the owner of the residence would seriously take out a weapon, and even shared these thoughts with Juzan, who was trying to move him deeper into the room. The owner said he'd already heard about his guests from the merchant, and that they had excellent taste in the product. Tan Munjin was even more confused when he heard that they'd been expecting him and had heard of him. The owner of the residence began to praise his product, noting that his guests had probably already heard that the quality was top-notch, and also noted that they were running a business for the first time, and therefore added a little product at the house's expense. Tan Munjin thanked the owner of the residence, but was in no hurry to take the bag of drugs, and wondered where the eccentric doctor was, and why he hadn't come inside for so long. The owner also thanked his guest in return, hoping that they would continue to collaborate for a long time to come. He also explained that he had been developing this product for the past 5 years and was confident that it would be to his liking. The owner of the residence even wanted to let Tang Munjin try his product, but suddenly someone loudly shouted his name and burst into the chambers. The eccentric doctor, having named the owner of the residence Nam Ryangbu, burst into the room and noted that he knew exactly who he was dealing with. Yu Chun demanded that Nam Ryangbu immediately take out all the goods he had and threatened to shove them down his throat. Nam Ryangbu was also acquainted with the eccentric doctor and was very frightened to see him in his chambers. The eccentric doctor's sword blade immediately plunged into Nam Ryangbu's throat. The eccentric doctor laughed that Nam Ryangbu wanted to escape again and warned that if he tried to get up, a new hole would appear in his throat. Juzan and Munjin watched from the side what was happening and did not intervene prematurely. Soon, at the request of the owner of the residence, the servant brought all the goods to his chambers and left them at the front door. As soon as the servant left, the owner of the residence took 3 packages of his goods and showed them to the eccentric doctor and began to beg for mercy. Nam Ryanbu began to promise that he would never again make powder from the 5 minerals if he was released, and explained that he did not do this for personal gain but to help the starving villagers. He could not just stand and watch from the sidelines. The eccentric doctor interrupted Ryanbu and emphasized that a nonentity like him only knew how to come up with excuses for himself, and repeated that if he wanted to live, he should shove everything he had made down his throat or get rid of it immediately in some other way. Ryanbu was in despair and explained that all this goods could be sold for a whole chest full of gold, but after these words the doctor's sword dug even deeper into his neck. The eccentric doctor was surprised that Ryanbu was still interested in money when he was in such a dire situation. Realizing that he had no other choice, the owner of the residence promised to burn everything immediately and hurried to find oil. Then Ryanbu began to fuss about finding a flint and creating a spark. Renbu watched sobbing as his goods, from which he could have made a lot of money, burned. Tang Munjin looked at the man without any pity and was incredibly angry. He wondered how they could take care of the master of the residence without being discovered by his servants. The young man didn't know if the teacher would be willing to do it quietly. The eccentric doctor calmed down a little and put his sword back into its sheath. Yu Chun asked the owner of the residence who else besides him knew how to make powder from the 5 minerals. The man quickly grabbed the metal with his head from side to side, assuring the eccentric doctor that no one else knew how to make this powder except him. In response to the stern gaze of the eccentric doctor, the owner of the residence noted that he would no longer lie in such a situation. Juzan, calling the owner of the residence an inhuman nonentity, noted that no one could believe him and his teacher would never allow those who treated the lives of others as a way to make money to survive. The owner of the residence's hands trembled, struggling to support his weight. The man begged for mercy and his life. The eccentric doctor exhaled and promised that he would not touch the owner of the residence, and asked him to leave as quickly as possible, which surprised his students. Tang Munjin couldn't believe his ears and couldn't understand why the teacher made this particular choice. The owner of the residence immediately rose from his knees. A broad, hopeful smile appeared on his face. Nam Ryanbu thanked the eccentric doctor, but at that moment a sword was pierced into his throat. The eccentric doctor did everything very quickly. This action left his students even more perplexed. Blood spattered across the walls. Both students' voices were heard asking why the teacher had done this. The eccentric doctor still addressed the owner of the residence and noted that he had ordered him not to rise, but emphasized that the garbage had no ears to listen. Yu Chun immediately turned to his disciples and told them that they should leave before there was a commotion, and they immediately left the village. The sun was already setting when the eccentric doctor and his students left the village and set up camp to rest. Tang Munjin shared with his teacher that at some point he had already believed that he would spare the owner of the residence, to which the eccentric doctor only laughed and assured him that he would never do such a thing. Yu Chun said that several years ago she learned that Nam Ryangbu was selling powder made from 5 minerals, and at the time he had barely 10 coins worth of powder. She changed everything by saying that this man was now collaborating with the dark side to sell entire chests. The eccentric doctor emphasized that no one knew what would happen next because trash attracted trash, and after a short time they could have turned into a huge criminal group similar to the Citadel on the Yangtze River. Juzan agreed that his teacher made the absolutely right choice and that Dr. Yem and Nam Ryanbu could not be considered people and were worse than beggars. The eccentric doctor grinned, noting that the beggars were much more honest and hardworking than such people, and also noted that from now on his students would continue to encounter countless subhumans and should get used to it. Yu-chun also explained that this would become more and more of a nuisance and glanced back to where a group of people were emerging from behind the hill. Yu-chun noted that the guests for dinner arrived faster than expected. While Mun-jin and Juzun were trying to figure out what was going on, the eccentric doctor literally disappeared from his previous place. A group of people was rapidly approaching the camp, and they were definitely not friendly. As soon as the group of people came close enough, Mun-jin recognized these people as followers of the Black Path. Mun-jin was very surprised that the Nam family sent people after their leader's killers so quickly. The eccentric doctor noted that they would now have to practice using these guests to wield a sword that pierced the heart. Mun-jin couldn't tear his eyes away from the people who were getting closer and closer and asked if the eccentric doctor was confident in his practice. And then he immediately confirmed it. Yu-chun immediately rushed into battle and in an instant cut off the head of one of the people. The head rolled closer to the guys, who immediately jumped to their feet and grimaced. The eccentric doctor was also immediately recognized and his name was shouted out. The followers of the Black Path thought that they were not just hunting for some old man, but now they realized how wrong they were. As soon as they realized who they were about to fight, they immediately ran away. The eccentric doctor was not going to let them go and notified the students to take on the one who was swimming in the middle, and the boys also had to agree on who would run after whom. The eccentric doctor warned that if the boys screwed up, they would be in for a lesson, and Mun-jin and Juzun immediately rushed after the followers of the Black Path. The eccentric doctor ran ahead, a broad smile on his face. He was glad to finally deal with these people and put an end to this story.